Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Happy to see y'all back again. Let me just see if I can, hang on, edit this real quick. Perfection. All right, we're good to go. All right, here we go. So this is from the channel that had this was Stranger something. I've covered up the thing. So anyway, but I just don't want to worry about, I mean, shout out to them, you know, but I think there's probably some other channels that have it, but this is the one that had like the close-up camera angle. But as you can see, this is just the Axon. You've got all the shit up there. So this is from October 11th, 2022. So this is the first proffer of Katie Magbanua. So, and I think there's also subtitles on here as well. So yeah, but for anyone who joined us from the previous live stream, welcome. If you weren't here, that's all good. Welcome, welcome. Happy to see everybody. So it didn't work for you. You know, technology, right? So, okay. All right, let's get going.
Is this a camera?
Yes. Yeah, we're doing it for all of our safety. We don't want it to be alleged that we came in here talking to you. So from the beginning, we're just recording this whole thing with you. So this came back from Chris yesterday. He signed the bottom of it. If you just want to look at it and review it, we'll have you sign it as well.
I think this is the one that like Tara just like
It's
went over.
yeah, it's the same.
And remember, this
So
is in preparation for Charlie's trial, because at this point it'd been a while, like it's been several years since anything happened, like with the previous trials. And Charlie was arrested earlier in 2022. I forget. I think it's in the description, but the date. But he was arrested in 2022, and so these proffers with her are for them to review and talk about and see what she's going to testify to as part of her deal, right? At his trial.
On the side and bottom of it, on the second page.
Today's the 10th or the 11th?
11th.
Yeah, and there's two of them. I agree.
Okay, so here's what I'll tell you.
So we have this one, and then there's also the one in another one in November, same year, but a month later. So we'll watch that as well.
Obviously, things have changed, and we're here with our attorneys, but you guys had the conversations, and we all talked as well. I kind of feel like it's best and easiest to just let you tell us how we got here.
That's the thing. That's like how I got to this point.
Well, start at the beginning. You know who we all are anyway, right? You know,
Okay, so I guess we can do that. So we got Pat Sanford with the FBI, Sherry Bennett with TPD, and I'm Jason with the State Attorney's Office, which you and I have met a few times. And yeah, if letting you kind of tell us how we got here is the best way to start. And we'll ask questions. Don't get me wrong. We will ask you stuff, but
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of, like just with everything that's been happening and like obviously getting incarcerated, and then it's just I've been like, you know, like with my guard up the whole time, and then like all of a sudden it's like I don't want to walk into this room, and then it's just like me just talk. Like I know you
Let's
say
talk.
it's like I can't, everything is.
Well, let's start it like this. Okay, how did you meet Charlie? Let's start with that.
Oh, we're really diving in really quick. Man, way to break the ice, right? Just before, like, I know, like, you know, obviously, you know, I'm going through 2 trials and everything.
So it's like,
what with this?
in other words, it's like an interrogation. In fact, I think that this is listed on YouTube as an interrogation when it's not. You know, I know it seems like an interrogation. The difference is like she's already been convicted and she's been sentenced and she's already incarcerated, right? So, but essentially, it does function like an interrogation in a way, right? But technically speaking, that's why it's a proffer and not interrogation. But it's just funny because we see that in interrogations all the time, right? They're like, they need a question like that to break the ice. Like, how did you meet so-and-so? So that's what made me think of it.
Be all public now, like this, or just for protection?
Eventually it will be. We're doing this because obviously with the publicity of the trial and the amount of, you guys didn't do this, you guys talked to her before you turned the camera on. We're not gonna have, we don't want to have any of those games played. We would rather have everything recorded and documented, so there isn't, you guys sat down with Katie and told her what she needed to tell you.
Magbanua is concerned about keeping some of the details private, but that is no longer an option. The case has gained too much public attention for secrets, and everything is going to come out.
No.
Okay.
We didn't do that.
Yeah, it's like my attorneys are not even here, so this
Right.
is like.
Right.
I didn't realize there was stupid commentary. Oh, well, that's really obnoxious, but there was, I think the only other one that had it was Deep Dive True Crime, but it had like all this shit on the screen and you couldn't actually couldn't see her. So, that is what it is, man. Sorry.
Exactly. So this is my first time sitting down, talk to you.
Yeah.
So we want everything, recorded. So there's no question about, like it did last time, people were making allegations that we fed people and things like that. We're on the up and up. This is not, this way it's been the whole
We're not
time.
here to
trick you,
berate you. This is
I
different.
mean, it's gotten to this point, basically.
This is your side of the story.
Yeah.
You tell us the truth of what happened, and we'll ask questions when we need to, but
Yeah. Let's do this. If you raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Now we got that out of the way. And all the confusion. Really it's best to start with, I think how you met Charlie would be the best way to start. And then we can probably sequentially, work a timeline out from there.
Okay.
Happy to see you, John Randall.
Well, I was working in Sophie Dental, and then he's like one of the specialists that came in. So then from there, he's, we get phone numbers from the doctors, from what I remember, and then we put it on our cell phone so that whenever scheduling purposes, we can contact or text them.
Charlie Adelson was a dentist who got his start in his family's practice.
I forgot that he doesn't even know how to pronounce their names. I don't know that I'm going to be able to handle this because it's annoying me too much. Okay. I'm going to see if I can find, again, I thought there wasn't another good option. I'm just going to fast forward this annoyingness and I'm going to look for another one. God, because he can't get the names right. And I don't even know if it's a he. It could just be a robot. I don't know. It's just frustrating. So let me see what I can do here.
They're there.
And just started texting and then.
Yeah.
you started dating, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long did that progression take from the texting to the dating?
Like, how did it evolve? Like, from being a doctor?
Well, this is like all the way from 2013, I believe. So, well, yeah, he was like persistent. He was just persistent about and I told him, I was like, I have kids, I don't really have time. I don't have a babysitter. I don't have a chance to just go up and about. I don't have that type of freedom. So little by little, he was just, trying to, oh, come on, let's hang out. And then, one day, I just went over to his house. I don't remember.
Time frame, I guess, would be late 2013, early 2014.
Yeah, that was 2013.
And it kind of grew from there and became more of a dating relationship, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. How long would you say you two dated?
Like I said, I've always said that we never had he's my boyfriend, I'm his girlfriend type thing. Probably from 2013 to 2014, 15.
Okay.
What I remember.
It was
Because
exclusive, it was on and off.
we've stayed friends the whole time. It's never, sorry. It's just, it's just not, I haven't spoken to anybody, you know what I mean?
And that's what we really, I know we're sitting over here on the side and it's intimidating. This is kind of and I'm sure that's not helping the matter.
Yeah.
But just try to talk with us. Just literally just just sit there and talk with us.
Black it out. I mean,
Yeah, maybe we can move it on a little closer to the camera or the phone so it's not like straight in your face. I don't know. But just try to block it out and just let's talk this through. So you guys started dating. What comes to mind?
Sorry, I don't know.
What comes to your mind? 'Cause I want to.
All right, so we're gonna, because again, that dude's gonna be too annoying, or AI or whatever it is. So we're gonna go with the other one. So here's the thing. So I've had to utilize deep dive to crime. I did try to contact mentor lawyer, didn't hear back, but that was with the with Wendy's interrogation. And so what I've done is I've done what channels tend to do, right? The thing, which is like, you know, this is they obtained this video, right? I think I already have a link to their channel in the description of this video anyway, but I'll double check. But basically, you know, they obtained this footage. So I'll make sure though, again, with a link to the original footage and the channel in the description, and thank you to them for obtaining it. So what we're going to do though, is let me do this. All right. So, and this should be at about exactly where we were. Let me back it up just a smidgen. So again, remember when I was like, the reason I didn't want to use it is because it's got this text up here, but you know, I can't handle the dude mispronouncing the names or the robot, and also the annoying interruptions of that robot. So, but I don't think it has subtitles. So let me put those on. And, okay, so let's see. This should be about the right place though.
You remember that led up to this situation.
Okay. So
Cool.
basically, I mean, like what led up to the situation.
There we go.
When I was talking to Chris, I was like, just like things that are popping up as it went. And a particular day that I was thinking about was Halloween in Lincoln Road, when he did mention, but I don't want to quote anything, and I don't want to say anything wrong, like I said. And I just remember him, like, that's the thing. It's like as he's saying things, and like y'all know that Charlie talks a lot, so he's saying things, and it's just we're going in circles. I'm not like invested into the conversation, like how he's thinking of the conversation. I'm just like, you know, like going basically with the flow. So, I remember him that he did mention something about, I don't know if his sister was going through it, or his sister was having a hard time with somebody. He never mentioned.
And there comes Wendy. There comes Wendy. Right off the bat, his sister was going through something.
Markel didn't tell me any names or anything, but that was this like particular day, I guess, that I thought back, and I didn't even really think about it until like when all of it was like over. And I was like, Chris, I don't know why it's like coming to me now. Like I've said, like I blocked off a lot of things. I don't remember things. Like you can see in my second trial, I was foggy with everything. Like,
and those are obstacles we'll all overcome. We got to overcome them just like you do. I understand you testified and you said things, and we'll deal with it.
okay.
We understand. And that's, Chris will sit down with you, I'm sure, and you know, and that will come. But just like you just did, you had a conversation. It was around Halloween. What's Lincoln Road?
That was in Lincoln Road. That's in South Beach. So there's like a Halloween like party where they block off like the whole section.
Block party kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a bunch of like, it's outside. You know, they always host that event. And I remember when in a parking lot, or like it was like an outside parking lot, and that's the first time he's mentioned it. And mind you, this was 2013. This is like in the beginning, so.
Yeah.
I didn't think much of it. Like this is, I just literally met him. Like this is one of probably an event that I can only pinpoint it because it was a specific, like a particular event. I'm sorry.
Understood. But you don't specifically what he said. You don't remember.
Not
He just
remember.
mentioned saying his sister was going through something.
Yeah.
And you didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's October, end of October, 1st of November of 2013. You were still working for Sophie Dental, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Fairly new in self-dental.
Okay. So go from there.
From there,
Right.
I don't know what happened, or
One.
like in between, you know, we started hanging out more. I'm pretty sure every single time, like, he'd either not mention about his sister, but maybe just like family issues, but like not specifically like it's always his sister or whatever. Like, he never really.
Did he ever talk about the estranged brother?
No.
Robert,
So
shout
that was
Robert.
like towards the beginning, and I just
He
kind
got
of
the fuck out of that
remember.
family.
I know I
You're right,
spent
Paul.
New Year's with him, and then from. So like that's already like,
Robert was like, Donna, Mom, I'm done. Bye. Peace out. Oh, I mean, 100% Top Cat. Yeah. Who thinks Charlie targeted her specifically to help with the hit? Yep. Definitely. Yep. And speaking of which, I'm working on getting a presentation together with our winners of the, I guess winners, are they winners? I guess they applied to be on the MTV Real World True Crime. If they applied for the show, that means they want to be on it. So yeah, I guess they're winners. Anyway, the final cast. And so we will have a presentation, a funny presentation that we will have probably tomorrow or the next day at some live stream. So yeah, Heather agrees. Yes.
like towards the end of 2013.
Okay. And then what about after that? How did it progress from there?
Hey Heather, question for you real quick. Milady, I was like, why do I want to say Milady? I know why, because I just got into that excited part of my brain thinking about the Middle Ages and medieval times through those documents that we were reading. And then yes. So question though, I was thinking that you might have an answer to. Do you know what the dealio is with the live streams, like for the BK hearings? Like what I mean is, you know how there were a couple, well, maybe one or two live streams where it was the court feed and they didn't allow, you could only watch it through Judge's YouTube channel, right? But it was doing that thing where like once it was done, it disappeared. And so like if you were covering it live, because I remember this happened to EDB actually. She was like, this is before I was covering it, right? But she was covering it and watching the hearing live and like, she paused it to talk or whatever. So then she didn't get the whole hearing because once the hearing actually ended in real life, they cut it. And so then she missed like the last chunk of it or whatever. And I believe that had changed, right? Because like, for example, like Law and Crime and Court TV and stuff were able to also like stream it and you could actually, pause or rewind their streams. Anyway, I'm just still considering if I want to try to cover those live or cover them after the fact. So I just don't know if you happen to know what it's going to be for this or what it was for the last one, because I don't think I've covered them. I don't think recently I've covered any of the hearings live. I've done them after the fact. So that's why I was wondering if you might know.
Like I said, I don't know, like whenever he would mention anything about it, maybe every single time that we just, like we'd hang out. I don't know specific dates, like I said, but all of that's been like a blur to me. So
When you're saying he's mentioned it, is it like he mentioned his frustrations with it, or these?
Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about not being allowed to stream it. I'm just talking about the idea that like if I'm streaming it live, I'm going to want to pause it to talk, right? I'm and to read comments and whatnot. And I don't want to be in the situation where when it's the end of the hearing in real life and they cut the feed, then it's disappeared and we miss the part of the hearing, if that makes sense. That's the thing. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I don't know that I have the ability to do that because I have only one computer though. That is a good idea. If I had that would be ideal, wouldn't it? That is a really good suggestion. Let me think. Yeah, I don't think I can do that on I don't think that I can record it. I'm just thinking on like an iPad. I have a laptop, I have an iPad, I have iPhone. Yeah, I don't know that I could do that. Like, because ideally you could just record it and like set it and forget it, right? That's a great suggestion. I think I would need a second computer though, wouldn't I, man? Use my phone for recording the hearing. I mean, if it's going to be like, it's going to be hours, right? I don't think the iPhone can, like, I don't know, like if I'll have enough space for that, you know what I mean? Maybe. Like, I just didn't think an iPad or a phone could handle that. And the other thing too, I mean, I was going to ask you guys this anyway. So since we're talking about it, I was gonna let y'all weigh in because I know there's gonna be tons of people covering it. Right. And like, so, you know, that's another reason why what I've done is I've been doing them like that same day, like in the evening or the next day or whatever. Right. Because it's like, I don't want to be like, you know, fighting, you know, it's not like I'm trying to, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm going to be watching it live. Right. So that's why it's like, I'm going to be watching it live and I'm sure we're going to want to talk about it. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but also at the same time, I don't want people to feel like they have to choose to who they want to watch. I don't know. I always think about how what it's like when you've got, for people who they have multiple creators, or if you want to call it that, or channels that they like and they want to watch, you know what I mean? And then it put them in a, like, I know what it's like to be on that side where it's like, who am I going to watch it here or here? You know what I mean? And I don't want to put people in that position anyway. Not that I'm saying people would, right? So anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense, but you all let me know if you have any thoughts. If you're like, no, I want you to stream it live, or if you're like, no, later would be great because we're going to want to watch it again anyway. Y'all just let me know. Right? You watched? Yeah. You watch them 3 to 4 times in a row. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, he's gonna just like talking, like, you know, like if we're hanging out watching TV or like I can kind of tell, like, you know, his like if his mom is calling and he's, you know, like they're going through like family issues. He never really told me specifically.
And like that's why, like, I have Thursday and Friday open, and for terms of the schedule for this week, like I left those for that purpose, right? Because my thought was it might just be that like Thursday we do the entire hearing, you know, that night or whatever. And then again, see if I'm assuming they're going to need more than one day. So then same thing Friday. Right. And then, but yeah, that's sort of, but that's what I just wanted to mention. So yeah.
Anything, but you know, you kind of like get the phone and you walk away like, oh, that was my mom, like talking to me or whatever. Like she's stressed out. My dad's stressed out, stuff like that. Nothing particular that.
Yeah, for sure.
I can remember.
So fast forward, I guess that's January, early in the year of 2014. So obviously Dan Markel was murdered in July of 2014.
Don't you guys just love that sound? You know what? It sounds like the duck phone from Jersey Shore. Wow, that's what it sounds like.
As you saw in trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip up in June. What can you tell us about that?
See, that, like, I don't even remember. I mean, obviously, like you're just telling me to like remember from what I remember, not from what I remember from trial. I learned a lot of things from the trial. That's why it's so hard, and I want to say the right, you know, not to say the right thing, but like remember from how I remember, you know, my days. But like my days are consumed with like taking care of my kids. And just, you know, like me going through it was a creator, like you guys, you know, all heard all the conversations and everything, like just the back and forth.
What led to the two of them making that trip to Tallahassee?
Okay. So when I was,
that's what they want to know.
This is like the hard part because that's the part that I've never spoken of. And
interesting.
From what I just remember, I don't know the specific day, but I do know that Charlie had given a paper in an envelope, but he stuck it inside, like, I had like the diaper bag that I used to use for Kaylee, but I kind of used that as like a weekender bag, and he put it in there. He's probably been talking about like, oh, you know, like I need somebody to, you know, get beat up or whatever. That's why I'm saying, like, from him, something happening to her husband to like obviously murder, that's like 2 different extremes. And
so you're saying leading up to him putting that in the paper bag, he was talking about wanting to find somebody to beat him up?
Like he's, you know, little by little, I think he was feeding stuff in my head that he needed this to be done. But me not.
Listen, guys, there it is right there. Listen.
Somebody to beat him up?
Like he's, you know, little by little, I think he was feeding stuff in my head that he needed this to be done. But me nonchalantly, like I was like, okay, you know, like, I know in hindsight I should have, like I said, that's why I beat myself up a lot because, you know, like I'm like, you know, I was stupid. Like
just like what Jeff Lacoste said about the thing about, because and they shouldn't blame themselves. I understand that. I understand it, right? Why they do. But the thing, like with Jeff saying about the joke about the Hitman TV joke, right? And it's like, yeah, any reasonable person would not take that seriously, right? You would think it's a joke. You don't just like she's saying, you don't think somebody's going to just go murder. You know what I mean? But anyway, just so the similarity, right, of how for her it was hearing, you know, there's this issue, I'm going to take care of him, and then for Jeff it was the TV Hitman joke. So
I wasn't, but that's not what my time frame was at
there
that
it
time. So it was kind of hard for me, and that's what kind of like I'm kind of scared of, because it's like, are they gonna understand this? Because what I was going through a lot, like mentally with Sigfredo too, was, you know, a lot of like fighting, and then so it's like I found comfort in Charlie, because obviously he was the good time, and he was the one, you know,
Charlie.
that it's like when I'm with him, it wasn't stressful, but it led to my whole life being turned upside down.
Well, let's talk about this real quick. I know you took the stand, like we talked about a while ago. You got on the stand and you said you didn't remember things.
Yeah.
That's in the past.
Yeah.
We're not worried about what you said on the stand. We're starting clean here. This is a new clean break. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know, you're fine. You're fine. Just
Sit
it's okay.
down, relax.
It's okay.
Like,
Just
just
relax.
take your nights out.
Yeah, just listen to me. It's you're already where you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever you tell us now, if you lied about something, if you weren't truthful about
That sucks, man. He's like, your life is already over anyway, so who cares? Terrible.
something, it doesn't matter at this point. You're not going to get in more trouble for it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a terrible thing. Like, yeah, that's just to make her feel better. Oh,
Okay. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now's the time to be totally truthful with us. It's just, to come totally clean, tell the whole truth all the way through from the beginning. Because Charlie didn't just slip a letter in without you talking about Sigfredo and getting to that point. That's what we're talking about.
it really sucks for her.
That's how you got
It really sucks for her, right? Like that she's serving life without parole.
to that point. I understand you don't remember time frames and things like that, and Charlie may have done this and done that and kind of led you to that, but how did that happen? What kind of conversation did you have about Sigfredo with him? And how did it
For
lead
the
up to
whole
that?
time, it's like
I mean,
felt
you know,
like
sorry, I just realized that sounded that like, of course, it's gonna suck for anyone that serves. Like, what I mean, you guys probably knew what I meant, but like, what I mean is like, I don't think that is the appropriate sentence for her. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think she would be a middle person for a solicited murder again. I don't think that, you know what I mean? Like, it's just another one of those situations where, like, she got fucked basically.
that planting this
She
year.
got fucked by Charlie, and then she got fucked by the state.
Head. Obviously, I don't know if like he knew of Sigfredo. Like he probably knew of Sigfredo from what, like me venting and saying like, like he's giving me a hard time, like in that point. But far from like what, like I mean, like I know that he's probably known that he's gotten in trouble like in the past. But Sigfredo's like since that we've been together, like we, like I try to keep him on the narrow and stay away from trouble, and like with like family life.
Right.
So that's what like this is through time that he's probably just been saying things, and I'm just like agreeing with it. Like again,
Yeah.
I beat myself up for it because it's like I wasn't paying attention to like things, like I was being nonchalant about it, and just being like, oh, okay, and then like kind of just then when I'm with Sigfredo, I'm like relaying stuff to him, but them really not knowing, like obviously even with conversations, it's like I never said like, oh, I'm talking to Tuto, or like with him, he doesn't want to hear that I'm talking with Charlie.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like they both know who I'm talking about,
Okay.
or they know.
That's interesting.
So what kind of stuff were you relaying?
That's interesting, right? Because that's interesting. Because remember, like the whole thing about being a middle person, right, is like that Charlie's never going to talk directly to the people who do the shooting, right? But what she's saying there puts that in a different context, which makes sense, which is that because Charlie was her ex-boyfriend and Sigfredo's her baby daddy, right? Both of them don't want to hear her talking to the other person or about them because they're jealous, right? Like makes complete fucking sense. So that would be why you would keep them separate from each other and you wouldn't talk about them in front of each other and all that, right? But I can see how that would set you up to then look exactly like the middle person, which, I mean, we know she was, but in terms of just the logistics of it, right? It's interesting.
Right.
Through each other.
Yeah,
That's where it gets a little blurry because that's through time that we're just,
right.
You know,
You don't have to say specifics. Just give us a roundabout summary of what the conversations were about. Because I understand you're not going to remember exactly what you said or exactly what they said, but you know
8 years ago.
the context of the conversation that you had.
That led up to this.
Everything that led up
Well,
to
like, maybe give me an example. So he stuck this envelope
yeah.
in your bag.
Mhm.
How did you know?
I
what
mean,
to
like
do with
it
that?
had information
But
about,
how did you know what to do with it?
because he's been like kind of mentioning, you know, like, oh, I need this. I need somebody to take care of this. And, you know, I know like, obviously I'm going to Sigfredo about it, but then as I'm relating to Sigfredo, I'm not saying, like, I don't really know specifics.
We all know why he's asking that question, right? Because again, this is in preparation for Charlie's trial. They need to figure out, like, they're trying to get at some point, Charlie must have told her specifically that taking care of it, he must have used the words like, you know, go get someone to kill him, right? I mean, at some point it has to take, like, she wouldn't have just intuited that, right?
That's why.
So what are you relaying to Sigfredo?
Yeah.
You just said, I need somebody to take care of this. I know it's hard to talk about, but we know what you're talking about, and we need you to talk about it. It's gonna be, I know it's hard to say. What is he saying?
What he means is we need you to incriminate Charlie, you know?
This is, I need somebody to take care of this. What is this?
Oh, the problem with Wendy's, I mean, like that's, I don't think he ever mentioned about her husband or whatever, but just somebody that's been like,
I'm following you here. You're fine with that. That you didn't know that Dan Markel was Wendy's husband.
yes.
Yeah, that's not the important thing. The important thing is the killing part.
Cool.
What did he tell you? Though? What did he say?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, move on. We're good with that. Yes, that is totally. I understand that they didn't have the same last name. Well, this husband and wife, you would think.
So what was he telling you exactly?
That he needed somebody to go up to.
Here.
Like that's what I'm saying. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
We can understand if you're summarizing.
Right.
You're summarizing. We don't expect you to remember exact conversations, but you know the context, which is
Right.
the actual meat of what the conversation was about. That's what we need from you. Like the actual
What
topic.
did he mean? What did he say to you, basically? Just in general.
that he needed somebody to get hurt, but like not to get to that point. From my understanding, was not to get killed, but to maybe like I don't know, if like rough up or beat up or whatever.
Okay.
At that point.
Okay.
So I like, but that's what I'm saying. Like I just little by little, maybe he's like feeding things in my head, but I can't remember those.
And the reason it's interesting though is because like we know that if those were the orders she was given and she relayed those orders, that never happened. There was no go hit him with a lead pipe or go slash his tires or punch him in the head or, you know, it was like go murder him. You know what I mean? Go shoot him. Right. So it's interesting. You can see that does to me. Okay. Again, it was interesting psychologically here, right? Because again, she can't be in more trouble. Right. I think that the reason she might be saying that, because that doesn't make any sense logically, because we know that didn't happen. Like they didn't just go rough him up. Right. So I wonder if this is still, if this would be a reflection probably of her guilty conscience, because she's already expressed that and it's clear, right? She feels terrible to where she still can't bring herself to say, at least at this point, right? She still can't bring herself to say, he said we need somebody to go shoot him or whatever, right? And I don't think at this point I don't think her motivation here is like to protect Charlie, right? I mean, she's already like, if anything, she's probably maybe has a little bit, maybe not resentment, but it would be justified if she did, right? Because she's spending life in prison. And clearly now she can kind of see how he was manipulating her, right? So I think that what's going on here is and it's understandable that it would be really hard to say out loud and admit out loud and maybe admit to yourself that somebody told you that and you complied, right?
Specifics, and
Okay, so then you're relaying now to Sigfredo. So what are you relaying to Sigfredo? And I know you're not saying Charlie wants me, you're just talking to Sigfredo about a friend that has this problem. What's the problem you're telling Sigfredo?
Just that,
What
that it's
exactly?
like somebody, like, I'm sorry, like, I just, like.
I know, I understand what you're trying to
I'm
say.
like, not,
Right, we know what you're trying to say, but we need you to say it. We can't say it for you.
Here's where I think you are. It's hard for you to say.
Right.
It's more hard for you to say than less of.
Yeah, I think they already I think they already went past the Halloween part. So that was like, do you know anyone? I think the part they're now at is when the instruction is given, because they were trying to get to the whole point, the first trip to Tallahassee, right? And the instructions given to Sigfredo Garcia, the baby daddy, that there was the envelope, right? So that the instructions given to Sigfredo and Luis Rivera that they went to Tallahassee the first time, what were their instructions, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, those instructions could not have been go rough him up. Like, or they would have probably gone and punched him or slashed a tire, whatever, you know what I mean?
I don't know what to say. I think this is where this agreement that's signed into, this is where you have to clear your conscience. This is where you just say what you're trying to say. Get it out. We can talk about it. We're going to talk to Chris about this. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations to be had after this meeting that we're having
a
today.
lot of conversation.
Not with you. Not with you. No.
Between the prosecutors.
No, between us, and there's just a lot that has to go on after this. So just say it. Just come out with what you're talking. So Charlie's giving you something, and you're giving Garcia something. What is?
Yeah, the problem too is they keep interrupting her and just asking the same question. If they just let her talk, they'd eventually she would say what they're looking for, I would
That's
think.
the agreement. What was Charlie going to
Something,
do?
yeah, like something needed to be taken care of for him,
And what was that?
for Dan Markel.
Okay. And what was Charlie getting in return? Was he doing anything in return? What was he willing to do?
Well, yeah, like he would have, like the money wise, obviously, like, like they would be, like Charlie's like, oh, they're going to be taken care of, that they're going to be taken care of.
Did he ever give you a number?
What's the number?
No, he didn't give me the number. He didn't give me a specific number for it.
He just said, go do this and I'll take care of you. He didn't say how much or anything.
No, not to me. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like now, like, how you guys were talking about like the $100,000 or whatever, like he never said that amount to me. Like, I just know that they're going to be taken care of. Like, he was assuring me that they're going to be taken care of. Obviously, that's nothing to do, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have those facts for.
How did he know who was going to take care of it or who he needed to take care of?
I mean, I figured he knew that I was like going to go to somebody that I trusted and relay that to Sigfredo.
Okay, so he knew
I just don't, that's what I don't know, that if he knew Sigfredo like that.
Did you tell him it was Sigfredo though?
No, I
So
never
you
mentioned that it
never-
was,
Okay.
yeah,
That's fine.
But you told him you would have it taken care of. He used to tell him I did.
yeah.
Sorry, we're jumping around a lot.
No, and
So
Wait,
you-
Well, the problem is
I just don't want to go the roundabout, like,
we're trying to
like I
get
said,
directly to it, and that's what and you can help us with that as well. Just say it. Sometimes just let it go.
Just say it.
Um,
Just let it go. Like the song.
the envelope that was in the bag. What was it?
I never looked at it. He told me, do not touch it, do not open it. That he had, he would, as time went, like, I think back about the things that he's saying, and then he's
Yeah, and
saying,
I do intend to go through the other ones as well. That was going to be my after, at some point after we go through hers. That was what I was thinking, is we're going to go through the other proffers as well. So yeah, for sure.
like, I never keep money in my house. Like, why is he telling me that? Like, now in my head, I'm like, okay, is he telling me that so that he won't get robbed? Like, he won't turn around and he would.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
yeah, hindsight, like I'm saying, like I figured this out later on. He did have that safe in his house, but he'd always be like, well, I don't keep money in that, or I never saw him, like he's opened it before, but I've never like looked inside and see anything inside. When he on that paper, which I felt like that had all the information, and obviously I had given that to Sigfredo, but when I gave it to Sigfredo, like I never, like it was in my bag, and then I had told Sigfredo like, oh, like the paper's there, like, and he never showed it to me. He took it and then he left. Like,
And this would have been prior to the trip they made up in June.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he had given me that paper.
Did he, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Did Sigfredo ever tell you what was written on it?
And that's like the information that I wish I had.
And the other
because
thing too is I have this on normal speed, guys. Let me know if you want me to bump it up, but I figured because, you know, oftentimes things are kind of slow in whether it's trial or whatever. Anyway, but I feel like in this case, they speak. I mean, I don't want to say fast. To me, it's fast as normal. As y'all know, I speak fast, but I feel like it's you know, they're not speaking slowly. I feel like they're at a good pace. But y'all let me know if you want me to bump it up. But yeah, it is on normal speed. So
that's why
That's
I was
fine.
so
Don't make it
hesitant
up.
to even.
Don't make it up. Don't fill in a gap that you don't know the answer to.
I just want to confirm one thing on this. So you told Charlie you would have it taken care of. So Charlie didn't know you were going to Sigfredo, but he probably assumed is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't tell Sigfredo it's from Charlie, and you didn't tell Charlie you're going to Sigfredo.
I'm still not clear on who this is.
Yes. Yeah.
I gotta make sure I understood what you were saying.
Yes.
So obviously you told him that you had somebody that could do this, or he wouldn't just give it to you and say, hey, just, how did
Well,
that
yeah,
progress?
like, that's what I'm saying. Like through time, you know, he keeps telling me this, that something needed to get taken care of. Obviously, he's never said like, oh, that somebody needed to get killed or anything. He never said that.
Okay.
But it's like, okay, through time, he's like feeding to me, oh, this needs to be taken care of, this needs to be taken care of. And then one night that I had slept over there, he had put that in my purse. He's like, do not open it, Katie, like, do not touch it. Even when I put it inside in the envelope, like he's telling me things that he did, and you know, like I used gloves, I didn't print it in my computer. Like he's telling me, he's like forewarning me, like don't even think. Like I guess he didn't think that, you know, like he didn't want me to like obviously blackmail him or something maybe after or.
At what point did you tell him you had somebody that can take care of this? If he's feeding you this information for him to print this out and take this step, yeah, at some point you had to tell him you had somebody to take care of it.
What did you tell him to?
That was like going back again that day that he had asked me in Halloween in the parking lot. I was like, oh, okay. You know, obviously the first thing in my head was like, oh, if somebody need to get beat up, whatever, like, Sigfredo's, you know, like that's money for him.
So
When
Halloween
did
is
you tell
when you told him.
The one that
You
how
said
did I tell?
How did you tell him that you had somebody? When you said Halloween, is that when you told him that you had somebody that could do it, or?
To Charlie? Yes. Yeah, I probably suggested, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I know somebody.
Okay, so you're saying that was at the Halloween thing.
Yes.
Okay, so that's all
It's-
the way back in
it just
October.
stuck, yeah, it's stuck out to
Okay,
me.
that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get a clarification on.
So you told him you had somebody, you just didn't tell him who,
Yes,
and you just left it at that.
yes.
And you didn't ask him how much he could pay, how he could take care of, any of that.
He just always, he's always told me is like, oh, they'll be taken care of. Didn't give me an amount, didn't tell me.
Yeah, the problem
So-
with this is that because she was the way that they communicated, right? Like the problem here is that essentially, if you in order to believe what she's saying, right, it would mean that she goes to Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, and she's like, "Yep, do a murder," and they're like, "How much are you going to get paid?" And it's like, I don't know, you'll be taken care of, and they're like, "Okay, that sounds fine, cool." Because that just, you know, strains credulity, right?
Tell Sigfredo to get him to do it.
Like I said, I don't know how I told Sigfredo. I probably told him like, hey, like, you know, you can make some type of money if you take care of this for somebody else. He's like, okay.
But you didn't tell him how much.
I didn't know.
Or never gave you an amount or anything.
No, he
You
just
trusted
always
he would
said,
pay you.
yeah, I guess, stupidly, yeah. I figured
And Sigfredo
they
trusted
can
you
like,
enough.
yeah, like it's, like I said, like you got, like I, you know, I'm the middle person, obviously, I see everything now, like, yeah, like it was going through me, but I know.
And it's fine.
You look back now and you feel,
I'm like,
feel
that's
used,
like,
like,
I told,
yeah.
that's what I told Tara, I was like,
Yeah.
listen, like, I was manipulated, I was used, I was, you know, and it's like, and I feel stupid because it's like, you guys are even like,
Yeah.
I know, like even through trial, like you guys are, it's like, yeah, and I'm being truthful and that, like, when I see everything, it's like, of course, everybody's just looking at me like I'm a part of this whole thing. And it's hard for me to, like, it took time, like, you guys didn't know what I was going through in jail. You didn't know, even with family-wise, you know, you met my brother, like, it's, how do you just go about it and be like, okay, I had this whole part in this whole situation, like, even conversations with, like, that's why I was upset too with the Dolce Vita, because
Dolce Vita.
once you see it in a different way, you're just, and then you sit back and you're like, I don't remember, like, a lot of the things my brain has literally, and I wish, like, I wish you guys could just put something in my head and just extract all this information, but I can't. Time frame, which I know you guys can guide me with, but it's like, don't know what was said, I don't know how it went about, I just know, like, what, you know, certain
Did y'all end up getting snow in Florida? We got some snow here. It might still be snowing, I don't know. Yeah, we got some snow here, but did y'all end up getting snow in Florida?
things, and then from there, like, I'll probably get back in the dorm, and then, I mean, like, when I was in county, and I'll be like, oh my God, like, this happened, or this happened, and then after that, it's like I push it away. I've suppressed so much of, like, the whole situation, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've gotten to this
You're
point.
not wasting our time at all.
I want an end to this. All right.
Her and Sarah Boone go down in history of, like, the worst mistakes in terms of, like, not taking plea deals. Like them two go down in history in my book of, like, the most fucked by not taking the plea deal.
Like,
Hi, Victorine.
Well, this is a way to the end, but like we said, you got to be totally honest with us.
yeah,
You got to be truthful. I mean, that's all we're asking you to do.
Yeah.
To the best of your memory, give us everything you can. You know, I know it's hard to talk about. I know you don't want to admit it.
but there's
little
also,
things
Some of it's embarrassing.
it's not just, it's not that, it's just my brain, like, I don't know how to explain, my brain has, like, blocked a lot of things. So I, like, even, like, and then I second guess myself, and I do, like, the last thing I want is obviously this, I already know how this goes, and I do not want to say something that did not happen or did not occur, and that's what I'm afraid of. I don't.
Well, that's what we explained to you. We don't expect you to remember exact verbatim conversations, word for word what you said or what someone
Of course,
said. But
yeah.
you know the context of the conversation, which is, like, what this conversation was about.
Yeah.
You know what the conversation was about with you and Charlie. You know at the trick or treat thing, the Halloween thing, that's when you gave Charlie, after he's been venting to you, you gave him the thumbs up, like, yes, I got someone who could take care of
Well,
this
that's
for
the
you.
first time that he's, like, kind of mentioned something.
You mentioned you trying to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But he had been telling you and feeding you up to that about how he's frustrated with his sister's stuff.
Well, yeah, like little bits and pieces
Right.
like that. And then that was, like, something that stuck out. And then from there on, all that time frame, that's why I just don't even know, like, what happened in between. But like I said, I was living my life as a mother, taking care of my kids.
Right.
Like, yeah, I should have paid attention. You know, you don't think I beat myself up every day thinking about, like, I should have paid attention. I should have taken this seriously. But in my head at that time, it wasn't like a contract.
You're thinking
Yeah,
someone's just
like-
gonna get beat up.
Yes, like somebody to get hurt. Obviously, that's like one thing that, okay, you know, Sigfredo, like, would do. I mean, like, we were financially, like, not, like, he was doing his own thing and God knows what, like, I don't know. I don't even know why I went to him. I don't even know why this whole thing, like, literally, like, occurred.
Well, let me ask you
It
this.
just snowballed.
So you know it, and obviously a trial came out.
No, all I can say to that is ye old snowball gets you every time, right?
Mentioned how many times. Charlie made the comment to several people throughout the years that, you know, tried hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper.
Yeah.
Had he ever made a comment like that to you?
Has he mentioned that?
Yeah.
About the hit? I don't.
To you specifically? Not that you remember from trial, but did you and he ever have a conversation like that?
About hiring somebody?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he's joked about it? Yeah. I'm
Do you
pretty sure,
remember
yeah,
that
like,
he
he's
did?
joked about it, but it's like, we're not even, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's joked about it, about
About hiring a
that,
hitman?
yeah. He's very, he's very free with what he says, you know, and I never take, sometimes, like I said, like I literally.
I will say this much, that is one thing that's been consistent with everybody that talks about Charlie, that he was a real joker and you really couldn't always take what he says seriously. So that's credible.
Lock it off.
Okay, so they made a trip up here in June.
Yeah.
Did you all receive any money from Charlie for that trip?
For when they.
Like to help pay for the rental car or anything?
I've had, I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Whenever, okay, so Sigfredo got that paper. Like I said, he's never told me anything about it. Obviously, there has to have been information in there. Obviously, either one of them don't want me to know. And I don't want to know. I didn't want to know it, so.
And you told Sigfredo it was in there to get it.
Yeah, to get it, like just get it off the bag. Like I think he came over and then he probably went to the apartment, saw the kids, and I was like, oh, I have a big free in the bag. And then I just remember him stuffing it in his shorts and then walking out.
Okay.
And we never spoke about it again.
Okay.
Like I never asked him like, oh, what was on that or whatever, nothing. Like we didn't have a conversation about it.
Okay.
So, and then like, I don't know when Sigfredo like leaves. I don't know like what his, we'd be good. And then I don't know what's going on with him. And I don't want to know what's going on with him, so I kind of like block that out too. Because when I was with Charlie, then obvious, and just like that too, like with conversations, it's not like I'm there like planning things or whatever. It's just whenever I'm not with one,
Yeah.
I'm talking to the other. It's not nothing specific or anything that has to do with what happened. It's just, I don't talk to each other if like they're right next to me.
Right.
Oh, okay. I'm just like, for some reason, I feel like I don't think you actually had said that. So because I usually remember when people say where they're at, but I felt like that made sense. Sometimes I just feel like I don't know if it's like intuitive or whatever, but yeah, that for whatever reason, that doesn't surprise me. That makes total and complete sense. I guess maybe because you got really excited about Runkle. And so maybe that's where I was like, oh, maybe you're in Canada. But anyway, and yes, Frodo did find the Ring of Endor. And so the little piglet, just I have to say. So when I adopted him and he was just like this tiny little piglet, and I brought him home, and I could tell the whole story of the adoption and how I met him, but I'll jump to the Frodo part, right? Why I named him Frodo, because I brought him home and he was so teeny tiny. And and I took him out in the backyard, he's seeing his new home, and there were stairs to go down steps, to the backyard. And he's like the size of like smaller than a sack of sugar, and because he was so young too, puppies at that age, they can't really walk. If you guys have ever had puppies, like they just kind of roll over, like they try to walk and they just like roll around like a little piglet. And so anyway, so I like sat him down, and he can't, he's just like this little piglet. And he tried to do all the stairs, and he didn't want me to carry. He tried to do all the stairs, even if he was like rolling. I mean, anyway, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like, because, thinking like the smallest little guy, but like with the biggest and most courageous heart, so that's why I named him Frodo. But he was the runt of the litter. And again, so going with the theme of being small, but courageous. So yeah.
So obviously you guys weren't financially stable.
Yeah.
Renting a car to drive to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I think it's that Charlie has given me money, like I probably told him like, hey, I need some money so that like, and I would always just say like these people or whatever, but thinking about it, like he knew it was Sigfredo the whole time. So yeah, probably like asking for like
So Charlie would give you all the money to pay for the rental car.
Yeah, like he give it to me and then I give it to Sigfredo, I guess, like so that he can go about wherever he needed to go. But I didn't know about the Tallahassee, like even like
Yeah.
with
You
Tallahassee.
didn't know where they were going. You just knew that the problem that Charlie had, they were going to handle, and they needed money to deal with it.
Yes.
How did you know about that he needed a rental car? What did Sigfredo say to you about getting a rental car? How did you know it wasn't?
I mean, he doesn't. He has a
Miami. How did you know the problem wasn't in Miami then? How did you know he needed a rental car?
that he had to go travel somewhere.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know, like when, I didn't know anything about like the Tallahassee thing, but I guess he had to go somewhere. It wasn't gonna be local.
Okay, so did
Yeah,
he
I
come
just
to
didn't
you
know
and tell you,
where.
I need money for this, and then,
Right. Say, I need money for a car, I need you to get money from
how did you know to go to Charlie and ask for the money that he needed? Is what he's trying to get.
Thank
Well,
you.
because from the whole thing with the paper. But he didn't tell me what was on it or whatever, but I figured like he needed to scope someplace else, so.
It's funny too, because sometimes because I have like on StreamYard, I have like the reduced background thing. I just usually have it on just because like, I don't know, it's just a normal setting. But sometimes it's always when I'm doing timestamps. Sometimes I'm doing timestamps and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, I was laughing there, but like it thought it was noise, so it cut it out. So I was just gonna say, I probably laugh a lot more than y'all even hear. I like, or make sound effects. I mean, I tend to make random sound effects. So anyway, but thank you. I'm glad you had fun though too.
If he's gonna go somewhere, then he needs a car
So here,
to do that.
alright. You're trying to answer for Garcia. Answer for you. Garcia came to you and asked
Also,
for, did he
just this kind of reminds me. So the way that I started doing all this, right, with like trials, it is so like on YouTube, like I always had, it was like music, right, stuff, but like guitar, violin, whatever. But like the way that I got the why am I here now? Okay, yes. So so what happened was EDB is hilarious, right? Of course. And so Depp v. Heard. So what happened was the sidebars were released, okay? And that was a big deal because we never get sidebars and the transcripts, right? And so and she's hilarious and all the jokes about Elaine and everything, right? And so so she was reading the sidebars and somebody commented, right? And she pulled the comment up on the screen. I think I was like vacuuming, but I could see that I had it like on the TV. So I saw the comment huge. And because I remember this moment very well. Because anyway. So this comment, someone had said, somebody needs to make a combination and line up like the trial, EDB covering the trial, right? And then insert with the sidebars when they actually happened in the trial, but replace it with the reading of the sidebar so that you get the entire thing, like trial, and then they go to sidebar, and then you get sidebar, and then the trial, and it goes back and forth like that. And they're like, that person would be my hero. And then EDB responds and says, oh my gosh, that would be like a master's thesis or like a dissertation project. She was like, no human would ever do that or something. And the reason I remember this moment is because I remember thinking to myself, no, stop, don't even. Because what I heard was, as like, I hear this is an insurmountable challenge and therefore I know I'm going to want to do it. Right. So literally, because it happened so fast, I'm like, I'm already trying to talk myself out of it. I'm like, no, don't, Chelsea, that is insane. You don't know how to do any of why would you be the person to take this on? I don't have any, it was like, there's literally no reason for me to think that beyond I heard the challenge part, but also like people would love it. Right. And it would be hilarious and it would make people happy. And, and no one would think anyone would ever do it. But it didn't take long before I was like, yeah, well, I already had the idea. So now this is happening. This is a thing. And I thought it's going to take 10 years. I had no idea. So I ended up doing it a lot quicker than I thought. Right. And so what happened though, is EDB didn't read all the sidebars for the entire trial. She read, a good number of them, but she didn't read all the sidebars. So what happened was I lined up, initially there was no me talking at all. Right. It was just her coverage. And then I did exactly what was requested in the video. But everybody was like, wait, but now what about the other sidebars? And EDB didn't read them, And so literally what happened was everybody was like begging, please, can you do it? Please, can you do it? Can you just go through and redo all the sidebars yourself and read them and line it up with the trial footage? It's the entire trial and all the sidebars. And I was like, okay. But here's why I'm mentioning it, because as I was doing this, so I developed these little habits over time where I would go to read a sidebar and I started having all these sidebar songs. So I'd be like, and actually there's a command for it. And I was like, sidebar, I had all these different songs. It's a sidebar. And then there was like sidebar. I had all these like funny little things, right? And they made sense in the context of when the sidebars would happen. I know it probably seems random, but anyway, what happened was, it started approaching the holidays. Okay. And this wasn't on purpose. This just happened naturally. Is I started doing, every time a sidebar came, I started introducing the sidebar and segueing from the trial to the sidebar by doing like a sidebar themed holiday song. I would give an example, but honestly, if you were to go through and count, there's probably over 100 of them. And I didn't ever do the same one twice, to where it actually got to where I needed I had people, I was begging, please, I've done every holiday song, everything I can think of. I need requests, give me requests, things from other countries, right? If it's literally I was taking requests. And then I ended up branching out from that to doing Nutcracker Suite, Hallelujah Chorus, into classical music, basically, right? Hallelujah Chorus, medieval. And of course, like I mentioned on the previous live stream, we even did some medieval songs that I'm sure nobody else knew, but like Coventry Carol and like Lo How a Rose. We really had to dig deep to not run out, to where there were moments where I was like, I'm going to be screwed. I can't think of a single other holiday related song where I can change the lyrics to make it sidebar themed. Anyway, but it became a whole thing that like, I still get comments from people like that pop up on my notifications where they're like, we loved the singing sidebars so much that we just go back and like listen to the singing sidebars. And I don't know. And so it's like, anyway, that's kind of, so that's just sort of how that all got started. And and so then this is a sidebar absolutely is. Yeah. And but yeah, it's just funny. And there was a lot of laughing as well, as you guys I'm sure can imagine, and a lot of singing. And honestly, I'm still getting over the laryngitis. Normally I'm singing a lot more, like all the time, or just sound effects, but like I still feel like my voice isn't quite normal. So, but anyway, that's the normal standard for those of you guys who are newer. That's the normal standard, is there's just like lots of singing and lots of sound effects.
He come to you and ask for money? Did he come to you and say, hey, I need money? Hey, I don't. What Garcia was doing is totally different.
Yeah.
How did it go from you back to Charlie, back to Garcia? How did that?
I mean, I would assume that that's what Fredo told me. He's like telling me like, oh, I need money, like to go scope this place out. So he needed like a vehicle.
Do you remember having conversations with Garcia about that type of stuff? That, hey, I need money for a rental car. Do you remember having those conversations with him?
That he needed money, yeah, for rental car, I guess so, yeah. And then I would just relay it back to like Charlie, like I need money so that they, yeah.
That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
How do you know that you need money?
I know it sounds like such a simple thing, but it's like I guess I'm just.
You're trying to go through
my
your
brain.
memory.
Because it could have been in Miami, right?
Yeah. I guess I mean, I never assumed that it was gonna be in, maybe that was just my assumption that it wasn't anywhere local.
Yeah.
Obviously if he's needing money, like what do you need money for? I'm not gonna ask you specifics. Maybe you get a car, you need, a place to stay, you need to rent somewhere.
So I was asking you questions, just trying to refresh your memory,
Yes.
so you can bring up
Yes, sir.
details
Yeah.
about what you remember. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're not trying to trick you or get you off track.
And
We're
I
just
get
trying to refresh your
that.
memory.
I'm trying to recall back to of like how it even like occurred or what was happening.
Yeah. So at what point, how did Charlie get the money to you? Did he just meet you and give you cash?
I mean, like I was hanging out with him, so it'd be like, yeah, he'd give me like
Hey,
$100, yeah, like, and obviously he knew what it was for. Like not like I'm just like I didn't think about it. Like like I wasn't there. Like okay, like this is for this and that. Like that wasn't. I'm just okay. Like I was just okay with it. I was just doing it. Okay, you need the money. Okay, I don't want to know what for. I don't know. Like obviously now I know the rental and all that stuff, but it's like I didn't know. Like
I got get him the money. To
like
take care of Charlie's
do
problem.
whatever you need to do, whatever, like, and then I would get it from one hand to another.
Okay.
All right.
At that point, did you know Lewis was involved?
No, that whole thing, yeah, with Lewis was all,
Oh, actually,
okay, I know we're gonna be jumping into a lot of things and I hope I'm not frustrating you
No,
because
you're
I
fine.
feel
Go
like.
ahead.
you're not frustrating us. No, I'm watching you.
He's like, you're not frustrating us. Then in his head, he's like, you're frustrating the fuck out of me.
Process
No,
it in your head.
And it's like I talk with my hands, I'm getting nervous, like
It's fine. It's fine.
Go ahead.
because I know like my brain is like jumping from one place to another. The whole thing with
Jumpy brain.
Lewis is obviously like, and that's how Sigfredo functions too. He never tells me. You think he's gonna tell? He doesn't tell me things. This is what I want you guys to understand. Sigfredo does not tell me things. He tries to keep me away from a lot of things.
Sure.
A lot of things upset me through the trial that I found out that it's like it hurts for me to know because this is the father of my children. You know, like I'm not like he's not a bad person. I know it sounds bad, but it's like he's not this person. And granted, I went to him, obviously, stupid mistake for even me to be involved in any of this. But when the whole I guess the bump or whatever, and like the weird phone calls and Charlie telling me this thing or whatever, little by little, I kind of like, and then the whole Lewis thing, and that's what like clicked in my head. I was like, Lewis, like Tato and Tuto, like, you know, they always mistake their names.
Okay.
And then I'm just like again, me and Sigfredo, we never had a chance to like talk. Like he doesn't, like I've asked that, you know, I've asked plenty of times, like, Tara, why can't we be in a room with, you know, Sigfredo? Like, I need to know these things. Like, I can't answer these questions. I know it's kind of just like, I know to protect, like, you know, like on both sides or whatever, but I needed to see him face to face. I needed that, like now it's like we've been so separated so far. It's like I don't even know.
See, the problem is we don't want you talking about what Sigfredo told you after the fact. We want you telling us what you know leading up to all this and during all of this. You were with Sigfredo. You were with Charlie.
Yeah.
You were part of a lot of these conversations.
Yes.
And that's what we want to hear from you is what those conversations were and how they went along. I mean, at one point you did know Lewis was involved because you tried calling Lewis to get a hold of Sigfredo right after the murder.
Yeah.
You had his old number.
Yeah.
You called his old number, so somehow you did know that he was Lewis.
I'm
That's
sure.
why you tried to call Lewis.
But I never knew. Like I really, honestly, never knew that he would like that. Lewis. I mean, obviously, like now I think about it, like they're always together. Like, but at that time, I'm trying to reach Sigfredo. I don't know what made me like call him or him call me, or I'm just trying to reach him. I'm trying to get to him.
Yeah, and he's the only one you tried to call at that time until you got
so-
a hold of Ortiz. But anyways,
Before that trip, you knew that he was going with him on that trip.
No, I never knew that he was
So
going
how did
with
you know
him.
to call
maybe not the first trip, but the second trip you knew he was there, right? Because you were talking to him during that second trip, right?
Talking
Talking to Sigfredo.
Yeah, but he never told me that he was with Lewis. Like he never
explained that.
he never told me that he was with Lewis.
Okay.
Because even with the whole thing with the whole bump and everything, like that started coming out, and that's why I was like, why does it seem like to me that Sigfredo was, you know, like something was going on with Lewis. Like he was almost kind of like, oh, let me find out, like what is
I mean,
something.
you weren't wrong, Top Cat, about the vagueness. I mean, it's like she's not. There's not a lot of actual like information so far.
Is somebody talking to Lewis, or is he like talking to, you know, like police or whatever about something? Because why is his name coming up? But he never told me anything that he was with Lewis. Like I know, like that's one thing that I know, like I never knew, because I didn't know that till later on.
Okay.
And I know that I called him, but it's like I don't know what made me call him that day, or if I had seen him beforehand, or
Okay.
So in June, they made a trip up, and nothing happened. Did you know? Was there any conversation after the June trip with you and Garcia about nothing happening?
was there a conversation after that? Not that I can recall, no.
I mean, because obviously it didn't, and so I'm wondering what triggered them going back again in July.
And how do they fund that too? So obviously something had to go back and forth with Charlie to know that there's gonna be a second trip.
Yeah.
So what?
Tell us about it. Tell us what you remember.
I can't, okay, because, okay, June, you said that they went, yeah, well, obviously they went, or just one, I don't like that,
They both,
I don't.
yeah, they both went in June, and
Uh-huh.
they both came back. And then actually, I think Wendy came down to Miami, and that's when you all went to the beach.
Top Cat, remind me, because I know you know this case really well. I can't recall at the moment, at this exact moment, what was it that went wrong their first trip? I can't remember. I know they had a lot of well, in general, those two have a lot of issues in terms of criminaling, but I can't remember exactly. Was it the issues with the gun? Let me know if you remember. Or
That was
anyway.
around June? Yeah, but I have never spoken to Wendy about anything, like,
That was the next question.
yeah, like I've never spoken to Wendy about.
So you tell us, does Wendy know? Did Wendy know about
Oh, fuck.
this? Did Wendy know what was going on here? Did she
From
know
that
about
time,
$1 million question.
I mean, I think they kept it like, I think Charlie's always said that my family doesn't know anything, like, or Wendy doesn't know anything. So at some point, I mean, I figured out that
No,
Wendy.
yeah. So Charlie would say to you,
Charlie
my family knows nothing?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, see, this is,
And that's well, the interesting thing about that is if that's what Charlie said to her, well, regardless of we know that that's literally not true, because Wendy or not, Donna, right? So by family, that would make it seem like this was entirely Charlie's thing, and literally the family had nothing to do with it at all. And we know that that's literally not the case.
this is where it gets difficult, because it's like like with the whole, okay, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's I don't know. Like, I just feel like every single time that like Charlie would like talk to his mom, like it was always like, if I was like in the house, like he'd never talk to her, like on the phone with me, he'd always walk away and stuff. But I almost feel like his mom always knew something was going on, that something needed to be taken care of.
What do you ever
Like,
tell
it's
you
not-
though? He would never tell you?
I mean, like he kind of like he was the type that he would really like, like my family doesn't know anything about that. But in my head, I'm like, okay, then why do you walk away? And like whenever we're talking about something, or like like you don't want me to hear it. Like you don't want me to hear something. So obviously his mom must have known something.
Well, later on,
Well, sorry, I need to back that up, because I was thinking about, related to the question about the failed mission the first time. Let me see
Okay,
this.
then why do you walk away? And like whenever we're talking about something, or like like you don't want me to hear it. Like you don't want me to hear something. So obviously his mom must have known something.
well, later on,
There it is.
throughout the whole month, Charlie tried to get you to come down and meet with his parents. Do you remember that? We even played those calls in trials. You've heard that call again since you've had the calls.
But not to meet his parents. It was
It
to
was
meet
come
him.
in to meet his parents, because you decided not to go inside. You said, meet me down the street at the restaurant. I don't want to meet your parents. I want to meet down the street at the
I don't
restaurant.
think I ever said I'm gonna meet your parents.
That was on the calls. He was wanting you to. He was wanting you to come into the icon and meet with his parents. And you were like, yeah, I want you to come down. I don't want to come in there with them, and I want you to come down to Charlie. So
Yeah, like I don't.
you don't remember that either?
No, I remember meeting up with him, but I don't remember him like insinuating like, oh, you'd have. He said that he was with his parents,
That's true.
but I've never like been
You never met with his
and
parents at
all. No, not like together like that. Like we're all together now.
So you never had any conversations with his mom?
What about your beach trip with Wendy, though?
No, never had a conversation with Wendy. Never had a conversation with his mom.
Well, there we go. I mean, that's literally that the picture we watched that happened just on the last live stream, I believe, with, well, at least as it pertains to this case, the picture with Wendy.
Now my opinions on that is completely different.
Like you watched trial.
Yeah, like obviously, like I said, like
I know.
put like that's how my brain is working too. It's like I'm putting things, and I was like, okay, what's this?
But what you just said is what you know.
Yes.
that's literally all we're here trying to do.
Yeah.
Do not guess.
And I don't wanna
what you
say
would-
my opinion, and I don't wanna,
Yeah.
like, I don't
And we
wanna.
will know the difference in your opinion, but what you know and what
Keep repeating themselves too. Like they've said that a billion
you
times.
heard is all we're here trying to get to.
Well, what
If
you
believe
see
something,
and
that's fine.
what you heard is important, even though what developed your opinion.
Yeah.
Did you see something outside of what you saw in trial? Did you see something before trial, before all this happened, that led you to that?
What do you
So
mean by that?
we'll
Like,
go back to.
did you hear Charlie saying something? Did you see him doing something? Did you experience something that now you think, oh, that's why she knows, because Charlie said this or said that or did that? Is there
Oh,
anything
Wendy.
that led you to believe
Well,
that?
the whole conversation with his mom, like, you know, like, again, it's like was going back and forth. Like, he's having a conversation with his mom. He must have mentioned something about me because his mom is like obviously talking about me.
You're talking about the Title III calls again. What you heard in trial?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
So I guess we'll backtrack. Let's go back to July of 2014. They make another trip. Was the circumstances surrounding that was similar to the other one where money had to be exchanged to rent a car?
Yeah, if Fredo had asked me, like, you
Do you
know,
remember that?
if he didn't have any money, he probably would have asked me, like, hey, I need some money. But
Do
do you
you
remember?
remember?
I don't.
You don't remember
I
it?
don't remember if he had asked me for money for
Do you
that.
remember seeing Fredo going to Tallahassee?
No, this is the whole time.
So I'm gonna ask you a couple
When-
specific things in this world because these are just things I'm trying to confirm. So, do you remember anything
Who's
about
asking a couple specific things in this world? What the heck?
when Rivera testified about this stuff? Do you remember anything about the Instagram and Rivera posting something stupid?
What he was talking about, like the tiger or whatever he had.
Yeah,
he had
It has changed, yes. It might be a zebra next week. I don't know.
I mean, like through the trial and stuff, but
No,
nothing
but
that
do you
happened.
remember?
Oh, like
you personally-
that happening? No.
Yeah, you don't
By the
remember.
way, guys, I just saw a thing on I saw a headline for it, like, dude, where was it? On Court TV or something. Like, apparently this is there's like a new case or whatever that just happened. And I can't believe I didn't think of this till just now. And literally this defendant researched the Adelsons and it said specifically Donna Adelson before committing a homicide that was very similar. This like apparently just happened. It was like he reached out to someone to kill his, like, I don't know. I just saw the first second of it, so I don't want to say it wrong, but it was a similar thing where it's like killing somebody for somebody else so that, and anyway, it was just really funny how it's like let me research what other people did when they got caught and convicted and do what they did. Like, what the fuck?
Calling.
Is that an example?
Hey, you dumbass! You put something on. I don't remember what you said.
No, I would have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I never knew about
Interesting.
Louis being with Fredo.
All right, so
Like,
let's
I
go
just,
to.
like, I don't know how much I
So,
can trust him.
let me know if you want a little rundown on what the case is if you aren't familiar with it, because no squirrel left behind, I will say.
But like,
Let's go
I
to
know-
the
Yeah,
part.
it's been going on since 2014 and it's still going. So this is a marathon of a case. Oh, did you see it? Google Donna, how to kill his brother-in-law. Right. Something like that. I mean, did you see it also, Top Cat?
What about after it's done? And there's a phone call between you and Garcia. It's the first phone call. You've seen it 1,000 times. First phone call after it's completed. They're about an hour and a half away from Tallahassee. When Rivera says he hears you and Garcia talking.
Mhm.
Where were you when that conversation took place?
When I was talking to Fredo on the phone,
After Dan has already been shot.
what was he saying that, like, I know? Or like I said I know, but I never said I know, or even had a
We're getting
conversation.
there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. So where were you?
Oh my God,
Yeah.
these people.
Do you remember where you were when that call was made?
No.
Okay. So
I
you
mean,
don't
me
remember.
and Fredo would talk, but I don't know. Like, maybe I was in my house, in
And
Treasure.
so the crazy thing too here is, like, again, the murder was in 2014 and it's like, this is still ongoing. And like Donna's trial they set a date for that, right? What did they say? June, if I recall. And then, but the real linchpin that many people I'm in the top of that list, and I think Top Cat also is, are waiting for Wendy. You know, because it's more than 10 years. It's just crazy, right? But this case is really a legend because there's been a number of other cases that like maybe don't involve quite as many people, but like a lot of people compared the Shanna Gardner to this, which there's some similarity. Well, there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of differences too, but there's a lot of similarities. But the Shanna Gardner case, and apparently I saw another thing that there's some other case, I guess. And I don't think it's even the one I was just referencing. There's a Top Cat. Do you know? I saw something. I saw that Surviving the Survivor had like a upcoming stream maybe or something, but there's like a Utah Adelson family. So is that like another one? Like how many people are copying this case, or whether willingly or not, or not, or knowingly or unknowingly? Like for example, that one guy that Googled it or whatever. But some people, you know, may not be doing it on purpose. Anyway, it's just crazy though. It's almost like the family becomes like a mob family in a way, right? I mean, especially if you end up where like you've got, as far as like the Adelsons, right? Harvey will be the only one free in the end, more than likely. June 3rd. Thank you, jury selection. Okay. Yeah. And then the whole thing too, right? I still think Charlie's going to end up with a new trial. It's just going to take time for them to go through and then make that decision, but there's no other way. Like, it's just mind-boggling.
Okay.
Either that or I don't remember. I don't.
Well, let's get this. You did take money from Charlie's house
Yes.
and take it and meet Garcia and Rivera.
The day after.
That's where it gets a little blurry for me too, because I've gone
That's where it gets a little
to
blurry.
Lewis's
Right.
house plenty
Well,
of times and going.
okay, irrelevant.
Oh,
You took money.
Yeah.
How much money did you
okay.
get?
Thank you, Top Cat. So the Utah, that's why in my brain, that's why I asked that question. I was like, wait, maybe the Utah one is the same one because I knew it was a new case. Okay. The Utah one is the one copying the Adelsons. Okay. So to clarify, we've got like the OG Adelsons, and we've got Shanna Gardner, which has a lot of similarities. Then we got the new case out of Utah where the dude's copying. Okay, cool.
From Charlie.
I never saw it.
What was
put
it?
in the trunk. Okay.
Go through that whole thing. I don't care what day that was. Just tell me what that was.
Okay. The night that Charlie told me to come over to his house and that he was like frantic about everything, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll come over. That's when he had mentioned that about the accident, but I didn't know that Dan Markel got shot. Like I didn't know about that. Like
You knew it
I don't
was
think I didn't, not even him. I don't know if it was him that he was, I think so, I guess, but like never saying about like him getting shot or whatever. That's why that phone call of me knowing would have never occurred because I wouldn't even know anything. And Charlie didn't say anything on the phone.
Well, obviously a phone call occurred because there's records of that, and you and Garcia talked.
Well, yeah, like of me
But you
saying
don't
that.
remember the specifics that Rivera said.
Yes.
Okay, fine, that's fine. We can work with that.
Before you went to Charlie's, you went and met with Sigfredo. When they got back to town that night, you went and met with Sigfredo. Then you went to Charlie's. You remember that?
I don't think I met with Sigfredo though. Like, I had
Talking
records
to
and I
him,
was
did
talking to him.
Talked to him, and then you showed up right there when they were close to her house, and the records show y'all. They went to Duffy's. Is that the sports bar they went to?
That was close by or
Yeah,
whatever.
right, close by.
I don't recall the meeting up with Sigfredo. I do recall going to Charlie's house.
Because right after that, that's when you talked to Charlie and you drove up there to Charlie's house. Right after you.
Because I know I left and we were like, Charlie was telling me to come over to his house.
Do you
At that
remember
time, he was
meeting
kind
with
of-
Sigfredo after we got back and telling you that it's taken care of or any of that? Like, do you remember meeting with him when he got back in town?
When he got back in town.
And I understand you don't know that they
He did.
decided that he killed him
Yeah.
or shot him,
He did.
but do you remember him meeting saying that this is handled? We handled this.
Yeah, and for anyone too who didn't know this, probably, I mean, most of you guys probably know, but Dan Markel, the victim here, was one of Peter Tragos, Laura, you knows, teachers at law school. So
Friend or anything.
After that, I don't know if he might have come. I don't know.
I'm just saying,
I'm not
we're
gonna
gonna
say
facilitate
that
a phone call with Charlie to get the money.
Well, obviously Charlie knew something happened. Therefore, when that happened, he was supposed to have like money like ready
Okay,
because he knew that he had to pay.
so that was the understanding, once it was done,
Yeah.
that he was to pay right
Yes.
away.
I think you're right, Top Cat. I think you're right because that seems to be, that's sort of the scheme in terms of the charging scheme. But you know what? Here's what I will say. There's no way Donna's not. I mean, well, you can't ever predict what a jury's going to do, right? But again, in this case, you've already got 3 prior convictions. The case against Donna is going to be pretty well buttoned up and tied with a bow, right? So yeah, that bodes well for I hope Glenn's watching right now too, by the way.
But I wasn't, like, I didn't know I'm going up there to go meet up with Charlie so that I could, you know, to get that. Like, he doesn't want to say anything, obviously, on the phone.
Right.
So when I got up there, I just remember that he was like frantic and he was just like, I even remember he had like a gun with him, and I was just like, what? Like, but he was like just acting weird at that when I got to his house. And I know he had taken like a Xanax, and then I might have too, because we just fell asleep. Like, I can't even recall like what conversation was happening or whatever. I just know that he, in the morning before I left, he's like, hey, it's in your trunk. And I was like, okay, in my understanding that's like the money in my
You know
trunk.
what's really funny? I hadn't told y'all this, but so you know, I have a website for Violin and stuff. And you know, you can contact me through the website. You know, you fill out a thing, and you know, so I'll get like an email, and it's like somebody contacted you through your website. This can only be Glenn, I'm sure, but somebody did that, and they did it like anonymously, where when you're supposed to put your return email, they just used my email address so that I couldn't, like, I have no idea who it is, and I couldn't respond. So like the user, like who the sender rather, it was like I just had my email address, right? And it was like, what was it? It was something like, leave the Adelson family alone or something. And I was like, what? Like, that's the funniest thing ever, right? I mean, I don't even know where to begin with that. Even if I could have responded, I wouldn't have. But so yeah, that was that. Isn't that funny though? I was like, that's definitely fun.
Never looked at it, never opened anything, never had it.
And again, remember, we still don't know for a fact that Glenn is not Wendy. That the jury's still out on that, because it would definitely make sense that someone in the family, right? I mean, anyway.
In my hand.
Okay. So when you met up with him, where'd you meet up with him at?
With who? With Charlie?
No, with Garcia and Rivera.
So you left Charlie's house that next morning. That morning.
And then
Yes.
tell us
Okay,
what happened
when I drove back down, I think that's when I'm trying to look for Fredo, and he was like nowhere to be found, and that's when I had like called. I don't know if he called me or I called him or whatever.
The thing is, like, you know, it's like that you've got one already in terms of the family alone, right? One's already convicted, the other's already is arrested, waiting. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just of all the families, right? To get to be like defending as if they're, you know, like innocent until proven guilty doesn't work anymore when people are convicted. You know what I mean? So
Whatever, because that's why with the phone number was like confusing me, because other people had their phones.
like of all the families to defend, it's really funny.
I
That's
mean,
this one.
like you said that it wasn't even, it was.
So you mean you called a number you
number.
had for Rivera that somebody else answered?
No, you're talking about Ortiz, aren't you?
Like, in other words, like the only family that would be maybe weirder for people to defend would be like, I don't know, a mafia family or something, right? You know what I mean? It's like of all the families and this is the family that you're going to defend. It's just bizarre. Yeah, the only way it would be weirder is if it was like some family that like literally, I don't even know, like the mafia. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if was he living in that apartment in Biscayne or whatever, like other people were like hanging out.
Was. You know where it was.
Well, I know he was at Shrimp's house,
Yeah, I don't know where. I think he was couch hopping around that time.
Yeah.
but I think he had his apartment too,
This is back-
somewhere along like 70 something in Biscayne.
He could have. To be honest with you.
But either
And
way,
that's where like, you know, all of them hung out or whatever, but like they would exchange phones and stuff, like other people, like, is the Ortiz number Hebreo's phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember Hebrew was always like at his house, so I'm trying to contact them. That's why I'm never trying to contact Lewis.
So you're wondering
that
what
was
was
later. That was after you tried to call her. Lewis. You tried to call Lewis first on his old number, and then you called Eber after that.
Okay,
But
So all this was
that's
just
the
to find
record show.
Sigfrido.
yes,
So all these calls you're making is you now have the money, you left Charlie's house, Charlie gave you the money, it's your understanding, obviously you didn't see him touch it, I get that.
yeah,
But you knew that he put money in the back to pay this.
yes, yes.
So all these calls you're making is to try and find Sigfrido to give him this money, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Where do you find him?
I think I was parked behind, I don't know if I don't know how it came about, but like I just ended up like in the kind of like in the hallway of like the alleyway of Lewis's apartment,
Mhm.
and he just like jumped inside the car out of nowhere, like he
Lewis did?
no,
Oh, Sigfrido
Fredo
did.
did.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, I guess he didn't want me to know that he was somewhere else, and clearly it was at Shrimp's house, and, you know, I couldn't find him or anything.
What made you go to the alleyway outside of Lewis's
I
apartment?
think he told me to go over there, or,
So you got a hold of him on the phone and he told you to go feed him over there?
yeah, I just thought that I had to go over there.
Okay.
What happened then?
So he goes, he gets in the car, was like, hey, you know, you got a package in the back, grabs it, and goes. And then I left him because, yeah, I left him.
Best
Did you
sound
ever
ever.
see it at all?
No, I never saw the
Like in the
package.
package, you never, he just jumped out of,
No.
grabbed out of the trunk.
And he didn't give you a third
He-
of that money?
He didn't give me money till like he came back like later on. I don't know if it was the same day, but like then he gave me money.
How much did he give you?
I didn't like I don't know.
Came back where?
Let me ask you a random question. Was it stable?
Okay.
It came
So he came, I don't know how much he gave you.
Was
You said-
stapled.
You don't know how much he gave you?
No, he didn't. I
What
mean,
was
I
it?
didn't count. Like I know.
Let's reiterate for anyone who's newer to this case, right? Because they're talking about the money. So Charlie had this habit of stapling the money. That's why he laughed when he was like, "Was it stapled?" But also, let's just make sure that no one. It would be such a shame for anyone to not know the best fact of this case, which is this: that Donna Adelson, the mother of the family, literally laundered the money. And when she gave money to Katie Magbanua, who is sitting right here, it was wet because she literally had laundered it. So we've got laundered money and we've got stapled money.
It was, you know.
And then we have a family in Utah trying to copy this family as if this is like the example of how to do crime.
a couple stats, but it's like I didn't.
This is the pinnacle, like, of this to strive for. It just, I don't even know.
Like
I don't even
not
know.
a specific number, and I'm not gonna say like 30 because that's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's a number that's like sticking out and
Yeah, that's what Rivera said.
Well, it's
Yeah.
stacks of what? Stacks of what exactly?
stacks of like staple money.
What were the bills? Do you remember the size of the bill?
How much? What kind of bills were they? $1 bills?
I think they were like hundreds, and then maybe like hundreds and like 20, like, you know, 20s, like, and
And they were stable.
yes.
Okay. Where were you at when he brought you that money?
I was in my apartment.
So he came back to your apartment?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the next part of it gets a little.
Well, can I just,
Money's interrogation, honestly, is so insane that we'll probably watch that again at some point. It's like, it's just so insane.
like I don't want to like, because I just want to get it out of my head so that you get, you know, obviously, I just know it was kind of like, and there's another thing that stick out, like that Charlie was saying about like, oh, like cleaning the money or like actually, I guess cleaning the money because it was like.
There it is, y'all. Hold on. Wow. Speaking of the money laundering,
That Charlie was saying about like, oh, like cleaning the money or like actually, I guess cleaning the money because it was like after like I got the money and I put it away in my closet. Like I said, like that's why I don't know the amount. I never counted it. I'm not there sitting and counting it, but it did like get moldy. Like it was like wet, like it was like moisture. So I think it was literally like washed.
incredible.
Because
Absolutely
it was like
fucking incredible. This is like one of those things that we will never see again. This is like a historical moment. So we're just going to listen again. This is a historical moment right here, man.
oh, like cleaning the money or like actually, I guess, cleaning the money, because it was like
Incredible.
after I got the money and then I put it away in my closet. Like I said, like that's why I don't know the amount. I never counted it. I'm not there sitting and counting it, but it did like get moldy. Like it was like wet. Like
I
it
mean,
was
honestly, that's like a health hazard too at that point.
like moisture. So I think it was literally like washed.
Incredible.
Because I was like, hey, like this thing like looks like, and I'm thinking in my head, or yeah, but like he said stuff like that, and I just, I didn't think about like actually, I didn't feel for it that it was wet or anything, but it started getting like moldy and stuff.
Oh
and
my
I was
God.
like, oh, the money that you gave me is like moldy.
Oh my
I think
God.
it was just wet. He was just like, just dry it, just blow dry it, and I was
There
like,
it is.
okay. And then I
Oh,
was
like, I'm sorry, but like, let's just take a moment, because that's not going to fix it. Like if it was wet and then it's moldy, blow drying it is not going to get like you shouldn't, like, that money is now ruined. Like there's nothing you can do now if it's moldy. You know what I mean? Like, because in order to get rid of the mold, you'd have to apply some sort of like product to it. It would destroy the money anyway. All you would be doing is blowing mold spores around that are going to land on things and then multiply. Anyway, a bunch of Einsteins, right?
So Charlie's the one that was talking about
Yeah.
cleaning the money.
Yeah,
Okay.
like I said, Charlie makes these like comments and things that like I would be oblivious to and not really pay attention to until like after, like I'm, things that he's saying. Like you said,
That's
like
true.
I said, he's like, he made sure that I knew that he didn't print that whatever it was in the envelope, like he's like, oh, I wear gloves when I put it in. Like he's telling me things so that I guess like, he wouldn't.
Now, I will say that's a smart idea, because if you wear gloves, then you don't have to worry about touching the mold.
Be like or whatever.
So there's no way for it to come back to him.
He was going to.
I mean, he was using me through the whole thing, obviously.
He just didn't want to get contaminated with the mold, and I don't blame him.
Like feeding me other stuff, and I believed it,
Right.
like an idiot.
So when Sigfredo paid you the money and he came back to your apartment and he gave it to you, did he tell you anything about what happened or how it happened?
He never told me any details.
Okay, at what point did you find out that Dan Markel was dead?
That I don't remember. I know from like the whole bump.
You
Like
don't remember?
At that point,
Before that?
something. I don't know if like somebody passed away. I mean, like if he passed away or anything, or like that. Even that's where it gets blurry for me, because I don't know when I found out that would have.
You obviously knew before the bump, because that happened a couple years later. 2 years later. Already happened. Things are
Did YouTube do the spinning wheel? Don't worry, guys. I'm still here. I always say that when it looks like it might be fucking up, but the thing. Right. I know. And it's easy to forget that too, right? That Wendy's also a lawyer. Jesus.
really cleaning the office, is what you said, right? And he's paying you money.
I
And
mean,
then what?
Twiz, did you miss the money laundering? Because that just happened. The literal money laundering moment just happened. That's like pure gold.
Wait, while that's happening, do you know that he's dead at that point? Because the funeral's already happened, things are already on the news, all that stuff's happening already.
I believe so. I think
Do you know who told you or how you found out?
I don't know if it was Charlie that told me.
I gotta go back. When Garcia gave you the money, did he tell you why, or did you know why?
I just knew that he had to take care. He did something that he's getting paid for. Like that's it. Yeah. He didn't tell me like what happened or how he got it.
So you knew that.
I mean, like I got it from me, but
you knew that was your portion of what Charlie put in that.
I mean, Sigfredo just tends to give me, like he even like if he knows that I was like a stickler about like like, hey, you have to help me out with the kids or whatever. Like that's why I even put him on child support, because obviously he blew through whatever money he had. I don't know how much money he had. I know he got, like he just gave me a portion of it, and I don't know if that has something to do with his portion too, but I usually have.
Was there an understanding that you were going to get a portion of it once they take care of this? for helping.
Yeah, I mean, he was just gonna pay, like, not like, this is your specific portion, but he's like.
It was understanding you
give
get
me
some.
the money. Yeah.
Right,
I
you
mean,
didn't know
he
amount.
would- Yeah,
Okay, so there's an understanding that you were gonna get some money once this was completed from what Charlie was paying.
well, for him to do this, like, it was just, it's so that.
Is she the criminal? Sorry, I'm only laughing because again, people that know the case, there's one of many, right? Yes. So she's the middle woman. So at this point, okay. So Dan Markel was shot in 2014, right? This proffer right now is October of 2022, because this case is going on forever and is still going on. And so prior to this moment in time during this proffer, already her baby daddy. So, okay, her baby daddy's compadre, if you will, right? One of the other hitmen, like, took like a plea deal right away. She went to trial and was tried jointly with her baby daddy. He was found guilty and the jury hung on her. So then they had to do a retrial for her. Her name is Katie Magbanua. They had to do a retrial for her. On the retrial, she got convicted. She pulled a Sarah Boone also, by the way, and turned down a plea deal. Like we were saying earlier, how like in terms of like the two great like moments where the worst plea decisions of all time, right? It's like Sarah Boone and her are like tied, like because she's got life without parole, and it's like really not the appropriate sentence in my opinion. And she turned down a plea deal and got convicted. So that all happened. Now at 2022, when this is happening, at this point, they've already went ahead and charged Charlie Adelson, Wendy's brother, and he's awaiting trial. And his trial happens in 2023. He is convicted. Meanwhile, while his trial is going on, his parents are making plans to abscond to Vietnam because there's no extradition. They're like, they don't attend the trial. They're like literally packing their bags. We learn about that because the day after he's convicted, okay, we hear that on a recorded jail phone call where there's a hot mic moment and Donna doesn't realize that the phone is still on. And she literally is talking about leaving the country. And it's like, we've covered the jail calls as well too. They're insane too. And so, so literally she doesn't realize that happened. So then again, this is right after she was arrested a week after his conviction. Okay. So she's at the airport with Harvey. They're in Florida. They're trying to leave and go to Vietnam. And right before they get onto the tarmac or whatever, in they come and they arrest her. And you can watch that arrest as well. Actually, I'm sure we will watch it at some point. Add that to my list. They arrest her. And she was supposed to already have gone to trial, but unfortunately, Charlie's attorney, who was initially Donna's attorney, has fucked the entire fucking thing with the most obscene conflicts of interest with attorney. It's that it blows my mind. And so it got delayed, and then there was all these issues for that, right? So she's set for trial in June, and then we are all waiting for the moment when the hammer comes down for Wendy. Wendy, they're coming for you. Clock's ticking.
That I can have money, yeah,
Right.
like, you know.
That's what I wanted to clear out.
Right.
Right.
Well, I think because maybe they were hoping he would be acquitted, and then they wouldn't feel like they needed to worry. They'd be like, "Oh, we got off scot-free, right?" Maybe, I don't know. But people be dumb. People be dumb is accurate for sure. Yeah, the Donna arrest video is gold. Yes, it is. Yeah, she was the accomplice, correct. So she's, and again, this is what's so interesting too, is like, if you look at the Shanna Gardner case, Mario's role we'll learn more. I've got that 250-page document, right? But before we delve into that, right? At this juncture and the chart, Mario's role is akin to her role, like the middle person, right? Because in other words, it wasn't his, what do they all say? It's not my circus. They're not my monkeys. Like, it wasn't his problem, right? Like, the only motivation he would have to be involved at all was for Shanna, just like the same thing in this case, right? Why would Charlie and Donna be involved for Wendy? Why would any of these other people be involved? to help the people who want help. You know what I mean? So but anyway, what I was gonna say is her role here is very much akin to like the Mario Fernandez Saldana role in the Shannon Gardner case, which is like, you're the person who's being manipulated essentially, right, by somebody to find the hitman. So you're the middle person. And that's why it's so odd to me that like he was charged right out the gate with first degree murder with seeking the death penalty. And I've been complaining about that since day one. I'm like, what the fuck? Because it just seems like a no brainer, right? Don't charge it like a regular, logical, normal person and try to get a plea deal. But anyway, I digress.
I wanted to clear all that up because I know it's all processing in your head. You're going back and forth, so I want to make sure we have it clear as to what your understanding of it was at that moment, because that's all we're caring about is your
My
perspective, your involvement,
Yeah.
what you saw and experienced during this encounter.
But not
That's true. Right. That's a great point. Thank you. That's a great point. And not only that, to that end, also Charlie gave away all of his belongings. Like we hear it on the jail calls. Like he was so sure he was going to be acquitted. So he gave away all of his stuff. He gave away everything he had. He was like thinking he was going to walk out of there. So he gave all his shit away. And so I forgot about the hotel part, but yeah. Yeah.
Because no matter what you did, it's over with for you now. You don't have anything else to get in trouble for. I want you to understand that.
It can't
I know
get,
you don't want the
it can't
perception,
get any worse. Your life is already over, is what they're saying.
and it's hard to admit that yes, I did this and it was wrong. It's hard to admit it, and I know that's a problem for you, and you don't want that out there. And this is probably a conversation where if your attorney was here, we would step out and he'd have another conversation with you about this, because it's really important that you tell us everything that you know.
Yeah.
And at this time now, because nothing worse is going to happen
The thing is,
for anything that you know or that you say.
I want to point something out. This is a situation where she has literally no incentive to even be doing any of this, right? Because remember, she's already convicted, life without parole. And she turned down her plea deal, right? There is no carrot. There's no cookie on the table. There's no whatever. There's no, because we see a lot of times that's the case, right? There's an incentive. We see it all the time. There is no incentive for her. So like, now, of course, obviously she can be required to testify, as obviously, right? But in other words, they can't, think about like a little Woody situation, although he actually did have an incentive. He actually did have a deal. Like, in other words, she has they can't do anything to her, to be honest. Like even if she gets called to testify and she just literally just sits there in silence, they can't do anything, right? But she doesn't know that, right? Like they can't, it's kind of, she's at a stagnant point where it's like, again, they can't do anything worse to her. They can't punish her for anything. And at the same time, they also can't bribe her or incentivize her to give them information. So this whole thing that we're seeing now here is like basically them appealing to like her, like that's why they just keep saying like, yeah, it's like we can't punish you more, right? But that's what made me think I should also point out that like there's no incentive for her to do this, like literally. They're not, so they're just appealing to her sense of like wanting of guilt, basically. That's what I would say.
Nothing worse is going to happen to you. Let me ask you this: where are your kids right now?
Oh, with my family.
You're staying with your brother still? Okay. Has anybody ever threatened you or promised you anything not to testify or not to cooperate in this?
No.
Nobody's ever.
Nobody's
You're
ever
no
threatened
coercion whatsoever.
Nothing.
Of why you didn't want to cooperate early on or anything else.
That's a whole other ballgame of like, why I never even went for it. Like, even from the first day that I had gotten arrested, like with everything being retracted, like we were all still confused. We were like, even when Fredo got arrested, and I'm like,
yeah. And so so I will say this, like that would be a normal thing to think, right? However, her attorney should have advised her that that's not possible, because in Florida, life means life. So it's like, the sentence is non-negotiable. Unless you're looking at like a pardon from the governor or some weird thing where it gets commuted, like, but that's completely different avenue. Like legally speaking, the prosecutor, the state attorney's office and the prosecutor, like they have no authority over that sentence changing. Like it would have to be some crazy change in the legislature or, a different avenue. But in other words, so like hopefully her attorney would have told her, like, even if it seems reasonable, right? It does seem reasonable. It does seem reasonable that would happen, that something would happen to her sentence after her trials are over. That seems reasonable. That seems fair. Again, I don't think this is the appropriate sentence to begin with, but it's not possible, which is what's so wild about it, man. Pavarotti. That might be an inside joke that I don't know about. I mean, I know who Pavarotti is, but yeah.
I blocked everything off. Everybody's like blowing up my phone trying to tell me like, what happened or whatever. And like that he was involved in all of this. It's like, I just didn't want to hear anything about it. I didn't go out. You think I was there like Googling? Like I did not want to know. Like I know I had to take care of my kids and that's it. And I just
read the probable cause with the attorney early on. So you knew what the facts were of what he was arrested for.
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, like I knew the facts from his probable cause. I went to go hire his attorney. So it's like his attorney started like advising me, like telling me like, hey, like you might, like need to get your own attorney because you have, like they're saying your name and all this stuff or whatever just to protect myself. And that's when I had hired Tara. Well, I had somebody else and then I hired Tara after.
Okay. Well, here's what. You ever heard the term minimization? Minimizing someone's role in something. A lot of people have a hard time.
What the fuck type of question is that? What do you think she is, a 2-year-old? Do you not know what the word minimize means? What the fuck type of question is that?
Admitting to what they did and what their role is in something. It's called minimizing. They minimize their role in it.
I think it's called minimizing. What is happening? Am I in an alternate world?
I don't want you to do that here.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's only going to hurt you.
I know.
We have a strong case on Charlie. It's stronger than what we had on you.
Yeah.
This is not something that we have to have you or anything.
Then again, take that level and remember, multiply that for each time. So then when it's Donna's turn, it's even stronger than Charlie. And then think about when they come for Wendy. When they come for Wendy.
We're hoping you're going to tell us the truth, and we're hoping you're going to come forward and tell us everything.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want you to minimize this because it's only going to hurt yourself. Okay? So I get.
But that's why it's like, and I get it, and I get.
Because everything you're telling us is how you didn't know this, you weren't aware of this and that.
Because nothing was ever like for certain, and that's why I say it in that way. Like this whole thing, the whole time I'm not gonna put blame on anybody else or whatever because I take accountable of like all of this, and that's why I've been fighting. I'm fighting the whole time too, is because it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like if I was to have cooperated from the beginning, that destroys everything, even Sigfredo, and I get it, and I get you guys. Everybody's already had this whole perception. I just want a chance to get home to my children. This is why I'm in this situation right now.
Oh,
and that's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
I'm eating my words. I'm surprised she's saying that because again, her attorney should have advised her it ain't possible for her, right? But she thinks it is, and that's really sad that she was not advised properly. I mean, yeah.
Just being totally honest is what can help you.
But
if you're holding back and trying to minimize your role in this.
Or they're going to be manipulative and not to say that, right? As they always do. It's going to help, but in this case, that seems like a really dangerous thing to do because this is different, right? Like, it's not interrogation. Yeah. It just makes me feel, it gives you that icky feeling. it's not interrogation where they always lie and say, oh, it'll just help you if you confess. It's just, whatever. But really he's kind of stepping out of his, he's getting out over his skis, as they say in the low country of South Carolina, by venturing into legal, territory. And yeah. So yeah, it's
only going to hurt you. Okay, does that make sense?
And I understand that, but I'm not gonna be, but it's to the point too that I'm like, I wasn't for certain with a lot of things. And that's why I'm not gonna go.
I understand you're not certain what was gonna happen, you're not certain how they were gonna handle it or what the actual planning of any of it was, but it was a understanding, there was some kind of communication, some kind of conversations that happened, where it was an understanding to you that Charlie was gonna give you money and you were gonna have Sigfredo take care of Charlie's problem. That was a certain understanding,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
I understand that you don't remember the exact words of how it was said, but that was an absolute, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
knew that he was gonna pay you money
Yes, ma'am.
to give to Sigfredo to take care of the problem. You knew that you were gonna get a portion of that money for taking care of this problem for Charlie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what we're getting. We understand you won't remember exact words and exact conversations, but the actual context, that's what the context means.
Yeah.
Is the actual conversation, the understanding of what is gonna occur and how you're gonna be compensated for taking care of that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what we need to get to, is those conversations and how the planning of it, how it came about, and then how, once it was taken care of, how the compensation happened,
Why do I feel like this sounds like the beginning of this entire thing, right? We're back to square one.
and how they knew to compensate at that point. And then,
I mean, it was
Everything that happened
basically like
afterwards.
an understanding without verbalizing it. That's the part. It's like, okay, like that's gonna happen, and then like again, I just relay, but I can't tell you like specifically. Think it's designed for me to really not know, and that's the part. Don't you think if I would have known specifics and everything up from the day one, I would have been like, hey, you don't want to spend.
but you knew you
One
was
of
gonna
our
money.
assumptions
I
we
know,
always
but I'm
had
saying like.
is accurate though.
Yeah,
The walls.
yeah, they kept the walls.
So it's totally walled off, and you were walling off people yourself too.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But I don't want you to hurt yourself by trying to minimize yourself. We're having to drag things out.
Believe me, I just want to get, like I said,
want you
like
to
I'm
tell
not,
us
the
everything
one
that
thing that I
happened.
don't want is to waste time. I know this is my opportunity and I get it.
Listen,
Just
Whatever it takes to get it out, I understand it's stressful,
I mean, it'd be easier to be like, yeah, I'm for certain, like
one
this
thing
is
that I would
this happened.
suggest after this one is if you go back to your bunk and you trust people enough to not steal your shit, if you think of stuff, write it down.
And that's where I've always been afraid of too, because even in
Somebody
county,
will
like, yeah, people were trying to go state on people like
Because you
in a
have
daily
a case that
basis.
people want to jump on.
Of course, and it's,
I
but it's been years. It's been years. I'm
Right.
trying.
We do have to
to
take that into consideration that we are now over 8 years since this all happened.
Yeah.
9 years since the
I'm
conversation
not the
started.
same person that I am now for
Not
when I
even
was
close.
there. I mean, like this is by far the most detrimental thing that has ever happened. It's destroyed Markel. It's destroyed his
All
family.
the time.
I mean, it's like my children don't have parents. It's like
yes.
I've lost my mother. I haven't even dealt with that. I haven't dealt with that grief. Like there's a lot.
That's a good point too, right? Because their kids, have no parents. Because it's Sigfredo and her. That's terrible,
A
though.
lot of things that
Yeah.
just suppress so much.
Very true.
And I get it. And like, believe me, that's why I wish you guys could just put something in my head, extract all this stuff, but I get it. And it would be a lot
You're answering
smoother.
our
Can't y'all just do Cellebrite extraction on my head?
questions. You're answering our questions. And I think I'll try to articulate what you were saying. Is it basically, it's not
Try to articulate what you were saying? No.
code talk, but there was a mutual understanding of the language in which you all were speaking, that when a conversation was had, you knew what was supposed to follow that conversation.
He did not say anything about a code word or a whatever. Like, he's just putting words in her mouth now.
But I played on into a lot of the things too. It's
Right.
like,
And let's take it to the phone calls that were afterwards. You guys started talking about real estate and how much a piece of property would cost. You knew what Charlie was talking about.
yeah, like I knew.
You knew what the
I
code
knew what
was. If he was talking
about.
about the homicide and this is what the money was. Kind of similar to the whole 2 years of process that took place for this case.
Mhm.
One of the discrepancies I think we've always had is when you started working for Charlie's business. I know you've always said it was.
I
for
lied a
helping
lot.
you with
It was
things.
me lying literally to him. It wasn't even like lying
That's
to
fine.
you guys.
Was that part, was he doing that as more of a payment to you for this case? Or was that separate from paying you back for this case?
I mean, for now that I think about it, for both, I guess. Like, I needed it. I needed that insurance. Like, I needed that situation for.
I know you need it for insurance.
Yeah.
That's a given. I mean, we understand, and there's documentation of that. But him giving in to you and allowing you to do that, saying, "Yeah, I'll pay you to do nothing in my office," and we agreed how you didn't work for Charlie, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I lied to him a lot about that too. Like,
That's I think he probably lied to you as well.
I know he lied to me. He lied to a lot about a lot of things.
The Lexus. Is there any more to that story, or was that you were
Oh,
struggling?
I literally bought that Lexus from him.
Okay.
That's why I like the like. There's certain things.
Certain things
that,
you get frustrated about.
Yeah,
You're
because
wrong.
it's like you guys are making it out to be something
Where'd you
else.
get the money
It's
from
like-
then? You didn't come out of your bank account.
I was working in the what was I working in? Yeah, I was working as a bartender at the time. I always kept money on me. Like I always just kept money on me, and like I would deposit on that.
He
But I
gave it to
had,
you, what, for cheap,
How much?
right?
How much you paid for it?
I think I ended up paying like 17 something, but like I put a different amount on the title.
And how did you pay it?
Like I know it sounds weird because he gave this money, but
Paying for
but it's
paying
like
the
I'm
bills,
paying,
paying
like I have paid him back to, like.
How did you pay him that money for the car?
I had the cash.
So you had $17,000 cash,
What?
1,800.
$1,700.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of weirdness. I have a lot of questions from this. They're trying to get information that they can use for Charlie's trial. That's the point of this. She's already convicted, right? So, like they're trying to, because the previous convictions, right, are the hitmen. So what they have to prove there basically is these people committed the crime with the shooting, right? That was not a tough one to do. Those fools were caught on camera everywhere in the vehicle. They pulling up to the ATM. That was not difficult, right? This is the harder part because this is the first time where and then she was the middle person, right? So her conviction. So then showing that she was involved with them. But then now we're getting into the whole family thing, right? So then this is having to establish for Charlie, because this is going to be at this point where this is happening, the first family member, right? That's going to come to trial. Now they have to establish, now we're getting into like, all the things that are trickier, right? The solicitation and the conspiracy and all that. And so they need different information in order to proceed further with the family members than what they've needed for the previous trials, right? So from her, they're trying to get, because she's the direct connection between Charlie and then the hitmen, right? She was the middle person. So they're trying to get information from her that they can use at Charlie's trial, and things that they maybe don't, that are harder to prove, right? Things that happen in conversations, right? That they need it to flesh out, their case basically. Because, as y'all know, the standard to arrest is, probable cause. So they have probable cause, he was indicted, but now they're preparing for trial. And so that's what this is about. And you can tell, I mean, there's a lot, they're not doing a great job, right? At all. They're doing a terrible job, I would say. But you can see that the questions that they're asking every now and again, when they ask an actual, like, real question, is like, they want that it shows you what information they're still looking for. Things like, how did they know how much they were going to get paid? Who gave who the money? How did they know that they needed to go to Tallahassee, not Miami? When did you know that the instructions were to murder versus, rough up, stuff like that, right? You can see through those, like, that's literally the outline of establishing the elements of the crimes, right? And so, like, for her, it doesn't matter because she's already serving all up. Like, it's not, she's that's a good question though. I believe so. I mean, there's nothing else. Like, in other words, I don't think there's anything else they could even prosecute her for, first of all, because she's already serving she was already overcharged and over sentenced, right? You know what I mean? But like in this proffer, they've already said like nothing else bad can happen to you, right? And that's what I've been saying the whole time. Like, of course it can't, because like literally she's already paying more than the price that she should have been paying. You know what I mean? But I would imagine that's a good point. Like, that there's got to be a written agreement as well. Yeah. But what's interesting here though is her saying that she happened to have like $17,000 cash on her. I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So you paid $1,700.
And it sounds
Right.
like, you know,
And
like,
that's the next step, and then to get pardoned, right? Because we were saying how there's nothing that can happen. Like, there's no incentive for her. And like at this juncture, because of where she's at in terms of having already been convicted and already going through all the appeals, like the only way for her to ever get out of prison would be something akin to a pardon. So yeah.
oh, don't pay for this, and like even, you know, you guys were talking about like the maintenance for the car and all that stuff or whatever, which started breaking and stuff, and that's why he was just like taking care of it.
What about any trips? Did he pay for any of y'all's trips? Any
I went
vacations?
to
$17,000.
for me and the kids, because I was gonna go on a trip with the kids with somebody else, like with one of my girlfriends. We were gonna go to Dominican Republic, but then that trip didn't happen because my passport, I think it was expired the day. Like I didn't even know, because I remember like even my mom coming over.
That shit sucks, man. If y'all ever had that happen, when you just like you think it's because you don't ever think about your passport, and then it's like you assume that it's up to date, right? And then it's like, oh fuck. And then it's like, it's really, I feel for her on that, honestly, because that happened to me one time. And I was like, oh my God, because like, you can't even if you want to shell out a bunch of money to try to get it expedited, they won't do it unless you have like extenuating, like it's crazy. Like the bar is really high to get that shit done. Like even to get it done within like 4 months, I can't remember exactly all the details that went into it, but like, anyway, it's a big deal. Like if you like your travel plans, if you've got travel plans, are done. You need to take care of the passport way ahead of time. You know, but then you're good for like however many years. So
or whatever, and I was like, oh my God, my passport. So like my friend didn't end up going, and then I got back with Fredo, and at that time I was gonna go visit his mom and her boyfriend lived in Dominican Republic. They moved there, so I was gonna go there myself. Had nothing to do with Fredo, had nothing to do with Charlie, like me telling him, oh, he has to go get, you know, buy this trip for me or whatever. Like it wasn't, like he was, you say like satisfied, yeah, I can see it now, like, you know, like, okay, you know, let me keep her happy type, so that like I don't ever go against him but we did still have that friendship too, like even after, So
and your understanding at the moment of that, after all this,
they go from friends to lovers to friends to accomplices in murder.
let you work at his business, help you out as a friend. He's doing these things. That was your thought at the time of it, but obviously you have a different view of it now. Is that correct?
well, yeah,
Okay.
I didn't maliciously did it.
You don't think it was some form of payment for
No,
how you helped him out?
I mean, he already made that payment.
But
like,
you don't
you
think
know,
he
to
continued?
further, yeah, like I see that now. Like that's what I said. Like I see it now, but it wasn't like at that time. Like, oh, okay, let me pay you extra and extra and extra and extra after that.
Like when,
Which
like in the
part?
middle of the
That's what
night
was
when you
happening.
took out your wisdom teeth, did you pay him for that? When he came in the office, took out your wisdom teeth in the middle of
I don't
the night?
think I paid
Oh.
that for my
So
wisdom
that was
teeth.
free.
But I paid his office when I got my
You got free wisdom teeth surgery. Wow.
teeth whitened and stuff.
Um,
Like I did.
there's a lot
It
of
sounds
little
like I shouldn't have had to pay for
descriptions
that.
and stuff that he called in for you and things like that. I mean, there's a lot of favors. I mean, it's a.
But that's just like that's
think
not
it's
just
just
like
him being
towards
friendly.
me. Like he's like that. Like he does favors for people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it wasn't like hindsight. Yeah, I see that now. Okay, you know, it's keeping me happy. Like you guys have always said, keep me happy.
We only got 45 minutes, so let's talk about things we don't know. Let's try to talk about things that you know that we don't know. That, like conversations you had with Charlie after the bump, things like that, conversations you had over the phone that weren't recorded or through WhatsApp. Did he at some point come to you and tell you to switch over to WhatsApp?
We've
During the
used
bump?
WhatsApp every now and then, so it was never like to just, okay, talk to me
So
through
y'all been
WhatsApp.
doing it for a while.
Yeah.
What are some of those conversations you had with him about this, even after the bump? Some things that we don't know about.
Because that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not like, I mean, all that stuff has been recorded, but I never thought, we're not really thinking that it's like we're being recorded at that time. I guess he was thinking that he was being recorded.
Okay, so he was. But that conversation at Dolce Vita,
Yes.
what do you remember about that conversation?
Well, that's when, okay, so the bump happened, right? And then he had spoken to his mom.
Yes.
Obviously, his mom was freaking out about something, and that's why he needed to talk to me.
Yeah.
So when he spoke to me about it, he's feeling me out, and I'm like trying to find out what's going on and stuff, but not really like I wasn't taking it seriously. Like I wasn't like heightened by it. Like, okay, like it's a serious situation, but I was like at the same time, I'm
I
like,
think you
moving
had
on.
that thought for a little while.
It was, but so when y'all first met,
that it was almost like
right? He wasn't sure.
trying to snitch on.
He didn't know if you were setting him up. And I'm not saying. When y'all first met, y'all met in the car first. Do you remember that now?
Yeah.
Y'all first met in the car. What did he say in the car to you when you first sat down? He said, "All right, I just met with my mom." Blah. What did he say?
Blah.
I don't, like he didn't say, nothing that's.
He told you about the bump, right? He told you what happened there. It's the very first time he told you about the bump. Because over the phone, you couldn't talk about it.
Okay.
He didn't know. He met with his mom in person. He drove to your office. You came out Optimar and you got in his car. What was that? What did he tell you?
I
That's
don't
a
remember.
big
I
thing
know.
that he talked about.
Because I didn't even remember that time that we spoke in the car until
So we brought it up again.
after. Like I didn't even remember. Like, okay, like from my understanding, I just probably jumped in his car like really quick, and then like, okay, where do you want to eat, or where do you want to talk, and then.
Well, he showed you the note, right? He
No,
showed
he
you
did
the note.
not show me. I swear, he did not ever show me any note, anything. Because even in that video, like you see him, he's
Pulls it
going
out.
like this,
He's reading
but
it to
he
you.
never, like he read it, but he never showed it to me.
Well,
He
he
made
probably read
sure
it to you. Did he read it to you? Did he pull it out of the car? He had
he
to-
got some information. Like he's like talking about it, but he's never. Because why wouldn't he just show it to me? Like it's like he
Well, he
kept
didn't trust
me.
you. He didn't trust you. He didn't know if you were trying to get more money out of him. He didn't know.
I mean, all I can think about right now in this moment is Charlie's trial and the double extortion theory and this whole thing.
you extorted him. I get that.
There we go.
I'm just trying to get you. What did he tell you in that car? We weren't part of that conversation. We recorded that.
Yeah, nothing that stuck out to me that
Nothing.
you know.
Do you remember? Okay.
I literally felt like we just went. I went in his car. Like he's like, oh, probably like parked over here. Like, where are we gonna eat?
Okay.
But no conversation about anything. And that's why it was like kind of funny too. That not funny, but like about like maybe he was like frisking to see if I was like wired or something. I'm like, none of that happened. Like literally, we didn't even like. How long were we in the car? I don't even remember being in the car that long. Nothing stuck out in that conversation.
Okay. Well, another conversation, we talked about a while ago when you drove down there to meet with him, and he was with his parents at the Icon, and you met him at the restaurant. What was that conversation about?
They,
Okay, when I had met,
they already asked her this. And
because
she
I was getting upset too because I needed to get something signed from him for like insurance purposes or whatever. And then I had it with me, and I was already in a fight with Fredo. That's why I was like in Yendra's house. But I was telling him like, meet me somewhere closer. I didn't want to go drive all the way down to South Beach or whatever, but he's was talking to his parents.
That's
I
the phone
was-
conversation. I get that. We have that.
Yeah.
We know what you said on the phone. What happened when you got there?
When I got there, he was already like, I was trying to look for him, and he already finished his conversation with his parents. So whatever his conversation with his parents is probably something that he relied to me, but I can't remember what we spoke about. Probably the bump, probably. That's the only thing that.
Because that's what
Who
happened.
is this?
You weren't talking on the phone anymore. Y'all were meeting in person at this point. So he would
Yeah.
meet in person and talk to you about all this.
The bump already happened, right?
Right.
So this is when he had spoken to me. So he's probably like just telling me,
Not that probably, tell us what he told you about the bump. Not he's probably telling me or you're assuming. Tell us what he told you about the bump.
That his mom got approached, and that's when the whole Lewis thing started sticking out in my
So
head.
tell us the best you can recall about that conversation, how he told you that. So he told you his mom got approached, what else? Not the Lewis conversation, what was the Lewis conversation?
Okay, that his mom got approached, and that his mom said, that somebody said my name to his mom. So I don't even know. Because I'm a little bit, like, I'm kind of confused now.
I'm confused with what you remember and what you're trying
Yeah, like what happened, like what occurred or whatever. Because it's like the whole Dolce Vita, like I was even confused when we were talking.
What were you confused about?
When he was like asking me questions, he's trying to ask me about like if this is somebody like I guess trying to set him up or trying to extort money from him. Okay, that's what like extorting money from him.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking in my head because then Sigfredo thinks that Lewis has something to do with like to getting money out of his family, and that's why I think Sigfredo started to get a little like suspicious about it. And that's when I put 2 and 2, and I was like, okay, so then Lewis has something to do with this too, because why is he acting like this? But Sigfredo's not telling me like what's going on.
Dude, what a fucking mess, right?
Kind of like I'm just gonna take care of it. I'm gonna take care of it, Katie. Stop talking, like. And I'm trying, and at that point, I'm, because I'm living with him and everything. I'm like nagging him. I'm like, what's going on? Like, what happened? And he's not telling me anything. And that's the part that I wanted to speak to Sigfredo about because
he not communicating. Well, I was just mentioning it in the context of the fact that like they're living in the same house, they're raising children together, and it's like he's not communicating, and it's like just how I was just going to make a joke about how like, oh, it's good to have to, the importance of open communication. And it's like, I guess it's a bit different in this situation, but her frustration is like both, right? It's like, he's not communicating to me. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense. But
I wanted to know. At this point, it's like, I want to know what
like,
happened because
double issues with communication, like domestically / baby daddy wise. And then also like, are we going to get caught for helping murder? Situation.
like why, like just clear out this whole thing.
And that
Because
that was a little bit later because you actually had that conversation with him over the phone after y'all were messing up the phone number. After Charlie left you never called Sigfredo. You went home that night and talked to him. Right?
Okay, wait, after Charlie.
So after Charlie came to your office and told you my mom got bumped into, this person came, gave my mom this paper, and this is all the different people it could be. It could be somebody extorting this, it could be all these other things.
Yeah,
you didn't call Sigfredo and talk to him about
No.
it. Why didn't you talk
we
to him?
didn't even talk.
I didn't know.
On the phone. Sigfredo at that point didn't want to talk on the phone at all. Like he was already like suspicious about everything. He thinks that Lewis is like setting him up or something is happening or like that has to do with the police. Like
Okay.
so at that point
Lewis is ratting on him.
it's either that or it has to do with something with Lewis. He didn't tell me. That's why even when we got home we didn't even like talk about it. Like it was like, don't worry about it, I'm gonna take care of it.
At this point, did you still not know Lewis was involved?
Well, at this point, I had an assumption, that he has something to do with it. Of course. I mean, that's why it's like I'm looking back and it's like what they're always together, but at the same time, it's like why would Sigfredo even need him to do anything when I went to you specifically? Like, why are you, why are you involving?
You never got a chance to ask him that.
No, and that's what I wanted to ask him all of that stuff and for him to tell me because I know he'd open up and tell me. Like, I know you guys think that we probably were like here trying to like have this elaborate plan or whatever, but I just really wanted to talk to him and like for him to finally say things because there's a lot of questions where I feel like I got
It's not so
stuck.
much that we didn't want you to have an elaborate plan. It's like Pat said a little while ago that you giving us information Garcia has, we can't use anything like that. We have to get it directly from Garcia.
And there's a lot of things that's only
And that's
Sigfredo
one
knows.
day
and
we
he
would
never
hope
told
he
me.
would talk to us as well. But
May I ask if that's even a possibility?
Very much so.
Because it's like at the end of the day, it's like of course, like I felt like, why didn't he just step up and say something?
I think he had a similar thought that you thought. You remember
But that's
about
why I
20 minutes
kept
ago when
fighting.
you
I don't
said
know
that if I had come forward, it would have screwed everything up for him. I think he has a very similar thought that he would do the same for you.
He's
that he
protecting
screwed
you,
everything for you.
Only thing we can think. But
So, and that's when in reality, the both of you are only protecting one person right now. And that was, well, at this point, that's changed. But Charlie was the only one.
Oh, he was the last person that we were protecting. Believe me, if it's just okay, like that's why I didn't understand why it took so long to like arrest him either. I was like, with all of this information and all, like it would.
if you would have talked to us, we would have
That's hilarious. She's like, I couldn't believe it took you all so long to arrest Charlie.
arrested me. I tried to come to you
But
multiple
that
times.
it never came out that way where it's like, oh, like
We knocked on your door, knocked on your door. Why are you so
knock-
scared of the FBI? Why are you so scared?
This is so crazy, right? This is the weirdest fucking exchange.
nobody ever said who they were. Like I looked out the window and you guys did not say
Someone
who
with
you were.
badges on you sit on the phone.
None of this even matters.
The police
But
are
I
at the
never
door.
said it. It was his friend that came around the block and he told me that the FBI was in there. You guys, I swear you guys never
And you
announced
knew
it.
the
I was
FBI
the
was
only one.
talking to Sigfredo at the
Didn't
time,
you
too.
guys have a conversation on the phone? Didn't you guys hear my conversation on the phone with
Is it
Sigfredo?
Mike?
If I would have, yes,
Somebody Mike did.
yeah.
Yeah, you
And
know,
then-
Mike
and
already
then
told
he
you
had
the
told
FBI
me-
was talking to him.
The FBI was talking to him. And then even on the phone, he's like talking about like, oh, these people are talking to me about like Tallahassee or whatever.
And then we went to
And
your lawyer. We went to Sigfredo's lawyer, tried to talk to him. And we wanted you to talk to us. You never would talk to us.
I was more than willing to talk, but just the way that every single time that it happened, it wasn't the way that it was. Like you guys said that they announced, you guys never
They're
announced.
arguing over whose fault it was that she didn't talk to them sooner. And it's so completely irrelevant. And it's so crazy.
To me, I did not know until
Why are they
Mike told
arguing?
me that I had asked him, and you guys were already over there. You guys came at the same time, so I'm trying to blow up his phone, trying to see like who is it that's like knocking, and you guys never announced it. My dog is like
So every
barking
time
in the
you
back.
someone knocks on your door, you call somebody to find out who it is. You call somebody
No, it's just
else.
the way that
Go
you guys
ask who
like.
it is. They just
It's
knocked on
happening.
the door. So we
It's
just trying to
so-
talk to you.
It is.
Anyway,
Really.
that's irrelevant
Yeah.
at this point.
Oh my God, finally. Y'all, the way this even started was because they were joking about, she's like, I was like, what took y'all so long to arrest Charlie? And now they're arguing over, but listen, this is, oh my God, right here.
In the
Someone
back.
knocks on your door, you call somebody to find out who it is. You call
No,
somebody
it's just
else.
the way that
Go
you guys
ask who
like.
it is. They just knocked on the door. So we just trying to talk to you. Anyway, that's irrelevant
Yeah.
at this point. But
Jesus fucking Christ, you think?
bottom line, all right.
Wait,
We don't
why?
have a little bit more time. Is there anything
Jesus.
that you can
He's
think
like,
of
well, we're almost running out of time. What the fuck?
that conversation-wise that you had with Charlie or anybody else regarding this that we don't know about, that you can help yourself out with by telling us about? Because right now you haven't told us a whole lot of what we haven't known.
But that was always my problem, because if I had all the answers, it would have been so much easier to just go by and.
I'm not even asking for all the answers. I'm
Yeah.
asking for any answer, any
Well,
information.
if you were sitting in our shoes and you watched all the trials and you saw what we got right and what we got wrong, is there something we are missing that you think we need to know?
Are they? You watched all the trials and you saw what we got right and what we got wrong. Are you wanting to seek advice from Katie? Like, what? Please, can you rate us? Did we get an A+? Or like, if you had to grade us on a 1 to 10 scale, like how good did we do? How can we improve?
I don't even know where to go from there. Like something that.
Did we get something wrong?
I would gear towards
Oh, okay.
Charlie's issues, not your own. I mean, I know where you differentiate.
Because there was a
from us.
lot of confusion. Like I alone was confused of like how everything came about. It's like, okay, yeah, everybody was lying to each other. So there's all that confusion already. At that time, I can't think of why I acted the way I did, how I, even prior to even giving in and doing this for Charlie. I can't explain to you, other than financial issues, that's what I'm saying, like he manipulated me, and this is like through time of him telling me things little by little, and then we just gave him like, yeah, whatever, like I had somebody, and obviously I threw it off on Sigfredo. But when I'm talking to Sigfredo about it, it's never any details, so it's like, I was kind of always just like, okay, you know, like I just ping-ponged it from one person to another, so it's not like, for certain, like I'm there, like, you know, coming up with like a master plan of like what's gonna happen and this is how it's gonna happen. It's just Charlie feeding me things that I can't even, for the life of me, remember specific, you know, like what it is that he exactly said or, you know, wanted me to do.
What's something that we don't know about how this all came
Oh
together?
my God.
After the bomb, after your meetings with Charlie, obviously.
This is crazy. They've asked this. They literally just asked this question. And the thing is like, this was annoying me from the beginning. And I'm just going to say it because I didn't say it before. That like, what a dumb question. How can anybody know what somebody else knows? They can't get inside their head. Like, it's like, if it was me, and they've said this a million times, this question, and the first time that they asked that question, I literally thought to myself, if that was me sitting there, I'd be like, I don't know what's inside your head. So I just
Exactly said or, you know, wanted me to do.
What's something that we don't know about how this all came together? After the bomb, after your meetings with Charlie, obviously we have the things that are on the
oh my God.
phone calls that you've heard, everybody's heard.
Like,
Hundreds
just
of
call it
times.
something that we don't know. Well, my favorite color is purple. I mean, you know.
Everybody in this room, I could say, has probably heard them hundreds of times. Obviously, we know that. Outside of that, you guys had outside conversations. Obviously, you were sweating it. You got police, FBI knocking on your doors. You have people getting arrested now. Your child's father is now arrested and charged with this. I know conversations happened. You guys said, okay, let's not talk on phones anymore. So conversations happened. You guys met in person, had conversations. What were those conversations like?
With Sigfredo?
With
Or
both.
with both?
Sigfredo and with Charlie.
But really, everything was kind of like on the phone too, like not just separate, because obviously we were still talking on the phone. I wasn't under the impression. Charlie's always been the one who's been paranoid about it. Charlie and Sigfredo's paranoid about it. Apparently, I'm the only one who was like okay with talking on the phone because I wasn't really hiding anything. Like, yeah, like I knew about it, but I wasn't like saying, you know, like.
I'm talking about after the phone. Charlie calls you, tells you don't talk on your phones. Our phones are tapped. You guys get off the phone. Sigfredo goes out and buys you and him burner phones. Okay. When that happens, you and Charlie have other conversations where you meet in person. Y'all have other conversations through WhatsApp. What are those conversations like?
With the WhatsApp, it's just where we were gonna like meet up.
That was your location to meet up. Okay,
Yeah.
When you met up, what were those conversations like?
Okay, when we went to the icon, that was a conversation about like the whole bump.
Okay.
And then that's what I told you, like I had seen his parents, but it wasn't to meet his parents. But I'm just, like I've never like even spoken to his mom or anything about any of this. Obviously my opinions on what everything now is different, and yeah, like she like knew everything, or like him and Charlie were always talking about it, because why else would you always walk away? But if you're gonna involve me in this, and why was he always walking away? Because he was like protecting his mom.
Right.
The whole time.
Absolutely. But what was his conversations like with you about that? Okay, we talked about the bump. He told you your approach. Y'all had other conversations.
Over and over
approached the
again.
bump. You tried to call the phone number and you couldn't get
Creepy.
through. I'm sure you went back and had that conversation with Charlie. What were those conversations like?
It was all on the phone. I mean, it
No,
was all
there was
on the recorded phone calls.
But after those phone calls, he specifically calls you, tells you, we cannot talk on the phones. Hang up your phone. We can't talk on the phone, or our phones are tapped. You guys stopped talking and communicating on the phone at that point.
And never spoke on the phone again after.
You talk WhatsApp.
Through WhatsApp, you did.
WhatsApp.
And you said through WhatsApp it's only locations to meet up. So we know y'all met up. We know there was other conversation because there was
He
y'all
never
weren't
said,
arrested right away.
yeah, but he never said anything on WhatsApp either, like no specifics.
What
or,
about
like,
your
conversation.
in-person conversations? You met him in person. What kind of conversations did you have in person with him? After that, after you stop talking on the phone, now you're probably freaking out, shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah.
People are being arrested, FBI's knocking on your door, this ain't flying under the radar, it's 2 years later, you thought you got away with it, now you didn't, now you're sweating. What are those conversations like?
I can't remember what.
You can't remember any of the conversations that we don't already know about that's already been in trial.
Yeah, no, I can't remember any of the conversations we had after.
Okay, those are the kind of conversations that are gonna help you, because what you're giving us is stuff we already know.
Yeah,
Stuff that we're already aware of, stuff that we already have, stuff that we already have a really good case.
yeah,
You're wanting help. Those are the conversations you need to remember, the things that we don't know, the things that we did not get on recordings, the things that we were not a part of, the things that we did not have any kind of information about. Those are the things that you need to remember.
those are the conversations I can't even remember right now, like, I don't.
But you've had years to think about this
I
stuff. It
did,
seems like
but
today, it
that's-
seems like we're coming up with new questions today. You've been thinking about this case for years while you're sitting in jail.
But that's the thing, I don't think about this case like sitting in the jail, yeah, like, there's,
You don't think about the fact that you won't see your children
Two different
for the rest of their
trial
lives? You don't think about that? This
Yes, I
case
do.
is what caused that.
Katie,
I
if you
know,
want,
I
if
know,
you want,
I know.
if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, you're gonna have to
And
have a real
believe me,
comfortable
I don't,
conversation with yourself, and your attorney, something, because you're not there. These are conversations where an attorney usually asks us to leave the room so they can talk to you and say, look, you've got to come straight forward. You can't be half partial truth and half partial
And I-
deflecting the blame on everybody else that I didn't really know, but I should have. There are things there that you knew. I'm not saying you know everything, but there's things there that you knew, and what you're telling us just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
well, it doesn't make sense, it's like.
All of it.
The
doesn't
fact
make
that you don't remember
sense.
any conversation about probably one of the most stressful times of your life.
That's why it's,
Okay.
I can't.
No. You remember those conversations. Those conversations are things that stick in your head. Those are the kind you can suppress. You can suppress things as it goes on and you're trying to focus on your trial. You know, you're only giving us what we already know. You're only giving us the things that we already knew happened. You're not giving us anything else. And those are the conversations that you know, because that's the most stressful time of your life. You're going around, your baby daddy's just been arrested for this murder that you helped facilitate, that did not happen without you. Okay, so you know those conversations. Those are the ones that you need to sit back and think about and try to remember, because those are the ones that we don't know. Those are the ones that are going to help you.
And I understand you don't want to take the blame for this, but
It's
you
not about
have
the
taken the
blaming.
blame. You have taken it. You're here. You're not getting out. This is the blame for you. Doesn't matter if you turn around and say, yes, I knew about it the whole time, or, oh, I didn't really know what was happening. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is what you heard, what you said, what you did with these people. That's what's relevant. That's all that's relevant. Is
Can't
what
get in
actually
any more
happened.
trouble. It can only get
And
better.
I
I'm trying
completely
to
understand that
explain.
this is the part that it's like, I can't,
But you were worried about it being on camera a while ago. You got to wipe that out of your head.
I've already.
People already know you're on
Yeah.
camera. You're on camera. You're on camera in all this. That's irrelevant. What you need to focus on is remembering what happened and telling us what happened. That's the most important thing for you right now.
Like,
Because without that, you're here.
There's nothing.
Yes, you're here.
those conversations are the ones that you need to try to remember.
But that's why even from the beginning, that if like, I would just, don't you think I would have just wanted to cooperate from the beginning, because you guys.
I don't know why you didn't. We gave you many opportunities, and the whole thing of you didn't know who was at the door, whatever. We tried, Katie, and you didn't come forward. I don't know why you didn't. You must have your own reasons. That's why I'm asking you if you've been threatened. If you've been threatened, we can protect you. If somebody's threatening you or threatening your family,
I
we
mean,
can
now
protect
I'm
your
kind of
family.
worried about this whole thing after the trial about the whole Latin King or whatever, but apparently that has nothing to do with me.
No, I don't know
Lewis
where
is
this,
the one who-
yeah, Latin has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about why you didn't cooperate to start with. Why you have failed to cooperate all the way until now. If there's something keeping you from doing it, please let us know. We can help with that.
Is it just you don't remember the conversations?
A lot of the things, yes, I don't remember. That's why it's like, if there was never conversations that stuck out, because if something was to stick out, that's why right now I know it gets frustrating, and I see it, and I'm seeing it on your side. It's like, if I was talking to somebody too, like, just say it. And I've always wanted to be that, I want to be the one who says it, but if I'm not certain about it, we would have not even spoken on the phone to begin with if I was just gonna go off and just talk on the side anyways.
Right. My thing is it's the conversations after you guys get off the phone. The things that we
Yeah,
all
and
do.
there's nothing that sticks out to even be like, oh,
So when you met at the icon that day, remember that? You met at
Yes.
the icon that day. You
Yes.
didn't talk about the bump because the bump happened almost 2 weeks before that. The bump actually, he told you about the bump in the car and at your work, outside your work, he told you.
Yes.
When he called you back down the icon, it was because of a different bump. Do you remember any of those other bumps that happened? Because that's when you're on the phone cussing out, saying, I'm gonna fuck up whoever's doing this, blah,
Because
blah,
he
blah,
was just
all this other
constantly
stuff.
talking about, oh, this is, because he's thinking that he's like that, he's getting blackmailed. And I'm here thinking that Lewis is blackmailing Sigfredo. So that's the whole frustration. And like, I'm here trying to ask Sigfredo things. He's not telling me things. And I'm here trying to figure out things to relay back to Charlie. And Charlie just keeps on and on about the same thing. So I was the one who was frustrated. That's the point that it's like I said all of that, because it's like, you're making all of this, like you're listening to us and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, then I'm going to call the FBI. But then it's like, what was I going to do? Call the FBI and what? Tell them what I'm telling you guys right now? At the end of the day, this is my life. Believe me, I want to get home to my children. I don't want to bullshit anything. I don't want to go through all of this. I don't want to waste your time. That's the last thing. I am in prison right now. I would never think that I'd be in prison.
So tell us about, like, when he called you down there.
These are FBI. These are FBI. Yeah.
What did he tell you about?
That's what, and nothing sticks out to my head.
There was a bump. He
What
didn't
bump?
tell you about other bumps, a letter, a text message, a call to the office, those other bumps. That's when he called you down to the icon.
But he already said that over the phone.
No,
Well-
he just told you to come meet him. Unless you talked on WhatsApp, it's not on the phone calls.
Like,
that's what I'm trying to get.
It is crazy that she's staying in this room, right? You know?
Because he already said
How did those
about,
conversations go?
well, we were on a phone call already regarding that. There was okay, so his mom got that bump. And then the following thing was somebody, I mean, like we were all trying to call that number, and I'm here lying to him that I called it, and then Sigfredo's lying to me about calling that number, but nobody's really calling the number. I don't know if Sigfredo ever really did call the number, because then he did say to me something about there's somebody Spanish that picked up the phone.
That was later on, yes.
So did he really ever call that number?
Later on he did, yes.
Okay, and like left the message, or that's the messaging that was on there? Okay, so then he's telling me that. That's all recorded, like that's, there was nothing ever after that we spoke separate from it. And then he told me about that. Charlie told me about somebody going to his office and dropping off a letter, or that they need that information or whatever. But that was all on the phone. There was never anything separate from that.
Remember you went down to the icon, met him at the restaurant?
Yeah.
That wasn't
I
on the
think
phone.
he's just said everything that's been happening, not anything.
Well, it was right after one of the
different,
bumps.
yeah.
That was right after one of the bumps. That's why I told you that.
Like, hey, you need to figure this out. You need to find out. He's pressuring me. Like, at this whole time, he's pressuring me things. Like, he's like, you need to find out what's going on. And he's trying to figure out if, like, Sigfredo is probably doing something, or trying to get somebody to get money from him, or whatever it is, whatever the cause. And Sigfredo's freaking out because it might be Lewis that's doing something. So he's the one who's...
That's what I mean. What did he say to you to make you think that he thought Sigfredo was extorting him? What would he say like that? Tell us that conversation. That's what we're trying to get from you.
I'm trying to find the deal that they offer. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm trying to find the deal that they offered her. Oh, you're saying you'd like to talk to the right, gotcha. FBI agent, yeah. So I'm sure I'll be able to find it. Just give me another second here. The problem is a lot of the places where they are having it mentioned, you know, there's like paywalls and stuff. Right. So that's the thing. She seems to think so, because that came up a little bit earlier, that she seems to think she'll be getting a deal, but there's nothing that they can do because she's already been convicted and it's a life sentence. So like, again, like barring some crazy pardon or something. Right. But she waived her attorneys being there, and like she hinted at it a couple times in this proffer that like, and they're also kind of encouraging that, right? In a way, they're not like saying that she's going to get a deal, but they're like, you know, they're doing what they do, where she's like, you know, referencing, I just want to be able to get out someday and see my kids. And then they're like, well, you know, you have to, you know, tell us something we don't know. And, you know, so where it's like, it encourages her to keep thinking that, but they're not like, you know, so it's really insane. But yeah, I'll keep looking for that plea deal.
No, because he's just going off. That's why I don't remember specific things that
Right.
he's saying, but he's probably, he's going off and telling me, you need to figure this out, you need to figure this out. Because in his head, he's probably like, okay, well, somebody's gonna out all of us or whatever.
So he
And
actually
I'm
said to
not-
you like, hey, is Sigfredo trying to extort me for more money? Is
No,
asking
he
you that?
never,
That conversation in the comment he's made about somebody's gonna out all of us. During one of those conversations, there was a comment made about somebody is on the inside, somebody too close.
about the layers or
That's
whatever.
right.
they were
It's
talking
somebody-
You said
that-
this is getting too detailed. There's somebody on the
inside
inside
that
that
knows.
knows. Somebody on the inside that
I'm
knows.
thinking it's Lewis.
Okay.
Like Lewis is doing all of this. Like this, that was always my assumption that it was Lewis doing this because maybe he talked to
So
somebody.
you
or
at
he
no
was-
point thought it was the cops, you were like, somebody's.
I mean, no, like I would think that it has something to do with police.
You would think Lewis was flipping already.
Something,
You
yeah.
But you're
yes.
telling Sigfredo that. Did you tell Charlie that? Did you ever tell Charlie you think?
No, I'm getting this vibe from Sigfredo because Sigfredo is freaking out. The only reason why he would be freaking out is because it has to do something with Lewis. Now, this is when I put 2 and 2 together that I'm like, okay, like, did he do something with Lewis? Because I'm thinking in my head the whole time that it was, like whoever, me going to Sigfredo about it, I would think that Sigfredo would go to somebody else about it. And the whole time I'm just relaying it to Sigfredo, but wouldn't be stupid enough for him to really be the one who's doing it. Does that make sense? No?
Yeah. You thought Sigfredo would be the one in the process.
In the process, yeah,
To be able to
like,
get someone to take care of it for you.
yes, basically.
Okay, so
Not
you look
never
at him knowing that
really-
he has those connections that he could have got somebody to do it.
Yeah, not him doing anything.
But then he got paid. He's giving you money. And you're giving him
I
money.
mean, but that has nothing to do with me. He could pay off somebody else. That's
and then
him getting
he gave
paid.
you money, and then you met out outside of Lewis's house. So obviously, at that point, you knew Lewis was involved. He was involved. I think if I'm remembering correctly, these guys can correct me. You've said it before. Like Lewis and Sigfredo they're like this. They're
They're
always together, always doing things together. So why would you think one would do something without the other if that's how they are?
I mean, they hang out with a whole bunch of guys too.
Right,
And
but
I
also-
really think that
A whole bunch of guys wasn't at Lewis's house.
Did Sigfredo make another trip up here?
it's so confusing, huh?
Did Sigfredo make a third trip? Do you know if he made one before the June? Did he come up before June?
I mean, yes, correct. I mean, I'm with you 100%, Tools. She was convicted of, she was the middle person. She did not kill anyone. She was the middle person. It was her ex-boyfriend who is the connection to the family. And I think this was all said and done. I'm sure her appeals are probably already done as well. I mean, I'm still not able to find, I'm still looking for that deal, but I know she was offered immunity, but I'm not finding, it might be that I have to go through court documents, so that'll take me another minute, but that might be the way to do it. I know that it was brought up the other day on one of the STS shows, and they were talking about it. I can't remember if they said the years. But anyway, what I'll do is I'll go through the court documents, and then we'll look and we'll be able to see where she's at in the appellate process and also what they offered her and whatnot. And we'll pull that up. So yeah, give me just a second though.
Not that I can recall, but probably. I don't know how many, he never told me when he would go out of town.
Did you ever
That was
have
the
to
thing,
go-
being
Did you
out of
ever have
town.
to go get more money from Charlie prior to the murder?
I did lie about one time, to Charlie. I was with Sigfredo, me and him got back together, and then that's now that you said out of town, it was always out of town. So then that gave me an assumption that it wasn't in Miami, like I have to get out of town. Anything he was gonna do, any type of business or whatever, it's like he's going out of town.
So what'd you
That's-
lie about?
Oh, I lied to Charlie about needing money for,
For
when,
this?
but we ended up taking the kids out, like staying somewhere else, and then that was,
So you lied
besides
to
that-
need money for this, but it was actually for you guys to go on vacation or.
Yeah, like we just stayed somewhere, rented a hotel or whatever, with the kids. So it was never like a trip.
But did you ever get money from him on a different time?
This is from Sigfredo?
No, from Charlie
Charlie
for
another trip.
like April or May or anything like that.
It's Freddie ever any money
Oh, right now.
to do any kind of other stuff other than the June trip and then the murder. Was there any other time that you asked for money for him to do whatever preparations he needed to?
Yeah.
So,
No, I don't know. I'm not certain.
okay, but that's what they're asking is any other
Yeah,
time that he needed money for preparation.
I'm thinking in my head that maybe it has happened, but I'm not for certain, so I don't wanna say. Yeah, because Frodo has mentioned, times like, hey, I'm gonna need money, I need, to get out of town. Like he'd always just say, get out of town. Like when he said that, like that just triggered like
this is what
like
it's
something
for.
that he would say, out of town. I'm like, oh, okay, and then I just relay it back. So it might have happened where there's another time before that, but I'm just not certain. I know I lied about that one time about him going out of town, but it wasn't really for that. Like we ended up going out with the kids and just used our money to go out with the kids. So I'm so
You're fine.
it's not that. It's just that I want to get to the bottom of this too.
Here's
and
the
it's
thing, like you said, okay, so before you were in county, you were
Okay, I've got things. I've got things. So, and that's true, Top Cat, about that's true that you all get charged equally. It's not just in Florida, it's in a lot of places. But the reason it's so surprising is because generally it doesn't happen that often because people work out deals. So, okay. So let's see here. Okay. Let's just see what happens if we start with the first one. It's loading another window, so let me just see if it works, and then I'll share that to you guys. It's funny how the different counties in Florida have all completely different systems for the court records. Well, why is it taking forever? Let me try this other one. Huh. Like this is what it's like, not even loading. That's weird. Oh, it's just slow. That's why it's just slow. The county thingy is slow. Okay, hang on. So let's take a look. Okay. So let's see. Or where is the links for the documents? Because I'm looking to see if we can find the plea agreement. It might be on one of the other charges. Hold on. Let me pull up the first one again. Now that I know it's just slow. Wait a second. What is it doing? Is it loading? It's just so slow. Anyway, yeah, not just Florida. Yeah, I mean, every state that I know of where there's been trials where there's been a situation like this where they're charged equally. For example, even in like with Lori Vallow, that came up too. So full immunity though wouldn't mean you don't serve any time. I think it was like full immunity, but again, that doesn't mean you don't serve any time. So this is just loads so slow. Wow, Leon County. It looks like it's still loading. I'm just trying to find. Wow. I thought Duval was bad, but this is much worse. Is it did it, I can't even tell if it loaded or not. Cause like, is this a different one? Oh, I think it might be. Okay. So let's see. Oh, good. Now look, see, now we've got documents. Okay, good. Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Cool. Wonderful. All right. So there's a complaint. So it doesn't look like they did. Interesting. Is there, I guess they didn't get an indictment for her. Interesting. So we'll look at this. So let me see here. There's the arrest affidavit. There's the warrant. No bond. Yeah, they didn't get an indictment. So okay, I'm pulling this up. Probable cause affidavit. You guys, those words. Well, that's all that's on that. Interesting. Okay, let's do a different one. Let's pull up the complaint. That's the complaint. Wow. Where's all the, like, what? Here we go. This is better. So here's the probable cause affidavit. So this goes through the whole thing. Theory of the murder. You know what we're going to do? I have a thought. We're not going to read all this right now, but here's what we're going to do. Look at this. There's even a suspect vehicle. You guys see where I'm going with this? What we'll do is on a different live stream, we will read through all this to see how it compares to, I'm sure you guys know where I'm going with this. Because this will be enlightening. Not only will this help everybody get really familiar with the case if you're not as familiar, but also we will compare it to the Brett Payne affidavit, which I think pretty much everybody that's following that case has that affidavit basically memorized. I don't think we even need to like pull that up, but like we'll go through this. But what do you guys think? I mean, that's interesting. Okay, so now let me see if I can find though the plea. Trial set. Oh, now here's the indictment filed. Wow, way late in the game. Superseding information. What's this going to have? Let's take a look on that one. So they got a grand jury. Huh. The superseding. So that was on, what day was that on? That was on 12/22. Wait, no, that's her birthday. Oops. November 29th, 2016. And she was, I guess it wasn't that far out. The complaint was on October 4th, 2016. Let me just go back to this real quick so I can bookmark it. And I'm going to get that. Hold on. Not that one. This one. Where did it go? Okay, sorry. All right, this is what I just want to save this real quick. Okay, so now let me just take a look. Yeah, they did. That's interesting. So they have an information. The reason I'm just like this is curious to me. They have, you know, because usually, you know, you have an information, right? Or you do an indictment with a grand. So they did both here. So they've got an information filed here. I mean, I guess that happens. And then they have a grand jury indictment. I guess that's like what they did in Idaho with BK. Yeah, because they ended up canceling they ended up canceling the hearing that they normally would have. Okay, so now let me look. Witness notice of hearing. An Arthur hearing. Interesting. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. So, so maybe in case you guys spot it too, you can let me know. Oh, that's so funny. When can I play? I mean, I can play the violin anytime. Sorry, I wasn't even looking at the chat because I'm like doing this whole thing. Y'all. So, oh yeah, y'all are talking about right, the probable cause. Yeah. I can play the violin anytime. That's so funny that Kane, I guess, was like, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what prompted. He said he played some of that for you guys or something like that on his live stream. And I'm bummed I couldn't make it, but I was actually teaching. But I mean, I don't know why anyone like it's just, you know, it's classical music. Anyway, but I mean, not that I don't only play classical, but it's just surprising. I mean, it's like Shostakovich is like super nerdy. So okay. And like I can play by ear. So like if I've ever heard a song, I can play it. And then like so I can you know, for people to have like if someone requests a song, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be from whatever, like, you know, from a band or from whatever, you know, I can like come up with like a little quick like violin arrangement. Like I can, because I did a lot of that too, especially like when I used to do a lot of weddings. I mean, for like 10 years, I did a ton. And anyway, I got burnt out on that. But like, it's just really good money. But like, anyway, people request stuff. So it's like, actually, I had a really good medley. I would do like all the Lord of the Rings songs. So I do that. And then I had like a Beatles one. And then also I'd have people request like R&B and hip hop. And that was fun too. But yeah, I mean, I'm classically trained since the age of 3. I'm still not seeing anything though about there's Wendy's name. Huh. Letter from Harvard Law School. Huh. Lots of motions to compel. And remember, because she had 2 trials, right? So that's the other thing. Motion to exclude Wendy Adelson as a witness. Yeah, right. Motion to sever. And again, if the reason it's so interesting too with Shannon Gardner and Mario is that there's not been yet a motion to sever. Now, Excited Utterance joined us one time in a live stream. We were covering some stuff related to Shannon Gardner. She seems to think that she seems just to hint that she had some insider knowledge that there will be a motion to sever in the near future. But anyway, at this juncture, there's not been a motion to sever, which usually there is. So that's what's interesting. Witness list. I mean, okay. I don't know. There's a lot more documents. There's a lot. I didn't expect this many documents. I don't know why. It's a lot though. Can I like filter it? Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. That's just so fun. Like, I wonder what prompted him to do that. I mean, my knowledge, he was covering like BK, right? I don't like, yeah. I mean, you guys are probably like, what the fuck is this? Like, this isn't related to Idaho. Is she in this thing too? Who? It does take skills. It's probably in my opinion, the hardest, but also the best instrument. I just don't know where. Oh, he just shows random videos. That's so funny. That's so funny. So, and Shostakovich. So Shostakovich, of course, Russian composer. As I'm taking another look, you guys let me know if you see it. Shostakovich was a badass. I actually have a hoodie and it has Shostakovich's face on it. And it says, "Against the establishment before punk rock." So Shostakovich was composing in like 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. So in the world of classical music, that's what we call contemporary. That feels like, to me, that feels like recent because, if it's in the 20th century, it feels recent for classical music. So he was a badass and he was dealing with Stalin. Okay. And so a lot of his music he dedicated to the victims of the Holocaust and fascism. And back then with Stalin, with composers, he would require them to only compose music in a certain way. And it was supposed to be basically to glorify Stalin. And it had to be very much like upbeat, like everything is great and just like, yay, Russia. And talk about limitations on freedom of speech. Well, guess what? If you were a composer and you composed music that didn't meet those demands, you were risking literally your life. That was the consequence. Okay. And so many Russian composers like Prokofiev, another really great composer from that time, they did comply, to a certain extent, or I guess they complied, right, basically. Right. And Shostakovich did not comply. He was like, I'm going to expose this for what it is. This is where the punk rock comes in, right? Like against the establishment before punk rock. Like he literally spent the rest of his life, according to his family members and everyone else that knew him, pacing around by his piano, chain smoking, drinking vodka, and like waiting literally for them to come with the black bag and take him away and his family. And no one ever, they just disappear. That's what happened. They would just disappear and no one, and that's it. And you can't ask any questions. But he continued to write and compose music that was so fucking brilliantly snarky, like taking, those rules that Stalin had, like you have to take this thing, the glorifying blah, blah. Like he would take some sort of theme from like a Russian, tune for like when they'd have like a parade or whatever. He would take that and like distort it. Basically, if Stalin would hear this, he would know this is the middle finger to you, Stalin. That's what that was, but like in a really clever way. The other thing that's really interesting about Shostakovich is there's only two composers in the history of time that did this, where they took their letters and made it a signature in their music. And that's Bach and Shostakovich, my two favorite composers. So Shostakovich, his if you do the translation of his last name into the German letters of how the German spelling, but using like our letters, it would be DSCH. And then you can translate that to notes on the staff. And maybe that's where the German part comes in, because like, anyway, so, but basically it turns into what they call a motif in music, which is like a pattern of notes. So, and it sounds like this. Ba-da-da-dum. So every single piece of music that Shostakovich wrote has that in it, but in different keys and in different iterations, but it has to be in that order. So it might be like slower, it might be faster, but that's his motif, that's his initials. So, and that includes the concerto that you guys heard, that you will hear that, and you wouldn't, unless you're listening for it, you wouldn't know what that is. But anyway, for people that are super nerdy like me, I actually have it on a t-shirt. I have like, it's like the staff, and then it has the notes. And like, only if you know Shostakovich, you'd be like, oh, that's Shostakovich's name, even though it's just notes on a staff. Anyway, I'm not seeing this. I'll keep looking for it though. Maybe there's a way I can filter it. But like, I was able to find, like for Henry Tenen, for example, different county, I found his shit for the plea like in 2 seconds, but there were also not that many filings. So I don't know. Okay. Yeah, V for Vendetta style for sure. Yep. Yeah, Russia. And the thing about Russia is like, when it comes to like classical music and violin and stuff, like it's like there's so much history there, right? Like the composers and the music, and like growing up on violin, I was around people like that. Like that's why that's why my bucket list thing was to learn Russian. Like my whole life, that was like a bucket list goal. And so, I mean, I'm almost fluent in Russian. And that's why also I lost my shit when my brother was like, hey, guess what? I just took a DNA test and we have like quite a bit of Russian heritage. And I was like, thought he was joking. And that's why I submitted my DNA to my heritage, which is, you guys have probably heard me talk about. But it's like, it's surprising because we know for a fact that we're a quarter Welsh because my grandmother is from Wales. So that's what was so surprising. But like when I got the thing back, I have it saved somewhere, but it's like 18% is like Eastern European, and then like 6% is Russian, which like it's just blows. And I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. That explains everything. Like, honestly, I don't think I did, but this was a while ago. And I think that I will just be honest, guys. I think that I was like, I want to help and I had good intentions. And this was a while ago. But I know I can go and change that. Oh, that's a good point, Top Cat. Thank you. That's a good point. Right. That makes perfect sense. It's probably also why I couldn't find it from Google searching. And that's why it's like, there's no years given. There's no years. It's like, we just know that it was, okay. That's a great point. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah. It wouldn't be there. That's a great point. So yeah, I mean, I think that like in my mind, I'm like, yeah, well, why not? Why wouldn't I want to help? Right. I want to help solve cold cases or whatever, but like, anyway, I mean, having said that, if they still are able to access those who opted out and backdoor it, doesn't matter anyway, does it? But, but you can, I mean, you can always go change it. And I remember though, like, I remember when I did it, it did make you jump through a lot of hoops, like on my heritage, because they're one of the ones where like, I think opt out is the automatic. And then it was like, you have to choose to opt in. And they made it like, honestly, it was kind of like a lot to where I remember thinking at the time that it was so many steps that probably most people would just say, fuck this and give up and not do it because it was a lot. Like you had to really like sign a bunch of, or like initial a bunch of stuff, like, online. And like, I don't know, it was just like a lot of steps, which is how it should be, like you had to really not want to give up on not opting out basically. But like, I if I recall, I did all that because I was like, whatever, you know, click, 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 next, click, next, click, next, click, next. That's what it was like for like 20 minutes or something. And then eventually it's like, okay, you know, anyway. So that's the story of that. You know, so, okay, but let's go back to here. I'm glad though that we had this little excursion because we found that that PCA, and it'll be really interesting to take a look at that as well. So
Worry about, like, if you were, it's something you remember, you get back and you remember, and you'd be afraid to write it down because people will steal it. Because you're worried about it hindering your case. Okay, your case is how it is now.
Yeah.
With you here, and after talking to us, if something comes to your mind, whatever.
I mean, I didn't even scroll all the way down to the bottom, but like y'all saw that, like it's a lot. That's a lot of filings. And we didn't even get to the bottom. So, yeah, I mean, that's good, right? I mean, that means people are doing their jobs, right? And it means that it's you know, it seems like everything exists except for whatever the plea talk was, right? That's the thing that doesn't exist, but everything else is there.
You get stationery and stuff in there.
And y'all saw
Start writing
like, literal. Oh, I don't think anything was sealed, like, you know. But that's Florida.
down. Reach back out to your attorney or whichever. And
Talk to Chris.
That's why I just don't ever think that there was, because
you're gonna have a lot of time to think. Like you're gonna.
but it's like, I know you guys are
That's
getting frustrated
brutal. You're gonna have a lot of time to think. Fucking hell, man.
about the whole situation of like conversations that like occurred. There was nothing that like really stuck out that like, why would, for that, we wouldn't have never spoken on the phone to begin with. A lot of the conversation was already on the phone. So obviously I was free to want to talk about all of this stuff on the phone because I wasn't really in fear of something happening. I'm feeding off of both of them freaking out and I'm trying to figure it out with them, but they're not telling me the facts. And this is why the whole thing of like me cooperating and stuff from the beginning, but I don't really have all the facts. Like right now I'm back in square one. I don't have the specific facts, but from what I just relayed. And now
But it's
saying
not like
that
from the beginning, from beginning to end of all this. Anything that you think of or you remember is what I'm talking about. Anything that's gonna come to mind that you didn't think of, because you said you suppressed a lot of it. You suppressed a lot of it, and then you go back and then you're thinking like, oh yeah, this happened, oh yeah, that happened, and you forget it again when it's time to come back up. Those are the thoughts that I'm talking about to write down and kind of keep note of, because those are things you don't want to risk forgetting them again, and now you remember them. And those are the things you need to reach out to Chris and when you have those, so that way you can, because if it's something that we don't know, something that hasn't already been out here, something we haven't already discussed with you, or
Reach out to
hasn't
Chris.
been brought to trial that you know that we have, you've seen everything we've got. Okay.
We're gonna leave here and think of questions.
So it's like this whole thing. Like you've seen everything we've got. What are we missing? That's what this is what they're doing. You've seen everything we've got. What are we missing?
We forgot to ask.
It's almost like they want to offer her a job to become a part of like the case, right? Of like that's what you would ask to like bringing in like another investigator. I don't know. It's just wild.
It's inevitable. It's gonna happen to all of us. So
yeah. And I had a whole bunch of questions that I wanted to ask you guys too, specifically with the whole thing too, like with like I have a lot of questions about Sigfredo, but obviously nobody's spoken to Sigfredo. I wish I would have just asked these questions. Believe me, I'm the one who's at the end of the day where it's like if I would have just asked questions or
that thing on the wall, it looks like a phone thing. I don't know why, but to me it looks like an ultrasound machine. Like, you know, when women go and they get their baby picture thingy on there, doesn't it look like that kind of?
I would have just been more like, you know, like instead of like bullshitting about it around that time, you know.
Yeah.
I wasn't
I mean, after her, at this point, Charlie hadn't gone to trial yet. This is in preparation for Charlie's trial. Charlie's now been convicted. And now Donna Adelson, Charlie's mom, is waiting trial. And she's going to trial in June. Is that what you are asking about? Or oh, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, like she's number 3 at the time, right? Of convictions in this case. After her, there's been another conviction and another arrest. And as everybody keeps referencing, the last piece of the whole puzzle will be Wendy, who will come after Donna.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, I'm looking at it back now. Like, yeah, I feel stupid. I feel stupid because the whole time I'm like not asking the same questions, and I'm in this, but I'm not really taking it seriously. Like, I'm just like, oh, okay, and it's not something that shouldn't have been taken seriously. Like, this is obviously led up to this situation right now. But these are things that, like, I want you guys to go up to Sigfredo and ask these questions. Those are the stuff that only he can answer. And then why he was saying the things that he said. Yeah, I still talk to his mom every now and then. No, but that's the thing. It's like I try to relay, like, you know, I can't have a conversation with him. Is that like not allowed? I don't know how we're
that's a sticky wicket. We'll have to look at that. I don't know how we would accomplish that. I know the prisons don't allow you to contact.
I know, like, not to have prison, but in this situation, like, we have children together. I don't have communication with him. Like, I don't really have that direct communication. I'm having a hard time with my mother-in-law because of the fact that it's like my family's trying to protect my children, and that's my number one priority is the protection of my children. So they're not really comfortable with, you know, the whole thing with Sigfredo's mom. Let alone with Sigfredo. I mean, yeah, but she lives in California now. Yeah, this has caused a lot.
So it's making her
issues.
kind of not want to talk and have conversations with you because she can't see.
I mean, it's just very hard because then it's like I'm again in the middle because it's like I want my children to have their grandparent, but it's like at the same time I'm getting frustrated because it's like I don't want this ongoing thing and anything to mess this whole situation up where I don't know how much more screwed I could get, but it's, you know, like I just didn't want anything to hinder that. And like I said, I know you guys perceive it in all these different ways, and it's like I can even tell just from your. I'm frustrated with myself. I see the frustration, and I've been through, and I'm not a complainer. I don't want to complain like, oh my God, I've been through all of. Yes, it's been hell in here, and I've had to put away a lot of things, and it's like, yeah, I suppress all of those feelings, and I want.
Okay, I've got something to show you guys. Here we go. This will make it a lot easier. So let me share this real quick. Let's just do this. This is going to help. So, all right here, guys. All right, let me zoom in. Okay, so we can go through and be like, who's the people and who's, yeah. So, all right. So the person in the middle is really not, it's like, that makes it seem like you should start there, but I wouldn't say you should start there. I would say you should start with Wendy, which is top left, right? Like I said, she's going to be the last one. Look at her smiling. They're coming for you, Wendy. So then below her, that's Dan Markel. He was a law professor at FSU who was brilliant. And that was her ex-husband, right? And ex-spouse. He was the victim. So you have Wendy. So then you have to her right, you have Donna. Okay, and then you've got by the way, these pictures they're much younger in these pictures, but anyway, then you have Charlie, and then you have Harvey. So Harvey and Donna are the parents, and then Charlie and Wendy are their children. Now they do have another son named Robert. So there's 3 siblings. Now Robert Adelson is estranged and lives in I forget which state. Pennsylvania? I forget where he lives. But anyway, he's estranged, and apparently he's going to be testifying at Donna's trial, which starts in June. So, okay. But that's why he's not included here, because he's not involved. He got the fuck out of there, and it was a good move on his part. So what's the connection? Okay, so you've got you look at the victim, right? You've got Wendy, his ex-wife. And then you got Donna and you got Charlie, right? So Charlie, and then you go down to the right, and there's Katie Magbanua, right? That's his ex-girlfriend. That's who we're watching right now in the proffer. And then you've got in the middle there, Sigfredo Garcia. That's the baby daddy. And then below him, you've got Luis Rivera, his friend. So the people who shoot Dan Markel are the two dudes in the middle. Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera shoot Dan Markel. So they had to put this puzzle together, right? Of what the fuck, right? So how did they get to him? So they got to Dan Markel because through Katie, right? But that doesn't, like, you see how this whole thing works. So Katie, well, what's the connection there? Charlie. But why would Charlie have any incentive to kill Dan Markel? That takes you to Donna, and then that takes you to Wendy. Now, so the first people to be convicted were Luis. Well, okay, let me take it back. Luis Rivera, the bottom there, took a plea deal. Then Sigfredo and Katie Magbanua were tried jointly. Sigfredo Garcia was convicted. The jury hung on Katie. So then, and you guys hopefully can see my mouse. And then they did a retrial for Katie on her own. Then she was convicted. And then Charlie's trial was in 2023. He was convicted. He will be getting a new trial because of all the fuckery with the attorneys, and that will just is a ways out, but it will happen. There's no way that it won't happen. Okay, so but he's convicted. Right now he's serving his time in where was it? Wyoming? North Dakota? No, North Dakota, I believe, is where he is right now. And again, Donna, she's in custody, was supposed to go to trial in October because of all the attorney fuckery, as I referenced with Charlie. It got delayed. Her trial is now set to start in June. And everybody believes that once Donna is convicted, they're coming for Wendy. Right, yeah. So, did that help? Hopefully those of you guys who weren't as familiar were here for this because, or I guess, it can always be timestamped because, for everybody who isn't as familiar, this is a really good way to, because there's a lot of people and a lot of names, and it always helps to have a visual. But now I have this, so we can pull it up whenever we need to. Right. They thought they had Wendy walled off, but she goes to the crime scene. LOL. Right. Right. That right there. Yep. NYC. I don't know what that's in reference to. But yeah, and that's really the thing. I mean, that's really the thing. Besides common sense, right? That why would any of this have happened? Obviously, it's connected to Wendy. Besides common sense, the thing that in terms of breaking the wall from being walled off, right? Is her going to the crime scene. I mean, of course, her interrogation is a whole other thing, right? In my mind, every single second of that is like, obviously she knows, obviously she's involved. I mean, but in terms of like physical, like physically connecting it, right? Like, yeah, showing up at the crime scene. Damn. Rob. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Top Cat. Yes, Rob, the estranged brother, is in NYC. Okay, thank you. For some reason, I was thinking it was another state. Interesting. He's in NYC. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Top Cat. So yeah, so there you go. All right. Now, but we are almost done with her, with the first proffer here. So let's see. Oh, that's right. I have to unshare, reshare. As one does. As per usual. Here we go.
I want to help. Like, yes, I want an end to this whole situation, but there's a lot of questions that I really cannot answer. And it's from what I remember, granted, if I go back in the dorm and I think back about all this conversation, things stick out. Obviously, I'm going to have that legal call with Tara.
That's probably a better idea than writing it down.
Yeah, just call them when you think about it. Call your
Her attorney. Yes, thank you.
And tell them to write this down for you.
Yeah.
Do something, document it.
Something to remember it.
Because obviously those calls are not recorded and nobody monitors that stuff.
And if from the beginning, I was not I never felt, like I was approached in a way where it's like I should have, like this could have all happened. If I was in the beginning saying the same thing that I'm telling you now, you probably would have reacted the same way. Like, well, what were those conversations? Well, it's not sticking out to me because it was never anything. Why would I have to talk outside? Like I said, like everything was on the phone calls. Yeah, if you told me to meet or whatever, Charlie just says the same thing all over again of everything he's already probably said on the phone call. It was nothing
At what point
separate.
did anybody know that murder was supposed to happen?
Right. That's the million.
That's the part that I was telling Chris. I don't know when.
That's like one of the most more questions. So there's 2 proffers. So this is the entire first proffer, and then we'll watch the second proffer.
Transition from that to like me really finding out that this was it was a murder that was supposed to be done.
So you don't know when that happened or how that happened?
Yeah, like when it transitioned from like, that's what needs to be done. I don't know if I'm just like, it's hard, obviously.
This is the part that is tough for me because it's like, this had to have happened. Again, the fact that they went and shot him, they wouldn't like, you know what I mean? This is the part where I feel like she still doesn't want to go there. And because of the guilt and stuff,
Like,
well, I guess
I'm involved.
having said that, oh my God, why? Having said that, can we not be stupid, YouTube? Having said that, I said that initially before we heard her mention that she still thought there was some sort of deal that could happen for her in the future. So with that in mind, now again, it's a false belief, but she would have an incentive to try to not incriminate herself further. So.
In, somebody passing away, somebody being murdered, and me facilitating all of this, but I see the role that I played. I see me ping ponging from both parties and stuff, and I see it. So
Do you remember Charlie asking you that it needed to transition to that, like verbally? Was it how did that occur? What over the phone was it? Was it in person? How did Charlie present that to you?
I don't know. Like I said, this is like through time of him really like getting in my head and just telling that this needs to be done, but not like, like he needs to be killed or whatever. So
the other thing I'll say is this. If I had to try to guess what they offered her for a deal, I would guess 15 years. And here's why. There's a lot of other examples. And a recent one is Henry Tenen. Because, since there's no document, right? But Henry Tenen, similar role. Well, let me take that back. Honestly, first of all, he got the deal of the century, but if you compare it to that, she should get even less. So Henry Tenen, again, middle person. Well, actually, he did the shooting. So really, it seems like she should get less then, because he had, so Henry Tenen, right? He had a lot of pride. He had a record. Prior convictions, right? His deal that he's been offered is 15 years. And he actually shot Jared Brigan. So I don't know. In my mind, it's like, what would have been a fair deal for her? Well, what would the math be if you serve 80%? Like, 15, if it's like, say 15 years, right? But you serve 80% of that. And then you'll have time served. And let's say you're out in 10 or something. I think that would have been fair. For her. So what do you guys think?
How did you tell Sigfredo that? How did you transition it to Sigfredo?
That's why I think that paper had all the information. Therefore, I never went back and forth to even go until ask Charlie this question or ask Sigfredo that question. This is I'm thinking all the paper had directions of who the person was, what needed to happen. And that's that paper that I wish I had. And you saying that he was trying to show me that he had never shown me.
Honestly, even still, you could even do an extended probation, right? Say, I don't know, maybe 8 years in custody, right? And then and then the remainder of the sentence. Again, if you think about 80% and then time served, let's say it's so to get 10 years, and then let's say maybe 6 years in custody, and like 4 years of like, a more supervised, extensive, like, probation type of thing versus the whole 10 in custody. Like, I think that honestly would be even more fair. I think that, especially being that she's a mom. And I think that for me, right, between like her and Sigfredo, who should serve more time? Again, Sigfredo, I think, also had some priors, and also there's gang affiliations there as well. But also did, shot, shot Dan Markel. Again, for me, right, I guess what does it come down to is this, like, when you look at who's likely to reoffend, right? When you look at who's likely to reoffend, I don't think Katie Magbanua was ever going to do anything else if she ever got out to reoffend. And even for something stupid. I mean, she got wrapped up in this whole thing because of Charlie, and whereas, if you look at someone who's got a background, prior convictions, their gang relations, comfortable using a firearm, I don't know. So between her and Sigfredo, right? Like, I think she should serve less time. Like, if you're just thinking about the numbers, doesn't matter. It's hypothetical because they have all off. But like, if you were to say that you're just thinking about what would maybe be more fair, like, I would say for her, again, like maybe like 6 years in custody, 4 years of like an intenser, like a probation with like, certain limitations, whatever, or maybe even like an ankle monitor situation for a certain point. I don't know. But then I would say for Sigfredo, is life without parole fair for him? I don't know. I mean, I know in Florida, there is no life with parole, but again, as a hypothetical, my thought would be that would have been more fair. Like, possibility of parole would have been more fair, even though it's not possible. So like, going off of Florida, it would be more something like, I don't know, 30 years or something. I don't know how old he is, but anyway, I'm just thinking it through, like what I think would have been fair.
Got to show you.
I
I said he had it.
that
He
he-
showed
that
it.
he should
He
know.
also
He's
had the
never
car
showed.
for a while.
Yeah, he's never showed it to me, even in the car, nothing.
I mean,
This is the point that I would be like, yeah, he showed me that paper. Like, what I've got to do, is this not something that I would want to keep?
That's pretty well. You said early on that you did, but it's a pretty
No,
significant
I'm saying
event.
that he didn't
Right,
show
I'm
me
saying,
any paper.
yeah. It's a pretty significant event for somebody to go from beating somebody up to murdering. And you don't
Right.
ever
That's
be in
what I
that
said.
transition process. It's just not
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
up in your head when
Specifics,
how it happens.
yeah, like I don't. Like,
I mean, that doesn't have to be exact
I know I'm not,
specifics.
yeah, but that's what I was trying to tell with Chris as well. Like, when did he get from point A to point B to this point? And then now, that whole part is just like, it's a blur to me, but I don't know when Charlie said those specific words, or
You
even
know
it
for
coming
sure
out.
that it was said, you just can't remember when. No.
I don't know.
And you can't remember how you talked to Sigfredo about it at all. How you went to Sigfredo and say, this needs to be a murder, not.
But that's what I'm saying, like, he knew probably what it was for, and obviously Charlie knew. But I was never in the known, because I think from that paper, from the beginning, it was already said there.
You think
But
he had
they're not
instructions in
telling
the
me
paper.
anything. Therefore, I don't know when it
And
transpired.
she's sticking to the fact that it was written on the piece of paper that she never saw.
And
So you're thinking that the instructions, everything was in the paper, all the communication with that, you just knew that Charlie wanted someone taken care of, your understanding was he
That-
wanted someone beat up, you told him you
not
had
even
somebody,
yeah, like,
or hurt.
yeah,
Somebody
hurt.
Somebody hurt her.
That's a really significant ask to put on a piece of paper for you to give to somebody that he doesn't even know.
I
who
don't
that
even know
is.
why the hell Charlie ever even came up to me. I think about that all the time. Like, who comes up to somebody that they just met? It's like, how much does he know? Did he know who Sigfredo
Did
really
you not
was?
tell him about Sigfredo?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that he was, like every time that.
Did you vent with him about your ex, about your baby daddy, about his
I'm pretty sure I
history he has?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that mentioned stuff like that, and that's why I feel like he knew more.
Yeah.
Keep going, you're fine.
I feel like he knew more than what he led me to know. He did, you know, like
Right.
he knew.
You felt like he knew that you had that connection, that's why he kept talking.
Why did he come up to me? You don't think I asked my question to all other people? I would have just come up to you, I just met you.
Right.
And somebody that you're dating, why? But then now
So you think it was a calculated thing for him? In your mind,
I feel like everything has been calculated with
you think everything with him, the reason he started dropping those hints to you and bringing that up to you is because he knew that you had the connections to make it happen.
He knew who I was with and maybe who he hung out, like, I don't know. I don't know to what extent.
Obviously, I know you don't know for sure, but that's in your mind. You're thinking
Yeah,
that that's why he came to you. That's why he came to you, because he knew you had that connection with Sigfrido and the kind of people that
It
Sigfrido
just doesn't make sense. Like, that's the part that doesn't make sense. How do you feel so comfortable? Like, you would never feel, and then that was like,
Did you do anything to make him feel comfortable with it? Other than you, I mean, obviously you told him you had somebody.
What makes sense is you telling him who
That's why
Sigfrido is,
he
it's
had
how we're
been-
telling him you have somebody that can do this and him trusting in you.
it's like he
That's why he
trusted
trusts in you, because he trusts you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay if you told him about somebody, you told him you had somebody that could do this, or you told him, you said, it's okay, you're not gonna
No, I
get in
did.
trouble.
That is what I said. Okay, yeah, I have somebody for you. That's what was the conversation in the car, but like it never even really went. Like I think it was a while before.
Well, yeah, October,
What
so
time?
the Halloween thing is when you said that's the
Yeah,
part you remember when you told him you had
Yeah, it was like a while
And
for
then
him to even
a
like
couple months.
something. For anything to even happen. But I'm saying like even the initial thing. Why is it?
Where
That
he
I was
initially bring it
approached,
up to you.
And why is it that me? And why would you trust me? I could have easily from the get been like, this guy's crazy. He's trying to make me, get somebody else hurt. And it's like I could have flipped on him.
Right, was it something you had been saying to him, you've been talking to Fredo up, or talking about some of your past? or
It
talking
was
about
too
something
early
different?
on. And all I could remember, all I could think that I would have told him is that, like, you know how the stuff that I was going through with Fredo as far as like relationship wise.
You'd be venting about him,
Yeah.
all the frustration you have, him not having money, him doing drugs, him.
It was a lot of things now that I think about it with the money situation. He knows that we were struggling. He knew that obviously
And he's
that
throwing it
Sigfrido
around
has
and
no
spoiling you.
job.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that Sigfrido has no job. I'm having a hard time. This is why I'm picking up jobs here, there, whatever, and then working in the office. But a part of that is because he knew financially, I'm a single mom. I've been with Sigfrido for a long time. Like I've been with him since I was 18 years old. So it's just like it's our relationship has taken a change since we moved back down to Miami, obviously after having 2 kids and stuff. And it was like, it got to the point where I got frustrated and I was over, but then I still kept up and I still he was still in my life.
Obviously, he's father and
But I think about it all the time. It's like he has to have known way more than he's presuming. If he's trusting me enough to even think this, and then I'm relaying it to Sigfrido, obviously Sigfrido's gonna trust me, but then
there's obviously some trust there because you did it. It happened. You didn't tell anybody. You guys thought you got away with it for a couple of years. So obviously the trust was there. The trust was built there for it.
Sick burn.
So the trust is there. Somehow there was something done to make him trust you for that. And obviously he trusted you because you did it. You didn't call the police to set him up. You didn't call to report that this guy's trying to harm somebody, trying to get me to hire someone. We've worked cases many times before where they have called, like, hey, this person's a little crazy. I think they're actually gonna do it. You might want to get on this, and we've done it. So there's that trust is there.
I already involved Sigfrido,
Yeah, but you put trust in. You told Charlie that you had somebody to do it. Somehow you did something to make him trust you to be able to have you do this.
Remember any of those
that's
conversations?
what I'm saying. I don't know why he would have trusted me. That's why I feel. Do you think that he's?
Conversations.
I feel like, there's gotta be something that you guys were talking about, some topics you were on. Somehow, something with your connection that you guys had during you said y'all just met because y'all just started talking when he started dropping these hints. Obviously,
But he's
something
been,
in your interactions has made him want to trust you.
okay, but him commenting that wasn't it from the past before about him hiring like a hitman? Wasn't that a joke, an ongoing joke he's had from before? So what does he just go to different people at a time and ask them these things? Like that's because he said this comment before he ever never even knew of me or met
Right,
me.
so he said this comment before to other people, all these other things. The only
So
time
he's
it actually
been
took
looking.
happen, he's been looking, and then it
So
took him
that
finding you.
conversation go with you that came around, that's the conversations over time that is helpful to us. Is she ready for her?
Yeah, you gotta go read.
You got anything specific?
Just get up and let her know.
Wow.
Think. Read.
Talk to your attorneys.
Think about the things that we've asked you, like the specific timeframes and like all the stuff that we don't have on recording, that's what we're wanting.
Believe me, I'm gonna have to.
That's the stuff you just need to think about and then reach out to your attorneys.
You have said some things. You have answered some questions. It hasn't been completely useless. So there's, and some of it.
It hasn't been completely useless, he says. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Is, I understand the
That's a good
context of a
point.
lot of it.
That's
and
a
they do
really good point. Charlie, I forgot about that part too. Charlie doesn't date women with kids, so she was recruited to serve a purpose. That's a really good point, Top Cat. Thank you for reminding me of that.
as well.
I mean, but like the whole time
But I'll tell you, the three of us have done a lot of these.
Yeah.
And there's times where what I really think you're struggling with is just saying it. Is just saying, and you'll say, yeah, I was stupid, yeah, I did this, or yeah, but just to say, this is the part that I did, and this is when I did this, and this, that's where you're struggling. And
I mean, it literally is like wanting her to make a confession, right? It's just so wild. You just never see, the setting is so odd, right? This sounds just like trying to talk someone into confessing, and she's already convicted. It's just bizarre.
don't let us put it in your mouth. Alright?
That's what we don't want, we want it to come straight from you,
yeah, obviously, I get that.
and you know.
And maybe, I don't know if we come back down here, I don't know where they're gonna put you, I don't know if we end up bringing you back to Tallahassee, but eventually I'm sure we'll sit down again.
Yep.
Okay, so in his trial, like, would that be like
Yeah, you're gonna have to come.
I'd be called again for?
Yeah,
You would, yeah.
yeah. Oh,
And how does that work? Because I've always said in the, even with my testimony, but like that, like
You
how
was
does
there,
that?
just tell the truth, hey, I lied before, I was trying to protect
You
myself.
saw
However you-
exactly what your attorney did to Lewis.
Oh my God. She's like, she doesn't even know what she's in for, because like you're gonna have to testify at Charlie's trial, and then you're gonna have to testify at Donna's trial, and then when Charlie has a retrial, you'll probably be called for that and also for Wendy.
You can prepare
More than
yourself.
I can't
It
like,
is, but it's gonna be similar. You're gonna be
Your new
treated very
full-time
similar to
job.
what your
Your new full-time job is being a witness at the Adelson trials.
attorney did to Lewis. I mean, they are going to try to tear you apart. That's what they're gonna do with everything that you say.
The important thing is, if you're telling the truth, then you won't have a problem with questions. Does that make sense? If you're lying about something and somebody asks you something,
Yeah,
you can get tripped
of
up
course,
easily
yeah.
because you're lying about it. But if you're telling the truth about what really happened, that
But like-
truth will stick to your memory and you'll be fine.
and the whole thing too, it's like, you guys keep saying like that I have like a pot of gold, and do you guys not, you guys have heard my conversation, see my commentary, like there's no, like I could have flipped on Charlie from the beginning, and it's like, he's not supporting anything.
Then why didn't you flip on him from the beginning?
Because the whole point of it too is for Sigfredo. I don't know why, like in my assumption, like I said, like I was never approached in that way. Like I never.
You mean like a tooth reveal, like
Not
something
like
to
even a
help
deal
you?
like that, but it's just like I just never felt like Jimmy, and nobody's ever gonna feel comfortable about it. But it's like to even be to the point where it's like these are like the answers that I had.
Were you trying to like also like not want to do anything that would hurt
That would
Sigfredo's
hurt
case?
Sig, of course.
So that's kind of the reason why you didn't, is because you didn't want to really hurt him too.
Yeah, he was in his
If you-
appeal, and I would have done it right there, right after my mistrial.
Right, so you would have, had you come forward, any information you gave obviously would have hurt Sigfredo.
And that's why I wanted to
So
speak
it was
to
nothing to protect Charlie.
Nothing to, I've never.
It was just to
Never.
protect Sigfredo, because
Exactly.
you knew that what you're telling us here and what we know would be detrimental to Sigfredo.
Exactly.
Okay, so
I mean,
that's
I
what we
had
thought
my
about.
mistrial, and then he was gonna be, for my assumption, it was gonna be an appeal. So like for me to even, like I wanted to speak to him because it's like, this is the time now, an opportunity for us
That
to
is so sad. So she mistakenly seems to think that Joel, it looks like she doesn't know what an appeal is, right? So like she's saying that after Sigfredo was convicted, she didn't tell them things for Sigfredo's benefit because she knew there would be an appeal. And like, I guess she seems to think that that means it's like, I don't know. That's just, it's sad really, right? That there wasn't more help for her to understand this process.
Finally get this over with. I didn't want to go back to trial. I didn't want to do that all over again. This is not just a trial where it's like I'm not on the media. Like I was a constant conversation in that jail. And it's like even leading up to that trial, like by the time you saw how it was, by that trial, I was done. I was deflated. I was tired.
Right.
I was in confinement, in and out, red and whites, and putting in suicide watch. Like I was going
Stressful.
through it
Yeah.
in jail before I was even going to trial. Before the trial even started, I was exhausted already. I wanted it to be over with. That's why I wanted. I was like, you heard my conversation with Sigfredo. I don't know. That was one of like I was begging. I was like what? Like what? Like why? Like why are we? Like why I don't want to go to trial? Like that's it. Let's talk. Like I say what I know. You say what you know. And like this is way more than you know. Like this is nothing protecting Charlie or whatever. I'm clearly not getting any type of money. Like my family's tapped out with everything. That's another thing too with the attorney. My family isn't that.
This is interesting because everything she's saying right now points to that she sounds like she would have taken a plea deal, right? She's saying was exhausted. She didn't want to go to trial. She was talking to Sigfredo. Let's just tell them what we know. She wanted to just get this done with. And now she's saying the whole family's being affected because of the cost of the attorney. All of this sounds like somebody who is like, would be like begging for a plea deal, which is interesting.
Because of me having to go to trial again. And yet people didn't want to let that go. It was like, oh, that he's still a part of it. And I get it. It's like the story and the.
How did you get the cost? How did you first get the cost?
The cost of what?
The cost.
Chris.
How did you get Chris as an attorney?
Oh, Tara and Chris came to me that the first time that I met him through that day that I was in Broward.
How did they come to you? Why did they come to you? Because of Charlie, right?
No.
How did they come to you? Yeah.
No, Tara's always done cases with Chris. And
So did you hire Tara before that?
I hired
How did you get
Tara.
Tara? Like, how did you know to hire Tara? Like, did someone refer her to you, or what?
I don't even remember how I got Tara.
Don't you know Charlie's attorney is in the same office?
I knew that. No, that Chris was in the same office. Yeah, he told me that after, but I didn't know that.
Well, that's a conflict of interest as well, a different one. Now, Charlie ends up with Dan Rashbaum, which is a worse conflict of interest in a different way for different reasons.
That he was in that same office. I didn't know that, no. Yeah.
All right. Think hard.
My
Think hard
attorney
about
was
it.
Tara, and then she
Tara
brought
brought
Chris.
Chris in.
Yes.
Okay.
Think hard about everything. Talk to your attorneys, or your attorney, whichever one you're talking to.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I don't know what it's gonna be like. This is the R&O process over here, so I don't even know if I'm gonna
yeah, we don't know
be.
where you're
Yeah, you may
we'll find
after-
out.
Yeah,
Find
I don't know,
out.
she has 3 other places you can end up, so,
Yeah, we're gonna get you out.
yeah, you don't want to get us in trouble too.
Okay.
Alright,
Okay, so they're finished. So we're going to go on to that. So yeah, so when I was trying to find, and I was just searching online before I pulled up the court records, when I was trying to find anything about her clear, the deal, I saw a little bit of rumblings about that it something had to do with her attorney, Tara, who she's been talking about, which is just crazy. It makes me wonder, like, is there, I'm sure this happened, right? On appeal, her appellate issues would have included probably ineffective assistance of counsel. And even though that's like a standard route, or well, maybe not standard, but it happens. I think in this case, that seems like a logical place to start, because why the fuck would you, and it's always the client's final choice, right? But it's clear that she's not mincing words. Like, she is making it really clear that it seems like that was what she would have wanted, right? And like, I don't know what the fuck your attorney would have to say to talk you out of that when like, she's like begging to not have to go through and endure the trial. So, but anyway, yeah, Tara, that's who she's been, you know, I wonder if she ends up firing her at any point and getting another attorney. But at this point, she would have an appellate counsel, so it would be different anyway. Okay, so let me pull up the other one. So again, shout out to Mentor Lawyer and Deep Dive to True Crime for obtaining this. Again, I will have the links if they're not already there for the channel and stuff in the description, but shout out to them for being a source of obtaining all this stuff here as it pertains to this case. Right. And but like, why, right? Why was she talking? I mean, that's what it sounds like. And that seems like the only thing that could possibly have happened based on what we just witnessed. But why? Like, why would the attorney have done that? Like, why would you do that? And talking to your client. And I mean, you know, that's iffy, right? You know, it's supposed to be their choice at the end of the day. But especially when you've got a situation where it's like the client wants to plea and there's a really good plea deal being we don't know if it was really good, but that seems like that's the case. When you know that the alternative is life without parole. I don't know why the attorney would do that. It's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe she wanted the notoriety of, you know, going to trial. And then, I mean, not that it worked. I mean, I don't know who she is apart from, you know, her name just now. Like, you know, I don't know. It'd be a good question for Tim on STS. If he has an opinion on that. So one of us should ask next time that he's on. Okay, so without further ado, so now we are a month and some days later. So this is November 28th, 2022, I believe.
No, I'm just grabbing that.
This is so funny. So trying to figure out how they want to set the room up.
Shackled the whole time too.
And interesting because they brought her. I mean, that is so a month prior they were in the jail. This is interesting, right? What you guys I'm sure can have thoughts on, like, why are we now in a nice conference room and she's out of the prison and they've got her coffee and I'm pretty sure they do unshackle her, right?
Yes. I believe that's kind of a policy thing for your hair. Shackled, right? Have to stay on.
Oh, they have to
Yeah.
shackled.
Yeah.
Well, they
Yeah.
do give her
Because
coffee.
you're at the courthouse versus being like in a secure facility. Okay, so we're here because your lawyer reached out to us and said that he spoke with you after the last time the three of us came down to Ocala and spoke with you, and that you had some more information or really wanted to come off everything and kind of lay it all out there. Is that what happened?
Not quite. I don't know.
Okay. Tell me what happened. What your understanding of coming back up here was.
That you guys wanted to talk more about, I guess, the situation or the interview.
Okay, you know, when we left that interview, you were still holding back some stuff. Remember, you and I kind of had that understanding.
Yeah.
You were still kind of uneasy and holding back, right?
I mean, not necessarily holding back, but I'm just having a really difficult time trying to remember everything that's happened and how it's happened. Like, remember I told you that it's very difficult for me to kind of separate from what I've learned to everything that, like, you know, what we've discussed.
Like what you learned in the trial versus
Yes.
everything that.
Because it goes hand in hand. And I know
That's very reasonable. And I'm sure that's the case. That makes perfect sense, right? Like, there's been so many trials at this point already, right? And all these discussions and all the trials that I can understand that it would be hard to remember, you know. And then there's the thing of, like, you know, how memories, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, I guess like altered memory, where it's like, in other words, because you could have learned something at a different point, but then you think you learned it at the time. There's another word for that. I'm trying to remember. like she could think she knew something at the time, but she had actually learned it after the fact. And there's just, anyway, it's just makes sense. I don't blame her for that.
You guys try to tell me like not to try to separate the situation, but how can I not? It makes sense with certain things that's happened because of what I've learned from the trial.
Okay. So when we left, you and your attorney had a conversation, and he reached out to us saying to do another interview. I mean, do you mind telling us kind of what your conversation was? I'm not trying to anything privileged, but as far as like what made the decision for him to reach out for us to come back and talk with you.
I'm actually kind of lost about that. Yeah, because it wasn't, I spoke to Tara about it.
Okay.
And I don't know if like she relayed anything to Chris.
Okay.
But so is Tara just like really not a good attorney? Like, did she lie, or I don't know if lies there. It sounds like it. Like somebody's lying here, right? Either like they're saying your lawyer reached out to us and said you wanted to do this. This was your idea, and she's like, "What? Where did this?" So interesting.
I haven't spoken to Chris.
You haven't spoken to Chris. No. It was just Tara that she spoke to.
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke with Tara, did you had come off of it any information, or did y'all have a conversation about maybe you remembering some more stuff?
It was not even like about remembering. It's just that like I said, like when you guys had left from our initial interview, like you guys wanted me to remember things. And I told her, I was like, it's very difficult because it's like, I don't remember a lot of things. And I did mention to her that you guys want me to separate from things that I've learned and from, what did happen. And I'm like, if there's things that you guys can show me, like something that'll jog my memory, because my brain's mush. Like
it's funny. In the first one that we just watched, I kept thinking, I never said it, but I kept thinking, they're sitting there at this, like in this room with nothing. I kept thinking to myself, maybe if they had something to show her, whether it's a timeline or pictures or, something. I literally thought that. And now she's saying exactly that, right? Her brain is mush and have something to jog her memory. Yep.
It's very hard. And just this week alone, it's been very traumatic, even being back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been stuck in confinement. I've literally, since I've been here for like the past 7 days, I've been out for like 2 hours.
Right. Okay.
2 hours off of the whole,
because they have you in confinement.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's start here. Okay. Separate, the difference between
trying to
experience, what you've experienced, what you've talked to, what you've done, versus what you've heard from other people, or because those are the two kind of memories. When you experience something, you do it, you're involved in it, you're involved in the actions of it. Okay. That's a different kind of memory than something you just learn in a trial or you just read in a book.
Yes.
You understand the difference between those two? Okay. Let's talk about those experiences, not the memories of the...
I guess that's the best way to sort of approach this. I don't know that it would be enough per se. Especially if you do have that thing happen where, it's not, not intentional, right? But your memories do get replaced with things that you learn, but, and you wouldn't be aware of that, right? But I guess it's a good place to start. Best you can do, right?
Things you've seen and learned, but the experiences you had that led up to this murder.
Okay.
That's what I want, and I need you to kind of walk us through it. I know you gave us a little more than that, and you said I'd never talked about this, so it was kind of hard at the last one.
Yeah.
So I need you to talk about that. Okay. So talk about those experiences. I know when you and Charlie started dating, we went through that timeline. Just walk me through those experiences, not the things that you remember reading.
Okay. Well, even reading stuff, it's like this is like things that like my attorney has like showed me. Like if she would show me like a text message, I'd be like, okay, I kind of, I would remember.
Right. And
like,
I understand
the situation.
I'm not expecting you to remember text messages, exactly what you've texted someone. I'm not expecting you to remember verbatim the conversation you had, but this is a pretty big deal, a pretty big situation. Mm-hmm. This isn't a normal thing for any normal person to go through. That it's significant enough that you can remember if you had a conversation about
that's rude.
Hiring somebody, you had a conversation about how much money, or if you
rude, especially because as we know, her involvement was like progression over time, and they know that, and she's already said that, and that's just rude. It's not like it was all at one day. Like it's not just like all one event, right? It was this overtime thing. And Charlie was her boyfriend. They were, anyway.
You were going to get paid. You were going to be taken care of. You those are things you can remember. You don't have to remember verbatim what happened,
Yeah.
but how it happened, how it unfolded is what I want.
Okay. Well, that's where my whole dilemma has been because of the whole situation where I told you about that paper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the facts that's in that paper. And that's why I've always wanted
Okay.
to.
But the conversation leading up to that paper, before we even got to that paper, there had to be some kind of understanding before that paper was put in an envelope and then, what was it, your diaper bag or something?
Yes.
Yeah, there had to be a conversation leading up to that.
Well, yeah, like Charlie,
Okay.
where I told you
Right.
from Halloween, I think that's one of my first recollections of him even stating anything about hurting his brother-in-law, but that's not like what he had stated, like he was just saying that his sister's going through stuff and that his sister was going through stuff, and just this is like within weeks or maybe months of just him just talking about it, but not really, like there wasn't really anything happening at that point until he had given that paper and then
Okay.
obviously.
Before he gave you that paper, he had to know something, that you had something lined up or you could make something happen.
Well, that's what my whole confusion was, that like, why would he even like have trusted me with something like this? Or
You had to give him something to make him trust you. You had to say something to make him think that you could make this happen for him.
well, that's where like my concerns are too. Like my question, not concerns, but like my questions because of like, did he know about Sigfredo? Like, how much did he know about Sigfredo? I mean, I'm pretty sure I've spoken about Sigfredo,
Mm-hmm.
but like just to express like what I've been going through with him.
Mm-hmm. When we were down and Ocala and spoke to you,
Yeah.
You said he put it in the bag and told you not to touch it, to give it to him.
Yeah.
Okay. So there had already been a conversation for him to know that you had with him, you had with Charlie,
Yes.
for him to know that you were going to be given this information and Sigfredo's going to be taking care of it. Get to that. That's the conversation I want to hear about.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not like one specific probably conversation. It's through the times like, oh, do you know somebody that can do this?
Okay.
And,
okay.
yeah.
Tell me details about all those different times. Best details you can remember.
That's what sticks out to my head is the Halloween. That's probably one of the ones that stick out where he mentioned that to me about
What did he
Yes.
mention?
about his sister having a hard time with her husband. And then from there, he probably mentioned, I mean, like, he's like, oh, I need somebody that, that can take care of this. And from there, like, he just probably kept talking and talking about it. And then I don't ever remember saying specifically, oh, that, yeah, I have somebody for this, but not saying that it's Sigfredo.
Okay.
And I don't know when I had approached Sigfredo about it to tell him about it, but obviously I never said it was for Charlie.
Right. I understand that. You probably kept both of them in the dark as
Yeah.
to who.
Yeah.
But the conversation of the planning of it, that what was going to happen. He says, I need you to take care of this, take care of something. I need you to find somebody to do this. Okay. What was he saying? Take care of? Like, I know we discussed it.
Under my assumption at that time, it was, to beat up this guy that's giving his sister a hard time.
Okay.
Don't know when it transpired from that to him getting murdered. And that's why I was confused with the whole situation. And I don't know when I learned about him being murdered till later on.
So here's my thing. So a murder happened.
Yeah.
There is no communication between Sigfredo and Charlie. The only communication back and forth between them and Sigfredo, the Adelsons and Sigfredo, which is really Charlie, right,
Mm-hmm.
is you. So
Okay.
at some point, there's got to be a communication going through you to Sigfredo to let him know it's a murder. Charlie understood that that's what he wanted. Sigfredo understood that that's what he wanted.
Right.
And you're saying you're the only in between
That's
of
why-
those two, and you're saying you don't understand that that's what they want.
Right.
That's what-
Because I didn't know what was like written in that paper. Like that's
That's what she's sticking to. That's what she said last time.
where like I'm confused about, and that's where I didn't know about, and that's why it's still like, and I know I get it. It's hard to understand it, but this is my whole dilemma of the whole situation since day one, because I'm not getting the answers, and I've been kept out of the loop too, but I am the go-between, and I am, you know, like going back and forth with them. But you see even my confusions with my phone calls, it's not, I don't know details or anything about it.
Right. Okay. So after the murder, after, you know, we did the wiretap and all that stuff,
Yes.
you and Charlie met up multiple times. Last time we met, you would only tell us about the stuff that you knew we knew that was on recording. There was a couple conversations that you and Charlie met up and that you had that we know.
It's like not. It's so, again, it's so crazy because Katie does not have to be doing this. She doesn't have to be doing this. And like, you can just hear the tone. It's like, it's so like condescending and like rude and like frustrated and like, I don't know. It's wild. Like, it would be a lot, especially so early on. And when she's trying to I mean, Katie's not being disrespectful. She's not being belligerent. She's not being whatever, you know. So considering that, and considering it's early on, they just got seated, this would still be a weird and aggressive approach to me, even if this was somebody sitting there where they offered you the best deal of all time and you actually did owe them something. And in this case, that's not even happening. She doesn't owe them anything. It's just crazy.
Because we had surveillance. We know that you guys had those conversations and you have yet to tell us what happened.
Treating her like crap, and it's wild. I mean, they should be thanking her for even being willing to walk in that room and sit down and talk to them at all. You know, like, it's just crazy.
No, that's after the murder.
Yeah.
That's after you know that Sigfredo's been arrested. That's after you know that the cat's out of the bag. You guys are discussing this.
Like, she sounds like,
okay.
She sounds like she's scolding her children. She sounds like that's the tone I'm getting from this. Whoever's the lady is, Top Cat probably knows.
But so at that point, tell me how that conversation went. Because at that point, you know Dan Markel is dead because it's been 2 years past him being killed. Okay, he's already dead at that point. So you knew he was dead not long after it happened, when it all hit the news, I'm sure.
When it hit the news when Sigfredo got arrested?
I'm
That
talking
was a whole lot of assumptions.
about you knew Dan Markel was dead before Sigfredo got arrested.
I don't think I knew that he was dead until...
You went to Charlie's house the night that they got back and picked up the money to pay them and knew it was done. You told us that at Ocala.
Totally agree, Heather. Unfortunately, I don't think she has much experience or understanding of what she had or has as her rights. 100%. That's very clear. Yep. Yeah, even though you lose them while incarcerated, that does not mean you got it. Yeah, you lose the rights in terms of like when the rights that pertain to somebody who's not been convicted of the crime yet. But she still has rights. Like, she has rights to not be doing this. You know what I mean? She has other rights. She has less, different rights, less rights, fewer rights, whatever. But yeah. And that includes like, this is, yeah. Human rights. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. This is because the bump was 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years after. The bump was 2 years after. So I'm saying now we're at the bump. So you already knew this is 2 years after. You know this man was killed. You know Sigfredo killed him for Charlie at this point. Whether you
No, I didn't know that.
At that point, you know.
It was Sigfredo. I never knew that it was Sigfredo.
Well, Sigfredo and Luis, right? You knew the two of them.
I didn't know. That's the problem, that I never knew, because I gave that paper to Sigfredo. Under my assumption, I thought Sigfredo, that's why when I, during the trial and I'm seeing that he was up in Tallahassee and all of that, it's like, why would he be the one? I would think that he would just give it off to somebody else, or he never spoke to me about that. And that's why I was so adamant about wanting to speak to him, because I wanted answers myself, but that never happened.
Okay. So you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came up to Tallahassee? I'm pretty sure there was a phone call that after they did it, I think, was it Ocala or Gainesville? Something like that. They stopped and they called and they had a phone call with you on the way back down to South Florida from Tallahassee right after the murder.
He never told me that he was going to Tallahassee. Sigfredo doesn't tell me these things. Like, he doesn't tell me where he goes, what he does. It's not even that it was this situation, but whenever he does anything, me and Sigfredo have always been
in and out of each other's lives.
Right.
When it was good, like I told you, it was good. But when it was bad, like I didn't care. I had 2 kids that I was taking care of. And that's what I'm saying. I don't have certain answers that I wish I had, or else this interview would be a lot easier and I would be able to provide you guys with the information that you need.
Okay. All right, then how did you know to go to Charlie's house to pick up the money? That's what those are the things that we kind of need. How did you know to go to Charlie's house to pick up the money that night? How did you know that?
Crystal ball.
Well, Charlie called me to have like dinner with him or meet up with him that night.
Okay. But how Charlie wouldn't know without somehow Sigfredo, whether you knew it was Sigfredo that did it or not, somehow Sigfredo had to reach out to you because neither one of him nor Charlie had any communication with each other.
We already had this conversation. You went and met with Sigfredo when he got back, and then you went to Charlie's house. The cell phone records show you go up there and meet with him and Louis.
Okay, if I met
We
up
already had
with,
this conversation, and you still deny it.
I'm not. It's not that I'm denying the situation.
Yeah. All right, hang on a second. We'll step out.
Wow.
This is nowhere.
Dude, listen to that guy. This is going nowhere. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. This is insane. Listen.
Show you go up there and meet with him.
Rude.
Okay, if I met
We
up
already had
with,
this conversation, and you still deny it.
I'm not. It's not that I'm denying the situation.
Yeah. All right, hang on a second. We'll step out.
This is nowhere.
Wow. Wow. Now I'm gonna just go ahead a little bit. You're stepping out. I think that bailiff over there is like watching something on his phone because I heard the sound effect, like a video or something. I mean, she doesn't have anything. A car speeding off. Wow. What? How the heck are we hearing the traffic outside? That's insane. Wow, they're really making her sit there as, again, tactic that we see all the time in interrogations. But in this case, this is completely insane, and they're making her sit there to do the thing. Wow. Wow. Honestly, it's long enough. I may as well like look and see when they come back. Wow. Yeah. Holy shit. I look. Oh, he just added a picture of Charlie there.
So 2013, I didn't tell Sigfredo. It was
Here we go.
But now where I could.
me through all that again.
Okay. Yeah, they made her sit for a long time.
All right, Katie. Let's you and me just talk.
Yeah.
You feel more comfortable with that?
Yeah, it's just.
It's a lot.
It's
That lady's still awful, but that other dude was a complete douchebag. But like, wow.
a lot, and like I said, it's
I know.
a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
I get that.
It's very like intimidating, and I just don't want to upset anybody anymore, and I just want to get this over with already.
Right.
I keep having to relive this over and over and over.
Right. This is that one decision you make that shaped your whole life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Guilt tripping her, making her feel like it's her obligation. Dude.
We don't want to have to keep coming back and talking to you. We're not
Believe
gonna.
me, and
Oh
I
my
don't want to
God.
keep coming
Okay.
back. Yeah.
But what
Holy mother of God, how is it getting worse? How is it getting worse?
we
God.
do want is we want the truth,
Yes, ma'am.
no matter what. The truth.
Yes, ma'am.
So going forward, let's just start from the beginning, like we tried just a minute ago.
Yes, ma'am.
You have just me in here at this point, so hopefully it's a little more comfortable for you. Okay, start from the beginning. I know y'all started dating, and you had told us previously when we came to Ocala that he almost immediately was constantly venting to you about his sister's issues.
Yes.
Okay, walk me through all that again.
Well, yeah, like that's why that's a lot of the situation where it's, I even questioned you guys, like, why would he have trusted me, and why is he telling me all of this? But he's been looking for somebody for a long time already.
Right.
But that's not how he played it out to me in the beginning. He's just talking about that his sister is going through it with her husband, and that his parents have been going through it too. Like this man has been very stressful to their life.
The parents,
Right.
she
So-
says.
And that's a specific time that I remember was Halloween, and I didn't even remember that till
That's fucking hilarious, Top Cat. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I mean, this blows my mind.
way later on
Right.
when I was talking to Chris, and I was like, that was like a significant moment where I could remember him asking about like, oh, would I know somebody that could potentially harm this person? And I was like, okay, yeah, but never saying
You
anything.
already know where it's going to go next. Okay, harm, great. But you can I can already hear her going. But when did it turn into going from harm to murder? And it's like, dude, why do you think that if you ask the same question 50 bazillion times, you're going to get a different answer? And I mean, whatever.
About Sigfredo or whatever, because I haven't even mentioned, obviously, to
Right.
Sigfredo anything about it.
Right. Okay, and I get that, and I fully believe that you didn't share the names of who you were
Yeah.
having everybody do it for. I understand that completely, and I get why you would keep that separate.
Yeah.
Those are two people in your life that, especially Sigfredo being the father of your children. So I get that. So we have that separate.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that you didn't tell him it was Sigfredo. You didn't tell Sigfredo it was for Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
I understood that, so we got that cleared up.
Yes, ma'am.
So just going through and talking, let's go through the fact that, so Halloween is the mark that really sticks in your head, right?
And that was 2013. So that was
2013.
I must have met this man like for the past like 2-3 weeks. Like,
Yeah,
wasn't
you
even
just
that-
met
I
him,
just
huh?
I just started
Okay.
working in Sophie Dental, so
Okay.
it was fairly new.
Okay. So 2013 of October 2013 Halloween party
Yes, ma'am.
you guys are at. He said potentially harm this man.
Yes, ma'am.
At what point was the understanding that it was going to be more than just hurting him?
For him, or
Yes.
or like for
For-
my understanding.
For you, because at some point you knew.
That's
He
where
didn't straight out say it, but it was
There
an
it is.
understanding.
There it is.
yeah.
At what point was it the understanding that that's what was happening?
That's probably not even until later on, and
Okay.
I can't.
Okay,
honestly
just walk me to that
recall.
part.
Okay.
So walk me through. So you tell him at the Halloween party,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I got someone that can take care of this for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, so at that point, he starts probably making the moves and you guys start having conversations and making it roll. I
Yeah.
understand you're still not telling him it's Sigfredo. He has no
Yes.
clue about that. So start me from there, from the Halloween party. After you tell him yes, how does it start evolving into what it turned out to?
I'm pretty sure he just kept mentioning, like, do you know somebody? And I just kept saying, yeah, but never I don't know when I went to Sigfredo and told him, I was like, hey, like, I need you to like have this done, like get somebody beat up, but not him. Like, that's why it's never
Right.
my understanding, because Sigfredo, it's like,
You
I
expect
would
him
tell
to get
him,
somebody
yes,
to do
of
it.
course. Yeah. Like, so, and like I said, it was just to harm this person, I guess, to get him, it's not to that point, because like I said, like, it's not like he straight off told me that he wanted this person to die or get murdered, or else I would have been like, why is this, why are you even asking me this? And why is it that this is happening? But with Charlie, he just he got in my head and he just kept saying it over and over and over. And I didn't really react to it that fast or whatever. And I don't know how long of a span it was until I was like, oh, okay, that I mentioned it to Sigfredo. I don't remember.
All right. So it took a while before you mentioned it to Sigfredo.
Yeah.
Because you thought I know you said before.
He
you
probably
thought
was just
talking,
playing around.
But he kept on.
He kept on.
Kept coming to you. After you said, yes, you have someone, he kept coming to you. Coming to you. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So he kept coming to you. And you said later on, it was at some point later that you realized that he was meaning kill this man instead of harm him.
But that's where I'm kind of confused with the time frame, because unless I'm just not wanting to just wrap my head around that somebody's telling me, to harm somebody, but it's when did it transpire from him getting beat up to him getting murdered?
Did he ever say he wanted him beat up, or he just said he wants him taken care of? That was his exact words, was taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay. So he wants him taken care of, and you said your understanding of that initially was that he wanted him just beat up.
Yeah.
Okay. At
And
what
then
point did your own understanding of it? It was before Sigfredo did what he did, even though you didn't know it was Sigfredo doing it. You thought he was hiring someone. It was before Dan Markel died. Somewhere you understood that it was.
Somewhere around that time, it had to have transpired to him getting taken care of.
I love how they show in the beach photo there. But I just thought something interesting too. The taking care of thing, right? When you've got this whole thing about people are not saying what they are really meaning and they're using these words. So it's interesting that when referencing Dan Markel, and it's like, oh, he'll be taken care of, that without being specific, people by people, I mean Katie, is supposed to, or it's implied, right, that Katie and maybe Sigfredo, people would understand that means kill, right? But yet, when it's referencing Sigfredo and Luis, oh, they'll be taken care of, everyone just is supposed to be like, oh, that means the opposite of killed. It means you will be paid, you will have money, you will have whatever. It's just funny how my point, I guess, is that to make the assumption that then saying taken care of definitely means killed is so easily refuted back to back, even in their own discussions, because it means the complete opposite when you switch to talking about the other people. So
that he's not
right
in the life of Wendy anymore, or their, for their lives.
Dead.
Crazy.
Yes.
Okay. So before the murder happened, you had an understanding that he was going to die.
That's what I mean.
I know he didn't tell you specifically.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm trying. That's,
just thinking about too, because there will be a lot of room for something for people to make a huge mistake, right? Imagine if you've got people that are engaging in sort of conspiracy and solicitation. It's we're gonna make sure this guy's taken care of, and you mean it make sure they get paid, make sure, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm on it, and you think they mean the other way, right? You see what I mean? It could go horribly wrong, where they end up shooting somebody, and it's no, we wanted you to give them money anyway. Just saying.
That's the part I need. So I need you to try to focus on that part. I know he didn't say those exact words, but there was a mutual understanding. You knew that before the murder happened,
right? It would could also go horribly wrong, where you're supposed to kill somebody and instead they're alive and you're giving them money. Anyway, it's funny.
This man was going to be killed.
I guess so. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's I don't understand.
I guess
it's hard for me to not admit to that situation, but it's when did that happen, and why was for me to
it's hard words
agree
to hear.
with that.
It's hard words to hear, and you're probably beating yourself up. You're like, how did I know this was going to happen? Because you knew. How did you know this was going to happen? And then you still pushed forward and allowed it to happen, and was that middle person. I think that's the part that you're battling yourself with.
Yes.
Okay, we got to get past the battling yourself,
understand
because right now we're in a position where we're trying, you're convicted, you're where you are, but we're trying to see what you can get out of this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But we want nothing but the truth, and
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
not, you know, they're not making any promises. They're not doing anything for
I
you.
completely understand.
You're not
that.
giving them anything to even make them want to even think about doing that. Okay. All we need is the truth. Because at this point, it's about clearing your conscience too.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's a big part of it. You don't want, you know, when your kids look at
It's
think
just,
that
it's
you're
the
just
whole it's
Yeah.
it's confusing, and
No.
I've suppressed it.
He didn't. I'm glad Katie started talking because that would have just gone off. I would not. I would lose my mind. Like, did you guys hear that? I don't even know. Did you guys hear that? The part where she says your kids, and then Katie thank God starts talking.
point. It's about clearing your conscience too.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's a big part of it. You don't want, you know, when your kids look at
It's
think
just,
that
it's
you're
the
just
whole
Yeah.
it's
God, I don't. Yeah, and it's good. I don't think Katie heard that. Disgusting. Disgusting.
confusing,
Absolutely
and I've
disgusting.
suppressed it, and like I said, like I've been in this battle mode of
Mhm.
going through the first trial with
And then another
Fredo,
trial.
and then another trial, which I never wanted to go through that other trial. That's why, you know, I'm pretty sure you guys heard that conversation that I had with Sigfredo, that it's like,
You just want to be done with it.
I just want to be done with it, and I just want him to come forth with it.
Right.
And that's why I was so adamant about wanting to speak to him, because he kept a lot of things from me,
Mhm.
and me learning a lot of things that's happening when
But aside from him keeping from what he did and how
Yes,
he
ma'am.
did, we're wanting to hear from you your part of it
yes,
and
ma'am.
how that middle man thing works. Okay, because you are that one person that went from Charlie to Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at some point you understood that murder was going to happen.
Yes,
Okay.
that's yeah.
Okay,
That was
before
probably-
it happened.
I believe so.
I believe so too.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen. Now in your head, maybe you weren't fully processing it. That's okay, but you knew. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
When you knew that, you also knew that
It's
there was
terrible.
it is, but we got to get past that. Okay. There's nobody in here is judging you. Okay. I'm not here judging
I've
you.
already been judged.
I know
Yeah.
you have, but I feel like that's what you're thinking. You're holding back and you feel like, you know, because it's hard to say out loud that I did this, that I did something,
That I had an
sound-
involvement.
you had
with
involvement
it, yes.
in something so
Tragic.
yeah, exactly. That a man lost his life. It's hard to say that out loud. Okay, put that aside. It's just me and you and this deputy in here. That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, put that aside. We just need the facts of it
Yes,
at this point. Okay, so I understand it's hard to say, but we got to say it.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's get to that point. Let's get you knew it was going to happen. Then there was an understanding at some point that about payment and how we got to all of that.
Yes.
Let's start through that. Let's go from, okay, you had the Halloween party.
Okay.
You told him at that point. You told him once you told him yes, he's keeping on you. He keeps
Yeah.
bringing it up. He's not letting it go. You're like, okay, this man's serious. Then at some point you talk to Sigfredo. It wasn't immediate.
Yes.
Okay, Sigfredo, you have him. You're understanding he's going to get someone to take care of it, but he was going to do that part.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going back to Charlie. Okay, I got somebody for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now go from there. You tell Charlie I got somebody. Where does the discussion about payment happen? Where does the discussion like I said, I understand he didn't tell you I want this man killed,
Yes.
but at some point you understood that that's what he wanted. So let's
Yes.
get from the payment and how that discussion happened and what it was for.
Well, the payment wasn't ever directly discussed. Obviously, he was gonna pay for the situation to occur, but as far as how much it was or whatever, he never said it.
So there
Just
was no
said it was
flat-
going to be taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be taken care of.
Okay.
Okay,
But taken care
Obviously-
of means murdered? Wait, what?
there's I just told Sigfredo, you're going to get paid for this.
I know.
Which obviously he, he's not going to do something
Where you
without,
get money, yeah.
exactly. And at that time, like I said, me and him were going through a rough patch back and forth, and then
Mhm.
financially too, because you see how many jobs that I had to take. So
yeah.
I think that was another initiative of why Charlie got in my head about well, you get money for this, you won't have to worry about things so.
And
That
I
was an
understand why you believe that.
advantage. Yeah.
Because he's already showing you this lifestyle. You're dating him briefly, and he's already
Yeah.
showing you.
I
He's very
actually
flashy.
did not know how much, like
Like how much he had?
he had. Yeah.
Like he does talk like he has a lot of money.
Yes, of course.
Right.
I mean, like
A lot of people in down in the South do that.
exactly.
Have it or not.
Yeah. It's the talk. It's him. He was not a flashy person, but I mean, he lived well off.
Right.
And at that time, like I said, like we were like struggling. Like I'm working multiple jobs. I just broke up with Sigfredo a couple months before that. He didn't have a job. I'm pretty sure he was doing his thing, trying to make money, whatever it was, which he's like,
we understand what he was doing.
Yeah.
Okay. We understand how he was doing. That's neither here nor there. We don't care about that here. So you're struggling. You're a single mom. Dad's doing what he can to make money, but he ain't. You're really supporting your kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, that's happening.
Yeah.
You meet Charlie. You start dating Charlie. He's whining and
we're hanging out.
I know, not like
a
official boyfriend girlfriend, but
he's just relieving that deputy. I was like, oh no, is Detective Buckhead coming back in? But no.
you're dating, like going out on dates, going out with each other, doing things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that happens. Then at some point he's comfortable enough to from the beginning, I think he said he was venting about his sister's husband.
I guess things were occurring as that's happening. Like I said, now time frame wise, I see that there was a lot of things going on, and I guess that's why he's feeling pressured to pressure me of getting this done because of like
there was a lot of court stuff going on.
Exactly, which, like I said, I learned from. He never discussed anything to me about like what Wendy was going through.
Right.
But
he just told her she's having a hard time.
She's having a hard time. His parents weren't like, his mom especially wasn't like sleeping well and just a lot of like hardship on his family.
Right.
So, I mean, he's painting a very bad picture of this guy to me, obviously.
Right.
Like, so I guess that's why my
so
conscience
in your mind, this is a
wasn't
bad man that's putting
Yes.
the strain on this nice family that you just met and all this stuff, and he's wanting your help and you're wanting to help him.
Exactly.
Is that a good?
Yeah, that's a good.
What your mental state was?
Yeah. Because I mean, he knows how to get it to my head where it's obviously he was making it seem like he was the worst of the worst. Like this man was the worst of the worst. He's put. I mean, from what my understanding from meeting his parents and meeting his sister, they were good people.
Right.
So
you're just thinking there's this evil guy, really, in your mind.
Well,
that he was.
That just goes to show you how trusting she is, because how can you ever meet Wendy and think that?
Exactly, like putting the whole family into a bad situation.
Okay, so then Charlie, you agree? Let's get.
Okay,
I want to get past that now. We keep going back to the Halloween thing. That's a good thing because that's a point. That's a date in your head that we can pinpoint. Okay, now we got that pinpoint.
Okay, so
I want to go forward from that.
We're gonna live
up
at
to
Halloween forever.
Okay, he never said the exact dollar amount. I got that. Okay, but he did say that you'll be compensated.
Yes, ma'am.
They will be compensated for taking care of this for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know you don't know exact times.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want your best guess. If you say a month, 6 months, whatever. So if we got October is when the Halloween party was. We know Dan Markel was killed in July.
Yes, ma'am.
The following July. So that's not
The
quite a
following
year.
year.
Yeah, it's in
Okay.
2014 because it was October 2013. You go through July of 2014 is when he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a trip before the July trip. There was that June trip,
June.
and you had previously told us, and I'm going to use this to remind you just because we spoke about it in Ocala last month.
Okay.
Or
Was
it
that
early?
last month?
Early,
I felt like it was-
no, it was this month, or no, it was last month. Either way, it's within the past 2 months. You did admit that when Sigfredo told you, and obviously you didn't know that Sigfredo, you're saying you didn't know that Sigfredo was the one that did it, but you knew he was getting someone to take care of this for Charlie. That he asked for money, and then when he needed more money for something, you would go back to Charlie and get
So
it.
this, according to what we're hearing, this note then that Charlie would have written to Sigfredo, right? But ostensibly not addressed to Sigfredo, so to a stranger, would say something like, "Hi, complete stranger. I want you to please do an unspecified crime for an unspecified amount of money." Okay, thanks. What do you guys think? I mean, that's what it sounds like, right? That's what it's like. We're not getting to anything specific apart from taking care of him, and nothing as far as the money. What is the money? Also, you'll be taken care of. You know? So yeah. Interesting stuff.
More money for it.
Yes. Okay. It's just that before that, okay, that paper that I told you that
In the
really
diaper bag?
had, yeah, that
paper,
had to
that's
have
what I was
been
just
towards
talking
the
about.
beginning of the year,
Okay,
2014.
at the beginning of
For an
2014, so after
unspecified thing,
Christmas,
for an unspecified
Yeah.
before they made any of the trips and things like that, correct?
Yeah, because I don't even know when, if there was any trips prior
Prior
to
to that.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
So that's okay. So that when I had given, okay, so Charlie gave me that, like I told you, he had it sealed. He's telling me like, oh, that he didn't print it from his house, and he did it like probably from one of the offices, that he wore gloves. I mean, he was adamant about taking
Not
these
wanting you to
things.
touch it too. Right?
Yeah, no, he told me, please
But
don't
did he
open
wash
it.
also? 'Cause he
It's
needs to have
sealed.
washed it first.
Just you know what you have to do with it. So I was like, okay, and like I said, like I'm not even treating this like okay, like he put it in the bag, and I didn't even know how much longer until probably Sigfredo came by the house, or I mean the condo where I was living at that time, and then I was like, oh yeah, like you have a paper in there, like in the bag. You grab.
So it wasn't like you went to Sigfredo immediately and gave it to him. It's
No.
just when he came over, he got it out of the
Yes.
diaper bag.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When he gave you that paper,
Yes, ma'am.
and he's like, you know what to do with it. You know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I get you don't know what was in that paper.
Yes.
At that point, did you know that understanding that it was that he wanted, his intent was to have Dan Markel killed?
At that moment, no.
At that so it's after the paper
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
realized that. Okay, but
Yeah,
it is
like I said,
it is
had to
before
have
he was
been way before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I mean, way after that.
Okay, so way after that.
Because I feel like that's like towards the beginning of the year, maybe between January and March.
Okay,
Like,
so
that's-
between January and March, the paper happened. Okay, that's yes, and I understand you're not exact dates.
Yeah.
That's okay. Between January and March, the paper happens.
Right,
Sigfredo gets
exactly.
the
But
paper.
according to
The murder
her,
happens in July. So from
it's nothing
March to
specific.
July, about how soon before the murder was it that you think that you understood that he was going to be killed?
From March to July. Well, like you said, the trip before, right?
The June. Yep, that's the June trip.
I was never aware. Like Sigfredo's always goes out of town or whatever business he has to do or whatever. Like he never told me where he was going.
Okay.
Like I didn't know anything about the whole Tallahassee or whatever. He never mentioned that. Kept that away from me.
no
Any
communication was
information.
good.
So, but he did say he was going out of town.
He did, but at some point with that,
Oh, that's what, yeah. So
So
you
tell
know,
me about
Sigfredo
that.
didn't have any money, obviously.
Mhm.
So he'd be like, "Well, I need some money so I can go out of town." I'm thinking in my head, maybe this is where he needs to scope things out or whatever. So that's where I will go to Charlie, and I'm like, "Hey, like, I need some money so that to take care of whatever
Okay.
expenses and stuff."
Right. So you're telling the expenses for them planning what they are taking care of for Charlie.
I mean, that's I guess assumed.
Assumed.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just tell him I need more money for expenses, and it's
Yeah,
assumed
because he's never given me. He
At
never
that point,
gave
he can't
me
give you
any money
yet.
at all.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so that was the first time he gave you money.
Yeah.
So the first time he gave you money is when you're going back, and you're like, "Hey, I need money for expenses."
Yeah, because this is
Now
because
he's planning.
Sigfredo's telling me like,
"Hey,
I
we're
need some
going.
money.
I need money that this is trying to be planned."
Yes,
Okay, so that's what Sigfredo's telling you. So then you go to Charlie, and you tell him, "Hey, we need money for expenses." So and that's the understanding expenses for planning what is about to happen.
yes.
Okay. How soon before he left for out of town did that happen?
From what when he
In the
would give
June,
me
the first one you said when he went to
See, I don't know time. I mean, I don't know when he did leave. Obviously, now I know like the June and July trip.
but at the time you didn't know.
Yeah, like he just asked me for money. I wanted Charlie, got the money, and then gave it to
back to
him. I don't know when he went or how soon he went after I handed him that money.
Okay. Do you know how much money it was you got from Charlie?
Like a couple $100. It has to be, like
Okay.
less than probably $5.
Okay.
I just
So
know there was like
$500 or
a
less.
yeah. I don't remember.
Okay. But it was just enough in your understanding and in Charlie's understanding. It was for expenses for him to.
And
Like
So
I didn't
you-
ask him for a
right?
specific
Amount, you just said you need expense money.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At that point, though, when you're asking for that money, you knew that their plan is planning for the murder at this point, correct?
No,
Okay.
I still don't know anything about like the murder. That's the, like, I guess.
So
to
now
just
you're saying
go
at
back-
between June and July, so that last month is when, before he was murdered, is when you realized that was what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. So was there anything specific that
That's like an
was
indication
said,
of
yeah.
saying that this was that.
this is what was going to
No,
happen?
no.
Okay. What in your, try and think about the way you process things and the way you think about things. What would have happened?
my God.
Or what in your
Oh my
mind
God.
made you know that they switched from him being beat up to it's about to be a murder? Because you're
I
saying
can't
that no one ever said it specifically, right? Did Sigfredo say it, mentioned in the passing, that that's what's
I know.
happening?
He definitely would have never
would
told
have,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, that him definitely
He
would
would
have.
know.
It would have had to come from Charlie,
Charlie.
and that's what I don't.
So it's something that Charlie said to you that made you understand that that's what he wanted.
Yeah, from what he had said. Yeah, from what Charlie would have said, would never be like, because then Sigfredo never even told me what was on that paper.
Right.
So if there was any instructions of what needed to be done, obviously he kept that away from me and he never mentioned it to me. But along the way, Charlie probably said something about it. But at that time, like, I don't know, like, I guess it just wasn't dawning on me that, okay, like this is specifically what was going to happen.
Right. It did at some point before the murder happened. It dawned on you.
I believe so.
Okay. So here's my thing. So they get money and you go get money from Charlie.
Well,
for
that's at least a
expenses.
little bit of
To
progress.
scope things out, whatever. That was the understanding. That's
Yes,
what the money was for. Okay, I get that. The
To
understanding.
take the trip.
Take the trip.
Yeah.
Okay, if they were just gonna go beat somebody up, you don't really need to go scope it out. Just go beat somebody up.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't know. Like, I would think, I wouldn't know what specifics would be just to, like, I get what you mean now. Like,
Yeah.
like, why would you need money? But like, I mean, to travel, to
Mm-hmm.
get to wherever he needed to go.
Right.
But-
I understand the money to get travel and everything like that. He's paying for the expensive. He wants this done, so he better pay for us to go and get it done.
Yes.
But so when they came back from that trip, okay,
From the first
trip,
the
Dan
time.
Markel's still alive at this point.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
first trip he comes back. Did he discuss anything about the scoping it out? Say anything
He
about
didn't
getting
say
more money
anything
from
to me.
Charlie?
He Sigfredo didn't say anything to me.
Okay.
And then obviously Charlie was like, nothing happened. So
Was
I
like,
mean,
what happened?
he's okay, and he didn't get beat up or anything, so nothing happened.
Right. So Charlie
it just-
told you that nothing happened during that trip. Was Charlie thinking that something was going to happen during that trip?
I believe so.
So you think Charlie?
Yeah,
thought
well, because of the fact that I had asked for money and for him to even go up there,
up there,
like, yeah, I guess he was assuming something was going to happen, and nothing happened.
and then nothing happened. So then Charlie reaches out to you and is like, "Hey, nothing happened."
Yeah,
Okay. So Charlie calls you about that and says nothing happened.
yeah.
Okay. What else did Charlie say during those conversations? Best you could think of, because obviously he was expecting something to happen during that first trip. Is that around the time that you think he might have said something about what he wanted to happen to Dan?
He was just always saying like this needs to be taken care of, like this needs to be done. Like he was just kind of frantic about, you know, like
Like,
about
why
that.
isn't it done?
Yeah, like why isn't it done?
Did he say anything about the timeline it's taking to get it done?
No.
No, he didn't
There's
say, like,
never
I gave
any
you the paper at the
timeline.
beginning of the year, and now it's
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it did, like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's like all that time had passed. So it's like, you know, I kept living my life and
Mhm.
going about whatever I had to do. So it wasn't like until he started like pressuring, I guess, around that time that it needed to be done, like around.
So around
June,
like
July.
the first trip that they went is when he
Yes.
started really pressuring
Yes.
Charlie.
But
did?
wasn't there another trip prior to that?
I know for sure there was the June trip, and I know that there was talk about there possibly was a trip in around May, maybe.
Okay.
but I know.
I wasn't aware of that
Yes.
because I never.
There, I'm not sure. Don't quote
Okay.
me on that around the May one. I think there was talk about. I know for sure there was the June trip,
Don't quote her on that, guys.
and then there's obviously the July trip when Dan Markel was killed. Okay, we know about the June trip. We know how that happened. We know. I mean, you heard on one trial about that. I know you didn't know it was Sigfrido that came up here. Now you do. Your own experience from that time is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the stuff you learned in trial.
Yes, ma'am.
So your experience from that time is Sigfrido comes to you and says, "Hey, I need money
Mhm.
to make this happen for him." Before Sigfrido did that, you said Charlie was pressuring, like, "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't it happening?" Did you go to?
Because I guess he assumed something was to
Was to
happen
That
that
trip.
Yes.
Okay. So, but before that trip, before Sigfrido asked for that money, did Charlie ever come to you like, "Hey, why is it taking so long?" And
I'm pretty sure he did, but
And then did you? Go,
I just
and
didn't
You would have
like.
had to relay that to Sigfrido.
Yeah, and he just probably didn't care or didn't, whatever. Like, I don't have time to do this right now, or
Okay.
he was in his own little
It was on the low.
binge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now that also too with the whole, this is why certain things, certain conversations that I have with Sigfrido are so like confusing and like shady, because he was.
Heather, do you mean their family's business as in like what's going on with family, like they're the shit with Dan and the kids and their, all that, or like do you mean business like the dental practice?
It's like he was under the influence like the whole time. So it's like some of the times he didn't even make any sense, or I would be frustrated and I just didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
Like it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not invested in
Yeah.
in the situation.
You're still
where
living and doing your normal life. This is just something on the side that every time
it
comes up,
occurred,
you're-
and yeah,
Okay.
and obviously since I was dating Charlie at that time, he's in my head
constantly
talking about this all the time. Like, yeah, we would hang out, but then he, he'd have it's like, oh, okay, so what's going on? Like,
When Charlie wants
Probably.
something done, he's going to keep at you till it gets
oh
done.
yes,
Right.
yes,
When Charlie's got something in his head, I from what I've observed based on the stuff in this case, he's going to keep going at it. So that's what you're trying to say. So even though Sigfrido's living his life, you're still with Charlie, and Charlie's keep continuing to come at you. Like, hey, why isn't this happening? Hey, let's get this
I mean,
done.
I would
Hey,
relay-
this is still an issue.
I've relayed to Sigfrido, but Sigfrido didn't care. Like,
To
Have
him.
the time,
It wasn't
yeah.
that important
yeah,
to him. He'd get to it when he get to it.
yes,
Okay, so then he came to you, asked for money
Mhm.
for that trip in June.
yes, ma'am.
You go to Charlie, you get, we're going to say approximately $500. So
Yeah.
that's not a definite amount,
Yeah.
but no more than $500. Okay, you give that to Sigfrido. Sometime after that, obviously shortly after that, not too long after that, Sigfrido makes a trip up to Tallahassee.
Yes.
You didn't know it was Sigfrido. You thought he was sending someone else. I get that.
Oh, you mean right?
Those details left
You meant the
aside.
investigator, of course, right? Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
He comes up here. We know it was him now.
Yeah.
Okay. He comes up here. He comes back. Do you know when he gets back in town? Obviously, you didn't know he was coming.
When he came back to town, what were you talking about? July now?
We're talking about June right now first. We haven't into
June.
July yet. The trip that nothing happened, because at some point,
I
how
don't
did Charlie
remember.
know he was back and that nothing happened?
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
I mean, I guess just nothing happened within
within so many days.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing happened
from
within.
probably from the time that I had like
Got the money.
asked the money for the money, and then probably like a week went by and like, okay, so what's going on?
Okay,
So
all right. So we can.
and I'm pretty sure
Charlie
Sigfrido
knows
was
he's-
MIA, and I don't even know if Sigfrido really did what he had to do, or he just wanted to get the money from me so that he can, like I said,
go on another binge
yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we got June squared
Okay.
away. Okay. So we got June squared away. Sigfrido, you got the money. Charlie gave you the money, and then Charlie's like, "Hey, I gave you money. Nothing's happened. What's going on?" Sigfrido, whatever. Now let's get to July.
Okay.
Do you get more money from Charlie for them to come up in July?
yes.
Okay. Explain that to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sigfrido was like, "Hey, I need money again, so that I can go out of town." So I'm like, okay. So I go to Charlie again, same thing, ask him for money, and then, but I mean, he just gives it to me, so I'm.
And Charlie didn't be like, "Hey, he didn't do it last time." Was there any conversation about, okay, last time was scoping and planning. This is the time that he's actually going to go and do it. What was how did he?
And then no, not that I.
There
I
was
don't think
no-
he didn't even ask me any questions or anything about it. Just okay, it wasn't done. I asked him for money and he just gave it to me again. So
And you told him
I
it was
gave
for
it-
expenses again.
yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
But how much did he give you that time?
that's around the ballpark that I'm thinking. I don't think it's that like 500. That's like a lot for like a trip to make. But I'm just saying.
But you gotta think like somewhere to stay, get gas.
Yeah.
So Fred's like, I'm doing this for him. He's probably gonna feed me, things like that. So we're gonna do the approximate 500 again. Okay. So we got. It could be less than 500,
Yeah.
but no more than 500.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So in June you got the approximate 500. Could be less, could be, but no more. That was your understanding. He was going up to scope it out.
Yeah.
July, he's going back up there.
Yeah.
And he says, we need more money. So you go back to Charlie and get more money.
Yeah.
We're in another approximate 500.
I'm just thinking that between that, from that month,
From-
that he's probably like at that point, like Charlie is adamant about something needs to be done now.
Okay, so Charlie is adamant in that month time frame.
Yeah.
And at that point,
I'm from what my recollection. Yeah.
that's what I want, your
Yeah.
recollection of it. That's all I
Yeah.
want is your memory and your
Because
recollection.
there's like there has to have been some type of pressure of why he had to go right away,
Right back up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Charlie's putting pressure on one of them right now. Do you think at that time frame, from your recollection, that's when you understood that it was now going to be a murder and not just selling it beat up?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what I'm saying. It's like it's hard for me to
Serious,
like
right?
like not even to admit to it, but it's like where did it switch from that to that, and why was I like
I know it's hard to admit, but I
Not-
need you to admit
Oh my
to
God.
what part where it switched.
Ugh.
I know it's hard to say that you
yeah,
were a
because
part of
it's
that.
not and it's
He
like
doesn't know.
was it that time, like was it within that time frame, which
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure it's like Charlie was just like, okay, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, and he said something that I'm like that's what needs to be done,
Right.
and then
Like what?
like I said, it's never been spoken outright.
He's never said, I need him to kill him.
Yeah.
He's never said
So
those
it's
exact
like
words. I need him
not
dead.
those. Yeah, not
He's
those
never said
exact
those exact
words.
words. Never said, I need him dead. I need him cured. He kept saying he needs
Just
him
needed
taken care of.
Yeah.
Initially, your understanding was that he needed him to take care of was being beat up. At some point, he keeps pushing and pushing and being persistent. Am I correct?
I'm
And then
I'm saying like I feel like it slipped and he said something, and that's when I'm like, okay,
that's when you realize that that's what he's talking about.
yeah, because
Okay.
he just goes and talks, and like he goes in his rants, so he probably was just so frustrated, said something, and like it didn't really, like it. Yeah, I might have heard it, but then it's like didn't question it
Mm-hmm.
and just
Okay. And you
What
said
about it?
he let something slip probably, and then goes in his rants because he's frustrated at this point.
Yeah.
So that's probably frustrated. So is it safe to say, just on your recollection, safe to say he's frustrated because now we're in June, July, and nothing happened in that June trip, and now he's frustrated because, okay, I gave you money, thinking it was going to happen, nothing happened. Now I'm about to give you more money.
mhm.
So do you think it would be safe to say it could be in that time frame, or
Right?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know.
So okay,
Yeah.
from your recollection of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so be in that time frame between the first trip and the second trip
Mhm.
that
I hear that a lot.
he was frustrated and that something hadn't happened, and that's when you
We go hard.
realize that it
That's what I'm
was
saying. Like he might have slipped and said something along those lines.
something that
I
he
just
said
can't
made you
remember.
realize.
Yeah, that okay. Like
That
this
he wanted
is
a
a lot
murder.
more
Okay,
than what's he's
what-
letting it out to be.
right. Okay, so something he said made you realize that he wanted Dan Markel killed and not just beat up
Yeah.
during that
Well, like
time frame.
like I said, I didn't even know like Dan Markel.
You didn't know his name,
I don't know. I
But
didn't
the
know
person
anything.
that they
Yeah.
were taking care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so something between that June trip and that July time of asking money because he's frustrated it hadn't happened. That's when he let something slip that his intention was to have the subject that they were going up there killed, not hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So now we got about a month time frame of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you go in July and you go and get that money from Charlie for them to go back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You give it to Sigfredo. I understand you're still saying you didn't understand it was Sigfredo going, but you thought he was getting someone to go.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Dan Markel is murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I know that you had a conversation with Sigfredo when he was on his way back. I know that there was a post
On his way.
or when the drive back somehow
Yeah.
there was.
I mean, like he's always calling me. That's what I'm saying. It's like
At what point? Okay, then let's say at what
Yeah.
point did you realize that it was done? Dan Markel's, I understand you didn't know it was Dan Markel's name,
Yeah.
but the subject was deceased and you were to go collect money because you went to Charlie's house that night.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Start from the beginning of that
Okay.
July trip. Let's just walk me
So-
through the July trip.
I'm thinking that I had, or either Sigfredo, I don't know if Sigfredo came to me in the to where I live, to probably on his way back.
Yeah, you did tell us
Or
about
I had
that he came to you when he got
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did Sigfredo
Yeah,
tell you?
so it's funny. There are people that watch that don't engage in the chat, or like for example, sometimes I'll get comments, whether it's like a comment or somebody in a live stream, and it's like the first time that I've recognized the name, and it's like they're like, yeah, I've been watching your channel for for however long or whatever, but like they just, I guess not everybody wants to engage in the chat, which is fine, but yeah, for anyone watching, feel free to pop in the chat.
When he got back, did he say it's done? Did he say something to let you know that you were to go collect payment?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's what he said. He's like, I need the money.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Okay,
So I'm assuming like no questions, no nothing. I didn't ask him like what happened. He would never tell me anyways.
right.
But he's like, hey, I need to get paid. I need the money.
Okay.
I'm like, all right.
Charlie was calling during that. Did Charlie say anything? What did Charlie say to you about knowing it being done or anything about that?
Well, that's when I had gotten the phone call from him, I think later on that night too.
Mhm.
And he had said that like, oh, can you come over? We're going to have dinner or whatever. And then he said something about an accident. And that's from what I remembered. Like
There's Needs and
something
Z's.
happened. There's an accident. So
Shout out to Needs and Z's. Happy to see you again, my friend.
I'm putting two and two together. Like,
So Fredo's come here and told you it's
Asking,
done. He needs
yeah.
money, and Charlie's calling you the same night, almost around the
Yeah.
same time, saying, "Hey, come have dinner. An accident happened or something." And so
yeah.
okay. I'll go to Charlie's that night.
Oh,
Yes.
Alaska.
Y'all have dinner.
So I said already. So you must. I would have remembered that. So I don't think I knew you were in Alaska. That is so freaking cool. I think you're the first squirrel friend that I know of people who have shared where they're at that is in Alaska. So that is awesome. Love it.
I think I just went to his house.
You just went to his house?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go to Charlie's house. Tell me about the discussion when you get there and how that goes out.
Okay, so when I got to Charlie's house, I told you he was acting kind of like frantic,
Mhm.
and I remember him having a gun with him. That's why I was like, like I come in or whatever, he had a gun in his hand and he is just like pacing back and forth, and I don't know like exactly what he was telling me, but it's almost like he was scared, like something was gonna happen to him.
Right.
So I'm like scared too, because I'm like, why are you like why do you have a gun? Like I've never seen him like have a gun on him. He's like pacing back and forth, and then he's like, oh, an accident happened. He's still not telling me, that this is from Tallahassee, and he didn't tell me that anything happened to his brother-in-law yet.
Right.
Not that I could remember him saying. I just know that it was an accident, car accident or something at that point. And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, I need the money.
Okay.
And then he's like, okay.
Anyway, just to let y'all know, I just refreshed the docket just in case, and still nothing new is posted because I'm keeping an eye out for the state's objection and the defense's reply, and then the motion for the interested the interested parties and the memorandum. And my thought is that's probably the media. But yeah, we will cover those as soon as they're out, man.
Gives me, because I remember falling asleep. It was like we weren't even up for like a long time because he was so nervous and like he looked wired and nervous, and then he gave me a Xanax and I fell asleep. We both fell asleep.
So Xanax is also a big is like another character in this case, right? With they even talk about it on the jail calls. Charlie's like telling Donna, like, take another Xanax.
So you both took a Xanax and fell asleep. But before you fell asleep, you told him you needed the money.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you tell him that? Like, did you say, hey, he came, my guy, obviously you're not saying names.
Yeah.
My person So they took care of what you need. Like, tell me how that conversation happened.
There wasn't really much of a conversation. I just told him like I needed the money. Like I don't remember.
So when
really,
he's talking about the
discussing
accident
anything.
and all that
Yeah,
stuff,
well,
and you're
yeah,
saying I need the money, you're not saying, hey, now you know this has happened. They did
I
this
mean,
for you.
that's what I'm saying. It's like he knows that something happened already. He's like certain that that's
Yeah,
that.
I think that those the motion for the third party interested party, I think those were in response to Judge Hippler's order, because that's when everyone was waiting to hear what was going to happen, right, about being sealed or not for the hearing. And that's when they learned, not open to the public and the cameras, and all that. And I think that it would have been in response to that, because everybody is like, this is really important. It obviously needs to be. I mean, Vinny said it. Vinny made a big point about that, as y'all saw on the clips we watched yesterday. And the media is like, yeah, this is a public trial, so they're gonna make themselves heard, make themselves known. Heather says, I feel like I should be able to file motions as I am an interested party. For sure, right? That's hilarious. Yeah, the documents, well, there weren't really, and we did cover them actually on the first live stream of tonight, which is it was the Shanna Gardner documents, but so I didn't make a separate live stream because there wasn't really enough. So it's at the beginning of that. Like that was the first thing I did, was I was like, here's what the latest on Idaho. I haven't had a chance to do the timestamps yet, obviously, because we're still streaming, but there's not a whole lot, but we did cover that at the very beginning of the previous live stream. But it was only the only new thing that posted was the order governing proceedings for the January 23rd and 24th hearings. That's all. That's the only thing that posted as far as document you can read. So, that's there's not much there except saying that the IGG stuff is still going to be done without cameras and without the public and whatnot, right? In other words, it's not flat out denying the defense's motion, because that would have to be a separate order. And I made a distinction too that, the defense's order or defense's motion references two different things. There's the briefings, the IGG briefings, but then there's the hearing. And so what Judge Hippler is referencing in the order for the proceedings, right, is pertaining to the hearing. So, anyway, but that's the only one that you can actually access that has loaded there yet. But there's like I said, there's a number of I think it's like 4 documents that have been filed but are not loaded yet on the docket.
Collecting money for from
For
Fredo
you
telling
knowing.
me, that obviously at that point, like I knew, but it wasn't, like okay, like I just went specifically to ask him for that money. Like I wasn't
Okay, so you knew.
asking. I didn't want to ask really any questions. That's why, I guess. That's why I didn't want to okay, so that obviously he knew that had already happened and that occurred.
Okay, so you knew that he knew the details because of how he's acting.
Yes.
Okay, you knew from your side because Secretary came back and told you, hey,
Yes.
it's done.
Yeah.
I need money.
Yes.
You go to Charlie's. Charlie's acting erratic, telling you an accident happened. In your mind, that's him realizing what happened.
Yes.
Okay. He never came out and said that my brother-in-law is dead. Did he come out and say anything about any of it?
Not
Okay.
that day.
He didn't come and say, thank you for taking care of this for me.
No, definitely did not say anything like
Okay,
that.
so he's just pacing back and forth with a gun and kind of being frantic.
Well, remember I had from looking at I don't want to go off topic or whatever, but from looking at the text messages from when I was reviewing stuff, before my trial, and then I see that his parents had stopped by his house, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm at that point, and I've told you this before, that he's always mentioned that he never keeps any money in his house.
Right.
So, and he was very adamant about telling me that too. And now it makes sense because he never wanted to get robbed, or he didn't want, I guess, things to flip and be okay, he had some type of money or kept, he had it safe. But like I said, I've never seen
Anything
you
in
know,
it?
anything like that
Okay.
inside his safe. So his parents like stopping by over there, which I almost feel like it might have been like around almost the same time frame for me even like getting to his, like before I got to his house.
So you think his parents stopped by right before you got there, like around the
Yeah.
same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why
you weren't there when they stopped by?
No.
Okay, so you think they stopped by right before
Yeah.
you got there?
Or he had said something about his parents stopping by.
Stopping by.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So about that, explain to me what you think about that.
I mean, like the whole money situation, because it's like, when did
Go
this
ahead and speculate
money
on that,
just
will ya?
all of a sudden appear? And he said he's never had it in his house.
Okay, so you think that his parents brought the money over?
Yes.
Okay. What specifically? So he's adamantly told you that he doesn't keep money in his house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's adamantly told you that he never keeps it. He's there.
Yeah.
You said he mentioned something to you about his parents stopping by, and then the money was there.
Yeah. And then it just confirms from the text messages that I saw that at that time that his parents.
I missed the boom part. What was the boom part? I didn't see that comment until just now.
Did stop by before they, I guess, went up to Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. Before we spoke about the money, you said the money was stapled and
Yes,
stuff
ma'am.
like that. Have you ever seen inside of Charlie's safe, seen money
stapled.
in his safe or anything like that?
I know he's had like, like whenever he opens the safe, he kind of like blocks it. And I'm, you know, to the point, like, I'm not like nosy and wanting to see what's in, you know, that's his stuff or whatever. But
I figured as much, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something else you were referencing there. Yeah.
I've never seen
Donna.
like money or anything like that inside his safe. I know he has probably like a gun or whatever in there, but
Okay. Have you seen stacked money or anything?
no, not stacks of money.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's grabbed money out from there. Like, you know, if we're going to go out, grab some money and then, you know, close this safe. But
That means
Not
there's
like
money in
stacks of
there.
money.
Though.
Okay. So when you get there, he gives you a Xanax,
mm-hmm,
and he says something about his parents had just stopped by.
mm-hmm.
Where's the money at that point? Did he already give it to you yet?
No.
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 Okay. So,
Okay, so fell asleep in the morning. I mean, he was up before me, and then he told me, "Hey, it's in the trunk." Like, cause I had that SUV, so he put it somewhere in the back
right.
of my SUV, and I was like, "Okay."
That sounds like.
And I'm like, you know, like he got my keys and went in my car and like I guess put it back there, and then I'm like, all right, well, I gotta go, and went back down south.
Okay. So that morning was a very short morning then.
Yeah.
Because he's already awake. By the time you wake up, he's already put the money in your
Yeah.
backseat.
Yeah, I didn't stay there for long.
Okay. You left. Where did you go when you left his house?
That's when I was like trying to get in contact with Fredo.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get in contact with him.
Couldn't get in contact with him, and that's where the whole, you know, like trying to find
Jessica
him
and all that
and
came in.
yeah, but see, that's where it's like everything was a little different. Like, you know how, like I told you, like they're saying that like I went upstairs or whatever, but
I
that
just want you to tell me what you remember.
okay.
I don't care what they all said. Your recollection of how that day went.
Yes, ma'am. I just remember finally, I don't know if it's that I had to go in the alley. I don't know who told me. I think it was probably, or I was just waiting there. There has to have been some communication, and then just to meet up behind Lewis's apartments in the alleyway.
Okay.
And I was just waiting there in the alleyway, and Fredo jumped in the car out of nowhere.
Okay.
I didn't see him with the Prius or whatever. I didn't see any cars
You
around.
saw him jump
He
in.
just jumped in, and he scared me because he looked like he's been drinking and, you know, on drugs though. Yeah. So I told him, I was like, yeah. So I told him, I was like, hey, your stuff is in the trunk. He grabs it and then like leaves.
Did you ever see what the money was in the trunk? Did you ever look when you went to your car? Did you ever look?
No, I never looked in the back of the car, but I did see it like when Sigfredo had it in his hand. It was like in a plastic bag, but it was like, I don't know, like
describe it for me. You can use your hands or whatever best you can. I know, best you can.
It was, yeah, it was like in a plastic bag, but it looked like there was like a paper bag inside. So I mean, it was pretty wide.
Okay.
And then he just like ran and went. I don't know if he went upstairs with it to Lewis's apartment or wherever he went, but he just like left. And so I left and I went back home.
Okay. He didn't say anything after he grabbed it?
No.
Okay. He just said,
I don't know if he said, I'll see you later or
something like that.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So you left and go home. At what point from there does Sigfredo come back and you get your portion of the money and all that?
He comes, I don't know if he came back that same day. I don't know if I was trying to call him again and, you know, like get in contact with him or whatever, but I was already like, I'm home with the kids or whatever. Like I already came back home and I don't know if I took the kids out somewhere or like took them to the pool or whatever. But I know I was already home at that time and I don't know when he came back, but I know he had to have come back. Probably that same, I don't know if it's the same day or the following day.
Around that time frame.
Yes.
Okay. So he comes back. At what point does he give you money?
When he came back.
Okay. Did he already have it like pulled out for you, or did he have it still wrapped in something?
It wasn't like a plasticky bag.
Like a grocery bag or like a Ziploc bag or what? Or like a clothing store bag?
I don't. Not like a zip, but it kind of like a form of a Ziploc bag.
Okay.
Yeah, because I remember it being closed. So yeah.
Okay, so it was like closed.
Yeah.
Okay. Was the money? How was the money like?
It was in stacks. In the stable.
Okay. All right. How much do you bet? He give you?
That's that. I never like counted how much.
Your best guess was
See, by the way, Twiz, I saw your comment because we'd been discussing on the stream from yesterday about Franks and suppression and what comes first. But, you know, you probably have seen it by now, but the order governing the proceedings, right? You know, they're going to be discussing the Franks as well, at least as it pertains to IGG. And so what I was saying too earlier tonight when we went over that was like that explains why we haven't seen a ruling yet, right? On granting or denying the motion for Frank's hearing, because he wanted to wait until this hearing so that as they were already convening, they could discuss the the Franks and the IGG at that same time whenever they have it. You know, of course, it's going to be sealed. So now it didn't mention like the rest of the argument pertaining to Franks, but as far as we can tell, it's basically, you know, IGG, right? So who knows? That might end up being like essentially the entire thing, you know? I don't know if there will need to be any more oral argument, but I was saying earlier too, like my expectation would be that we might then see the order on the Franks motion after these hearings. Either that or it'll be like scheduling another hearing to continue it further. So
the stacks of hundreds, were they 20s? Were they?
I believe some were hundreds and like hundreds and 20s.
Hundreds
because some of them look a little thicker
than the others.
And then I got it and then I put it in the closet and like I literally like forgot it for probably a couple days, like because at that point there goes Sigfredo again, MIA, and I don't know if I had any other conversations or whatever if I with Charlie at that time.
Okay. All right. And you put it in there and you just put it in the closet. And like,
remember I had told you that about like later on, I don't know if it was like a couple days, I called up Sigfredo and finally spoke to him again. And then I was like, hey, there's mold in this. So I'm like questioning him, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, in my head is like, is this like fake money or something? Like, why is it getting moldy? It just wasn't. Yeah.
Because it's like why you were confused, because that is insane.
That moisture and everything, but now I realized that it was washed or.
Okay. All right. At what point did you start spending the money? Did you dry it out? Like, did you leave it in the stacks?
Another thing I'll note too is that the grounds are a little bit different too for the Franks versus the motions to suppress, because like grounds for like motions to suppress are like, you know, lack of probable cause, illegal search and seizure, you know, not giving Miranda warnings, chain of custody issues. But with Frank's, it's very specific that it's like law enforcement knowingly or intentionally or knowingly or should have known made inaccurate statements to get the warrant, right? So that has more to do with law enforcement misleading the court, right? So they're a little bit different. I mean, there can be overlap, but hopefully that kind of makes sense, like of why, and that's why it's a separate thing, right?
Stapled or staples out?
I think I tried to dry it out, like with a blow dryer.
Okay, did you
He's just like,
unstaple it to do that?
I probably did.
Probably did.
Yeah.
Okay. So you did that and blow dried it out,
Yeah.
and then what'd you do with it?
Well, I just put it
back.
Put
and
it back. Yeah.
Started using
Probably
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and you would just you never deposited large amounts or made any big purchases?
I never made any big purchases, but I'm pretty
Right.
sure little bits at a time. Like I had deposited money.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, what would be about the amount that you would make the deposits for?
I don't remember. Like at that time, like I told you, like I was working too. So
Yeah.
it's like whenever
So
I would make just like a deposit whenever I had a chance
Okay.
to do so.
Was that when you were doing the bottle service stuff too?
I believe so.
Okay, so you would have cash from
Yes,
that as well.
yeah.
So you would.
I would just, I kind of just dispersed like between banks, make sure that I had it there. See, the thing with Sigfredo too, it's like
So
if you needed money.
It's funny. I was just pulling it up because I wanted to make sure I could give it verbatim. I just pulled up the case law from Franks v. Delaware. So it's a defendant makes a substantial preliminary showing that a false statement knowingly and intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth was included in the arrest, included by the affiant in the warrant affidavit. And then if the allegedly false statement is necessary to the finding of probable cause. So again, it's a false statement, right? It's a false statement that was made knowingly and intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth. And it was used to obtain probable cause for the search warrant. That's the deal.
He grabbed money off of, he'd
So he'd
come
just come
over,
in there and
he
get
knew to
some-
come in the closet, grab some money. And then like, I had to think about like the long run. That's why I'm like putting money little by little so that I could have money
Right. So the money in your
in the
closet
saving.
that he brought, was that supposed to be your cut and his cut?
I believe so. That I don't. I think he probably took his cut and
then
he
still was
just
using yours too?
yes.
All right.
I don't know what he did with his or
Right.
how much.
But you started thinking he's going to keep coming and taking money.
Exactly.
I need it. So when you would have tips
Exactly.
from,
would
would you
just-
mix it with your tips from your bottle
Yes,
service? Okay, so you
Yeah.
mix it with your tips from your bottle service and do deposits.
Yeah.
And then you did that.
Yeah, I had it like in some type of shoebox or like maybe like a bag or something,
Okay.
so that at least obviously like the kids won't get
Yeah.
too. And then like, but he knew exactly
Where
where it was just go. Yeah.
about how often did you make the deposits? Like how often from bottle service do you do it? Like weekly? Would you do it like every couple of days?
Oh no, that yeah. Whenever I get a chance, I don't know if it's like probably like weekly, not
Yeah, because you
Not-
work
not
maybe
so
like through the
often.
weekends or
yes,
whatever.
yeah. Whenever I had a chance to go to the bank and to just do it, like I would just put like a lump sum
Okay.
of it.
Okay. All right. After the money got to you, and how were you and Charlie still hanging out at that point?
I
Did it
believe
die
so,
down?
but it like he wasn't really. He started acting, to my perspective, a little weird about it.
Okay.
Like I guess I didn't realize it at that point, but again, like we weren't exclusive, and it wasn't like we were always together. I didn't have that luxury to always be, just go
Going with them
about,
all the
because
time.
I'm always with the kids.
Right. So when you say he was acting weird, like was he pulling away? Was he being like cryptic? Like when he was talking, describe his acting weird.
Getting into all the relationship.
We weren't hanging out as much.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think
Like-
did it abruptly change after he paid and the murder? You think?
From how I, like at that moment, I didn't realize it, but seeing it now, yes. Yeah, I think like little by little, he was just kind of distant.
Okay. But you guys remain in contact.
Yes.
Okay. And he would still message you here and there. I know.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the dental
We-
appointments with
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff with your kids and all that stuff. Okay. So that's kind of how the relationship stayed until kind of 2016. Am I
Yes,
right? It's just like communication
Yeah.
here and there. Did you guys start trying to date again at all?
I mean, we would hang out, like I said, between me and Sigfredo too. Like we were always,
Like when you and Sigfredo were off, you kind
Yeah.
of hang out
Love
with Charlie.
triangle,
yeah,
guys.
Okay.
kind of like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Because then Sigfredo will go again and upset me, and he'd be in his crazy, like he would I just couldn't keep him like tamed.
Right.
So.
And then, so you and Charlie, that communication just stayed open. It was just kind of,
Yeah. I mean,
open
we did.
communication,
We
you still hang
stayed.
out.
We stayed friends. I mean,
he would still reach out.
I
and say
kind of
hi.
knew. That's why you hear me teasing him about his girlfriends. It got to the point where it's like, it was more like we were just friends. Really, we were just friends. But yeah, like
Occasionally you would hook up.
exactly.
Okay. So let's go now. That's kind of how your relationship was from like after everything happened in July of 2014
Yes, ma'am.
through now we're at early 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything I'm missing from the murder until we get to around the bump time and
Oh, this question again.
around-
What am I
Because
missing?
all of that seems to be.
It kinda
It
like-
was like it
thought
was
it was
a
all done and
blur.
over
It was
with
just
and-
Like I almost feel like okay, like he got
He
what
got
he
away with it.
wanted, and not necessarily that he got away with it because nothing was ever discussed after that.
Right. So there was never any
no
communication
discussion.
about what happened to his brother-in-law. What about
Nothing
when
after
did you
that.
see
Crazy.
the news articles and all that kind of stuff about it and put two and two
I
together?
didn't know about all those news. That's why I keep telling you guys I didn't know anything about no news articles or whatever until Sigfredo got arrested.
So that's
And
when you found
I
everything.
wasn't even well prior to that it was the bump, right?
Yes.
So
My favorite sound.
he had to have mentioned something about it coming back again, but my recollection from it was a little different because at that point that's the thing, me and Sigfredo got back together.
Mhm.
He moved in again, everything was fine.
So your relationship with Charlie wasn't as close
Yes,
as it was.
because obviously, like
Right.
I'm back with Sigfredo, so I think that's part of the reason too that he's stayed away.
Okay.
But still, I would communicate with him. Obviously, Sigfredo didn't know that I'm still
about it.
talking to
Right.
him, but even when Sigfredo had gotten arrested, I didn't really know about like this whole Tallahassee and until then.
Okay, so and I get it down there. You guys aren't getting our news articles. We had a murder in Tallahassee. and
Yeah,
this man,
I didn't know how big it was
Mhm.
over here and what was going on.
Right,
definitely
yeah,
did
That
not.
doesn't make it down there. This is Tallahassee. You were down in South Florida.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
miles away.
Yes, ma'am.
So I get that. So let's go to before Sigfredo got arrested, there was the bump, and Charlie's reaching out to you, wanting to meet up with you.
Yes.
Okay. There were a couple meetings where we know you guys met up that were not on recording. Obviously Charlie's shaken up because now this is coming around, especially you telling
God
me after.
forbid that they have any interactions that aren't somehow recorded by law enforcement surreptitiously. Hilarious.
For the murder, how frantic he was, having to take his Xanax, walking around with a gun. So obviously this coming back around, I can see how that would spin him up.
Yeah.
Tell me about those conversations
Conversations that I had with
him when y'all would meet in
Charlie.
person. Yeah, you and Charlie would meet in person.
It was the same stuff that he would always say, like even on the
Okay.
conversations that I would be on
Right.
the phone, he'd
Well,
just say the same thing over and over.
Go into some of that for me. So let's go to the first time he met up with you after the bump. You walked out and you got in the car with him.
Oh my
that
God.
was the
How
first-
many times have they discussed this? I can't even believe they're asking this again.
Conversation, I think. He's like, I got to meet with you and
I
meet you in
understand.
person.
Okay. Because things led up to that. So
So tell me what led up to that. And then get
his
to
mom, his mom. Okay, his mom was approached.
that. Uh-huh.
So that was the first situation, right? Okay, so his mom got approached, and that's when he had contacted me.
Mhm.
and then about talking about an ex-girlfriend or whatever. And then I was like, what would it have to do with your mom? That's
Right.
one. I was like, that's
Ooh, good question, right? Right? Yeah.
didn't make sense. Like, why is somebody questioning his mom about me? And then so he got that. I'm trying to remember that the bump happened.
By the way, Twiz, I think you were actually not there during the live stream. The one, well, maybe you saw it on replay, but we were looking at looking at all the different cell towers in the area. And that's when we were trying to summon you. And I can't remember when it worked and when you responded to the squirrel call. But yeah, Heather was saying, oh, I wish Twiz was here. I think she said she texted you, but yeah.
Is that when he wanted to meet up in Dolce Vita?
Yeah, we got the Dolce Vita inside, but there was other meetings.
Before that?
Yeah, before that. Because, I mean, you know what we have from Dolce Vita. You've heard it. Before that, you walk out and get in the car with him, and y'all are sitting in the car.
That was from when I was working in that plaza.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get in the car, but
Okay,
then
when you get in the car, what does he say? Like,
we're trying to figure out where to eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not freaking out about what y'all were talking about or anything? Like,
He said he spoke to his mom.
that
Okay,
you
like
can
I
from that.
remember.
I
Yeah,
know
like,
you're not gonna remember exact words.
yeah.
But
Just like, oh well, somebody approached my mom, and mentioned Katie, mentioned your name, and then from there we just probably like, okay, so where are we gonna eat? And then we discussed.
So first of all, this is further than they got with it before. But B, that makes no sense because he would tell you that, and then it's like that's the end of it, and then it's like let's talk about where we're gonna go eat. What?
I mean, we were talking in Dolce Vita,
right, I know what you're talking. So
but we didn't really like. There was nothing
you didn't discuss anything in that car?
No, there was nothing significant in the car that he didn't already say when we were in.
Okay, walk me through Dolce Vita because obviously you've heard the recording, the same one I've heard. Walk me through that and the stuff he's saying because he's like freaking out. He's saying,
That's what I'm saying.
And
He's
you're
freaking
like,
out, and I'm just like listening to him saying all of this, all his scenarios and what could have happened, and asking me. I feel like now that he was like trying to feel me out.
Yeah.
Of I'm trying to figure out this stuff with him.
Yeah, wondering if you're snitching on him. Trying to
I guess that's what he was. Trying to get
at.
at.
Y'all's conversation in Dolce Vita, he's telling you to handle something. So,
yeah, I guess.
Okay, so talk to me more about that. Because you're saying in the car before that, and in the car, the part that we don't have on recording, there was no conversation.
But I wasn't even in the car that long. That's what I'm saying.
You weren't that long, but it was the first meeting after like his mom was approached and all that stuff. And he's wired up. So I feel like there's a little more that was said there other than just where are we going to go eat?
Well, that his mom got, that his mom got approached. But besides that, he didn't say anything else in the car with me.
Okay. He didn't say anything about the murder or anything.
He didn't say anything in the car. That's why that it would have stuck out if that was the case. He didn't say anything while we were in the car. That's why we were like, okay, so like, where are we going to eat? Like I said, like I wasn't taking it like how he's frantic about it. I'm just.
So you feel like you were more relaxed about it while he's freaking out?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you seeing that situation when his mom getting approached? What were you thinking that was happening at that moment?
In my mind of him mentioning and his mom mentioning my name. I mean, I recollect back to that situation of what happened, with Sigfredo. So
So you
that's why
you immediately go back to that. And you were at first you were kind of quiet. Charlie talks all the time anyway, but he's talking. You're kind of quiet, but you're also contributing. At some point, he tells you to have this taken care of, or make this taken care of, make this go away. You need to handle this. All those things he's telling you. And then I know some of the stuff that you have said back was not as clear.
Yeah.
So kind of what was your responses to those?
He's telling me to take care of it because he's telling me to tell. He obviously he didn't know it's Sigfredo, but
in your mind,
I got to tell Sigfredo about it for him to handle whatever the situation is.
Okay, he mentioned something about like blackmail, like is someone trying to blackmail us, or is it the cops, is it the FBI, whatever.
I remember that.
At any point, did you tell him or assure him that it was not you or your people trying to do anything? Because it seems like he was, like you said, he was trying to fill you out, see if you're trying to set him up, him and his family up. At any point, whether it's at that sitting or at any other point, was there a conversation?
We didn't
you
have
had
Well,
with
he
him?
is
Themselves.
involved in a couple other things too. Like he wasn't, like, so I'm thinking somebody else is like, I think he's just throwing off things to me to
Okay.
see like what's gonna, like what am I gonna say or whatever. But
Trying to see your reaction.
yeah.
Okay, so
But the blackmail, that's why I'm kind of, because this is where it gets a little confusing for me, because I don't know when it transpired to that. Because in my head, I'm thinking I don't know if that's when he said anything about Tato or Tuto.
Mm-hmm.
He's confusing those two names. He's messing up Tuto's name when he knows Tuto's name.
Just to add to the confusion that those two fellas have nicknames that are one letter different. Jesus.
But he's always been like that. It's like he never really mentions his name. It's like it's almost like he doesn't want that to come out of his mouth.
Fredo?
No, to Charlie. Yeah.
So how does he know his name, Tuto and Tato?
Well, he knows Tuto's name because I've said Tuto's
He
name.
knows Tuto.
Yeah.
He just didn't know Tato.
He doesn't know.
I know.
And so you
Yeah.
thought
It
he
is-
was confusing.
Yeah, it is terrible. It is absolutely terrible. I agree. It is terrible. Yeah. I think that they're actually just using like a cell phone and it's just like sitting on the table. But yeah, horrible.
Tuto with Tato.
I'm not that he was.
But this is literally just straight off of the freaking. I mean, you can see it's got the thing at the top there, right? The axon. So I mean, so I guess it's not a cell phone, but you'll see at the end of it, they like pick it up and walk out and carry it. So I don't know what device they're using, but this is just literally as it was given. As it was recorded from law enforcement. So. I don't know.
Like
Because
he was
Tato
saying-
is
he
Rivera,
was
right?
saying- Yes. Yes.
Okay, and he had nothing
What?
about him. He knew.
Yeah.
So,
You know,
I didn't even know anything about the whole thing.
Either,
with
about
like,
him being involved. Yes.
Yes.
Right, but I'm just saying, as far as his name or anything about who
Yeah,
he is
he
or
didn't
anything
know.
like that. So your mind is when he's saying Tato from the thing, you think he's confusing Tuto's name with Tato.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But to me, now as he's saying Tato, like because this is okay. I'm sorry, like I'm kind of going.
That's fine.
Because when that bump happened, and he had mentioned about like Tato's family being taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm thinking, why is he saying Tato's name? And why is he saying Tato's name? And I'm pretty sure I'm asking Sigfredo, like, why? Like in my head,
And then Tato must be Luis, I guess.
I'm trying to figure out like why is he saying
Or is Tato's
his name coming out now? So I'm thinking since Tato is incarcerated, something along that line, something is happening because he's trying to figure out if it's like FBI or somebody trying to blackmail. Like he has all these different scenarios.
Right.
So I'm here thinking that Tato's trying to get some type of, now he's blackmailing either the family because he's incarcerated.
For those of you guys who are new, I think that unfortunately y'all might have missed it, but after we were, at some point I pulled up the picture with like the map of how everybody's connected and explained who everybody was and how and all that, right? But I think y'all might have missed it. But anyway, that happened. So it'll be time-stamped.
And why else would somebody mention something like that? Like that's how it was playing out in my head. And I'm pretty sure in Sigfredo's head.
Right.
But Sigfredo's not telling me things because I'm trying to ask him things, but he's just like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like, you see how like a lot of our conversations was he's upset at me.
Right.
He didn't want me to talk on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm saying like if it worked out the way that everybody assumes it was, if I knew more about it, then I wouldn't even be talking on the phone.
Right.
But
so Tato was incarcerated. He was incarcerated shortly after the murder happened.
yes, for that RICO case.
Yeah. It's completely unrelated.
Yes.
Interesting, Rico.
you never knew Tato was involved at all until he was confusing the name, or you still didn't know at that point? Like when you meet with Charlie, he's saying Tato, and you're like, Tato's incarcerated. You thought he was confusing Tato's name with Tuto. At some point, you go to Sigfredo.
Yeah.
And you tell him, hey,
I mean, well, he was living with me.
Right. Yeah. But you call him.
I believe so.
Yeah. You'll have a phone call.
Yeah.
But also you had.
After me speaking to him in Dolce Vita, right? Like I had contacted him.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because I think he was at work or something.
Yeah, I was at work too.
Yeah.
So I told him.
Yeah, because you had walked out and
Yeah.
like him. So you had that meeting with Charlie. Did he ever show you the flyer that they showed him?
No, he has never shown me that flyer.
Okay.
Not in the car. Not
Nothing.
Yeah.
Did he tell you it was on like a picture of Dan Markel's, like a headline of Dan Markel being murdered and stuff, like on there?
He didn't say that, but I do. In the video, he looked like he took something out and he was like under the table, like looking at it and then put it away, but he never showed it to me.
Was he reading it to you?
I think he was reading it to himself and then
telling you.
Not telling me what was on the paper, but kind of like I guess the situation.
Okay.
You know, like I don't know what was. I don't even know what was written on that paper. So was there anything written on the paper?
There was stuff written on the paper.
Okay.
I mean, you've seen it since you.
It was that article like
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
that was the same exact paper that was handed to his mom.
Yeah, it was the same picture of it. Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys have your conversation there. You're talking on the phone back and forth. He's telling you get it taken care of. When you left him at Dolce Vita, you make that phone call to Sigfredo.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's when he tells me not to talk.
Tells you not to talk on the phone. And
Yeah.
to talk when Sigfredo come home that night.
Mm-hmm.
How did that conversation go? Because obviously he's probably freaking out. This stuff come back up. What's going on?
I think he's trying to figure out if like Tato has anything to do with it.
So you think that he was trying to figure out if Tato was trying to flip?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. So at some point, Sigfredo tells you to call that number, and you're telling him to call the number. You're telling Charlie you called it.
Yeah.
All that back and forth. I know that was all back and forth.
Now, I'm going to try something. I'm going to see if I can pull up. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to see if I can finagle this to where I can pull up that the flow chart with all the characters in this case and put these on the screen at the same time. So I'm going to have to I think I just have to unshare, reshare. I think, let me see what I can do here. Let's see. I would love to figure out how to do this. I know it's doable. Let's see here. Okay. I think it's doable. Hang on. Let me zoom in on the picture. Okay. Zoom out. Let me do this. And now let me do this. Oh, I can't. Huh. That's frustrating. Dang it. Never mind. I might keep messing with it. Let me go back to the proffer because I was trying to see if I could have that on at the same time as the proffer. But anyway, okay.
You never actually called it. We know that that's been established. Okay.
Yeah.
And you've already said that you just lied to them about saying you did.
Yeah.
What was the conversation? Because you and Sigfredo living in the same house.
Yeah.
So there's obviously conversations living in that house together.
That's the thing. It's like
you're pretty wired up on the phone. I assume that you don't come home and act like, okay, none of this is happening.
it's kind of how like we are though. Like we get like really heated on the phone, and yeah, like probably when I got back home, you know, I'm like wanting to know things, but he's like, don't ask me any questions. Like don't ask me any questions. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
That's really,
And he made a comment to you. He's like, I'm cleaning up your mess.
yeah, I
Like-
don't understand. Like, I guess
because you got him to do this. At what point did he
Yeah.
realize that it was Charlie he was doing this for?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't think he knew it at that time?
I can't say if he
Okay.
knew or he
I don't. And
didn't.
I don't want you to guess.
It's yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I can't
That
tell.
would be speculation.
Like how when he thought. I think some way somehow everybody kind of knew
Figured it out.
who was
Knew, but-
involved, but nobody's really asking these questions or saying these names.
Okay. Because there was a text message Charlie sent you
Yes.
about a birthday gift for Tuto.
Oh, the birthday.
Yeah. Well, his birthday
Okay.
was around that.
Okay,
that
so why
time.
would he get something for
But Charlie makes
It was just-
stupid comments like that all the time. Like he'll say
Okay.
stupid things, and like
That's what
I specifically even remember about the whole GoPro. I'm like, never gave him any GoPro
right?
camera or whatever. But he's always Charlie's always try to. It's like he knew what I was going through with Sigfredo, but he was kind of being understanding about the situation. Like, oh, you should get back with your baby daddy. Like you should.
Baby daddy.
Which makes sense now. Like he wants me to be in good terms with him.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, he backs out.
Right.
So, you know, and then, like I said, it always works out when it's good. It's good with Sigfredo and I. But when it's bad, it's like back to the whole
normal.
turmoil and
Yeah.
fighting and all that stuff.
Right.
But even through,
And that's what y'all been through. Y'all been through together since what, high school?
yes,
So that's been the cycle that you've been
that's
familiar with.
that's the
your whole
thing.
life.
We were good. Until we came back down to I had my son in Orlando when I graduated, and then came back down to Miami, and then it just started kind of getting, you know, I guess around the same people he used to be
Right.
around,
bad
and
influence.
there's
Bad
a lot of
habits.
bad habits.
Bad influencers.
Yeah. Well, that's also part of like when you're dating an addict or have an addict in your family.
But
And so
that's
it's the
I don't
one-
know if I'm like just oblivious to it because I don't do drugs like that. Like
Mhm.
I don't dabble on those things. Like I said, like my children are my number one priority, and I wasn't paying attention to, like, now it makes sense. Like now I see why he kept going back to that girl too, because obviously she did drugs all the time. So it's like that's the lifestyle,
Right.
and he was living a different life.
Two lives. One life with
Yeah.
you, the family life, and
Yeah.
then he can't control his addictions. When
Yeah.
he would spiral back down, he'd go and live that, then he'd come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drama.
Pretty much.
Baby daddy drama.
Well, give me a second. I'm gonna step out, make sure there's nothing else we need to cover.
Okay.
And I'll be right back in. You need anything? You got plenty of water in there?
Not water, but yeah, if I
Was
can
it
get some
coffee?
water, yeah.
You want- or you
yeah,
want
it
water?
was, or coffee.
I'll
Either
talk
or.
to him, see what we can do.
Get that coffee, girl.
You want water or coffee?
Coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah.
All right.
This way.
All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
You'll get water.
It's definitely a better setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get water in prison. I don't know if they get coffee though, unless they like pay extra. Let me go.
Yes. It's really good.
Oh no,
You know, she's chatting with the bailiff. I love that so much. We want to hear that.
You have your cup. We'll get the cup of coffee.
okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Good
Just
talk.
black, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
I bet he must feel sorry for her. Feel bad for her.
Oh, why did I come to work today? It's such a beautiful
It
day.
is a very beautiful.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. Y'all. Wow.
Oh, why did I come to work today? It's such a beautiful
It
day.
is a very beautiful day. Yep. If I was in Ocala right now, I'd be outside trying to bask in the sun.
Well,
Is that where you live?
Oh no, I'm from Miami.
You're from Miami?
Yeah. but that's where I'm incarcerated.
Right.
I didn't even know where Ocala was. I still don't know where Ocala is. I just know it's
Very close to Gainesville.
yeah, close to Gainesville a little bit.
Right, kind of middle of the state.
Okay. I don't know why when they transported me from here to Ocala, it seemed so fast, but this time around from Ocala to here, it felt like we were on the road for like hours, like 3-4 hours. It shouldn't have taken that long.
No, because come up 75 to 10, so it shouldn't be that bad.
Oh yeah, there was nothing. I looked out the window and there was nothing. I was like, there was like a cow every now and then.
Right.
Like, where am I?
That's funny.
Yep. In the middle of nowhere.
Ocala, beautiful though.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's really horse country. A lot of big farms, or not, I shouldn't say farms, ranches, that
Ranch.
kind of thing, because
Yeah.
they're real big on.
I think they have like they have like a horse ranch near the prison.
Yeah.
I don't know if they used to have like some type of
That's wild.
like
That's
what do
wild.
you call those? Like maybe like a
It is
program where they
Like riding?
yeah, like I'm saying like for the prisoners, maybe like when they're about to go on work
gotcha.
release or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
like
yeah.
something close
I
by.
don't know.
But I don't know if they took that out. Or like a dog program. I know Gadsden, I think, has a dog program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't know Goodwill did that.
Huh? Oh,
What
yeah,
is it?
Goodwill coffee cup.
Oh, that's fucking funny. This is Goodwill on the coffee cup.
Good for you. Something good for you.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, it's so weird. Like the clouds in Ocala, I guess it just been inside for such a long time.
God.
It seems so close. Like it was like 3D.
You
When I
talking about the
first saw
clouds being down?
Yes, it's so low.
You know, I do. She's right, though. They are very low, aren't they? The low clouds.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
About as beautiful as it can be from your point of view, right?
It is.
Yikes.
Yeah, Ocala is a beautiful area.
It's just weird because I'm looking at the clouds now. It's like so high, but over there, it seems like it's like right there, like right in front of you.
That's kind of like the way it is if you ever go to the mountains.
Yeah,
It's
kind of
you
like
can
that,
almost-
like what I see in movies. Yeah, like you can touch
almost,
it.
yeah, reach it. But then it's just the opposite. If you go like out west, a mountain looks like it's right there,
But it's really far away.
and you've driven for 2 hours and that mountain's
It's
still
still
right there.
there.
You're like, wow. It's a different perspective, you know.
Definitely is. God, I wish I could be that bird.
Oh,
I'm sure you do.
wow. Wow. Wow.
Lord willing.
Wow. This is a very interesting interaction, isn't it? That we don't often see.
Where's the federal building?
Oh, I forgot your bottle. Where is that?
Well,
You got your coffee, but I also got your bottle. So
Thank you.
I forgot to completely bring it. I think we're gonna wrap this here. I think, obviously, I think you feel a lot better. This has gone a lot better.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot less tension, like
Mm-hmm.
with the whole situation. But when you had left, I was just thinking, like, I'm just saying, like, this family has destroyed so many families, and I'm talking about the Adelsons.
Right.
And
Wow.
I mean, the fact that it's like his mom is still free, and
Here we go.
I don't even know what Wendy knows or what, like it baffles me.
Yeah.
And
Me too. My concern, do you know of anything else about his mom's involvement? Like what all do you know about?
I just always know that whenever Charlie spoke about it, like to his mom, it's like he'd always step out. But it's like he never wanted me to hear anything, obviously, but just the phone calls and everything. And like, how does, and like I told you, even them coming by right before, like there's no reasoning to even come by to his house. And it's like I said, like me really kind of putting two and two together and stuff. It didn't make any sense. And like, why did it take so long to arrest Charlie?
Right.
Like right before my trial, like once again, like I had to go through the whole situation. I got reclassified and rebooked because he got arrested. When I was incarcerated the whole time, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I'm
That
not
made no
sure how that
sense.
process works. And as far as that, that's your attorneys can probably explain that to you.
They don't get
They
it.
didn't get
Like,
it?
yeah,
Okay.
like it's crazy. It's crazy. And it's just, I mean, like, look what I've done to my family.
Right.
I completely understand my involvement in it, and I take full responsibility of it, and why I kept fighting the way that I kept fighting. Like there was so many circumstances around it too. Like, see how for even from a standpoint for my family and my brothers and stuff, how do I not keep fighting for it?
Right.
It's just I don't get it. It's like it's just damaged so much, and my children have no parents.
Both of your kids' parents are gone. You're both
And I don't
incarcerated.
know how to make things right.
The only thing I can say is just be truthful
Ugh.
about everything.
How?
No holding back, no wishy-washy, just completely be truthful.
So disingenuous.
But what we're going to do is we're going to stop for this right now. We're going to let you talk to Tara. Tara wants to talk to you on the phone.
Okay.
So we're going to turn the recording off and stuff and let you talk to her
Okay,
and have
awesome.
a
Thank
moment
you.
with her
Okay.
about everything.
So they resume. So she talks to her attorney and then they resume. So let me pull that up here. Okay.
I'm gonna let Sherry just ask you a few more things. I'm gonna step out.
Okay. I'm trying to think that you're afraid to be around me.
And they
he feels
they moved with whatever they're filming this on, they moved it.
if you're more comfortable with me versus having everybody in here, if it's the more comfortable setting for you, we just don't want you to feel at unease.
Yes.
So talking with, I guess, Tara and Chris, they say that you might have a little more information.
I mean, I'm like, what?
So what exactly is it that they're trying? Because
That's what I was going to ask you. What exactly it is? Is it that, like, I mean, I don't know how much more.
I think it's more so probably the little more details about it, about the knowing when about the murder, about the knowing when the murder was happening. The conversations after the bump is probably a big deal.
But that's where the struggle has been, because it's like that's why it came out the way that it came out, because it's like weren't talking about any details
right.
specifically. I mean, I guess everybody assumes that it was more this detailed, planned out situation, but it really wasn't.
Okay. So him being murdered
And like I said, I still know you at the time you didn't know it was Dan Markel was.
Oh, rather, okay. So I see. So this actually is an alternate angle. That's weird because I was following the time on the TV. Anyway, so I guess after she goes and talks to her attorney, she doesn't come back and say anything more. But this is footage of not the entire thing we just watched. It's just a chunk of it. But this is an alternate angle. It looks like. It's weird because I thought that when the other one just ended, it said it was 12 something on the TV, and now it's anyway. But this seems like this is. Because I remember seems like they talked about this earlier. Although having said that, the questions do go in circles. So
For the rest of your life.
Yes.
You know his name since the trial and stuff, and since Sigfredo was arrested, I think that's when you first realized the name.
Yes.
But Charlie's brother-in-law.
Yes.
Charlie's brother-in-law that was murdered. Okay. So I know I think we've already hammered through everything that was like the from Halloween. We hammered through that. We know how that conversation started. Your involvement with that, you're going to be able to, if they were to ask you, hey, you knew that a murder was going to happen before the murder occurred, the answer would be yes, correct? Because we went through that. Because
Yes.
even though you didn't know it at the very beginning,
Yes.
before he was killed, you knew he was murdered.
Yes.
Okay. Or you knew he was going to be murdered. He was going to
yeah.
be killed. Before he was killed, you knew he was going to be killed. Okay. The other thing would be, the money and stuff. Okay. You mentioned something about his parents.
Yes.
What else? I know you said he was very protective of his mom. So, and he would step out.
Yes.
You knew about the.
I think it's just because he's always met with like his relationship with it. He's close to all his family,
Mm-hmm.
except for their brother apparently, because he doesn't
Right.
really ever talk about his brother. But as far as I think his mom was going through a lot, like with the whole situation, just what Wendy was going through probably, and it was stressing out his mom a lot. And now I see obviously from the trial too that it was because of her whole visitation and everything, all of that was going to be taken away, right?
Right.
But he didn't express to me like what was going on. But I mean, just from, just conversation.
So that's the funny. I mean, proof that their conversation goes in circles. Because I just double checked it again. I'm tracking the time on the TV. This is a different camera angle, obviously, but no, this is not what we've already heard. This is the end of the interview after she. So it is picking up where we left off. She goes and talks with her attorney. Weirdly, they don't tell her not to talk, apparently, right? So she comes back in, and then they've moved the camera, and it does resume. So I was right about that because I was like, huh. But the questions they were asking, I was like, wait, doesn't this sound just like what we have already heard? Anyway, that's because they just keep asking a lot of the same things. So yes. So yeah, here we go.
And maybe just like pillow talk, I guess, his mom was going through a lot with Dan.
Okay. So I'll pull up. So let me just do this real quick because I was trying to, let me just unshare, reshare while I have it here. So, yeah, so this again. So these two dudes were the people that shot Dan Markel, the victim, right? So she was the middle person from Charlie. So she solicited Sigfredo, and technically Sigfredo solicited Luis, right? And so this is the thing we looked at earlier, but this is how everybody's all related. And of course, Wendy being the last one there, but, so plea deal, convicted, first trial, it was mistrial, or they hung, convicted. Obviously, this is the girl this is Katie, right? Who we are watching. And then there's Charlie, and he's convicted. And then Donna's awaiting her trial. And it'll start on June 3rd. And then, yeah, so, but again, we did go over this in more detail. So that will be timestamped for anyone else who wants to go back and take a look. But yeah, this is how everybody's related. Harvey's seems to be, in my view on Harvey is that he's been kind of just like oblivious in a way. Like I think that like Donna and Wendy ran the show in the family. And the only reason that they paid any mind to Charlie really was to utilize him. Like, in other words, Harvey, they didn't have anything they could get from Harvey. They couldn't benefit by manipulating him. Like, this is my take from, again, like not just the facts of the trial, but also reading all of Donna's crazy emails and listening to all the jail phone calls many, many times, that like, because they couldn't gain anything from him, like he's just sort of like, honestly, it's almost like he's just kind of ignored for the most part. But anyway, so and then of course there's the estranged brother Rob, who's not on here because he got the fuck out. So okay, now we'll go back.
Work out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And we know that. And I know he didn't express and tell you everything. He just is telling
Yeah.
us all about my mom's not sleeping, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So you know
probably-
he's
that's probably
expressing
true.
probably very adamantly, constantly, that's consuming his thoughts when he's talking to you about how his mom is going through the ringer.
Yes.
He's close with his family. He's concerned about that. His sister's going through the ringer.
Yes.
So I guess after the murder happened and you go and pick up the money, you bring it back, you go meet in the alley out by Luis's house. Fredo gets in the car, takes the money. You go back home either later that day or the next day. He comes over, brings you your money, all that. And
Moldy
then
Money.
we have that like dry area where nothing's really talked about. Charlie kind of distanced himself.
Yeah.
You're back with Sigfredo. You guys still communicate and stay on good terms.
Right after that, like Sigfredo kind of he was
Management lawyer.
like nowhere to be found too. Like he was in and out, but we weren't together at that time.
He was
like
off
after
like off on one of his
Again,
binges
this is
or
the
whatever.
only place this footage is available. I don't know why he popped his face on here, but he puts it away. Maybe it was on accident, but yeah. So
so that was July. Like between July, I can even say between July to almost December.
Okay.
Like we're really
You didn't get back together
Not-
until
no.
December.
not until I think the following until 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2015.
Like when he moved back in and like,
Right.
try to make everything work out.
Right, for the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I was pretty much on my own at that time. Like
Yeah.
that's why I was working a lot. I was even having to pay babysitter
Right.
while I was working in the clubs. And then that's where a lot of the frustration too with his mom, because it's like, it was all on me once again.
Right.
And part of the reason why I put him on child support with this, that's why it's like, I never really knew too, like I wouldn't want to piss off Sigfredo if this, like of how much involvement he had in it,
Mm-hmm.
because I would never put him in child support. But at that time, it's like, once again, like money's kind of dwindling down and he's really not helping me with anything.
Right.
And I don't really have, Charlie's there, but he's just my friend at that time.
Right. You didn't
He
have.
wanted to be as far removed now I see as possible from me. So
yeah.
Kept you happy, kept friendship alive. But,
yeah, I see that. I see all of that. Yeah, with keeping me happy. And I understand why they were saying that now. Like,
Mhm.
but really, like, he didn't do anything extreme to, like anything out of what he ordinarily would do in the beginning. So,
Okay. You remember anything more you can give us about the conversations
of,
after the bomb, meeting up, Charlie hanging out, or even the conversation? I know you said he said something, and you said you didn't remember exactly what he said that made you realize it was a murder. Obviously, he's mad that the initial trip he gave you guys money.
Who this dude is? This is the dude, mentor lawyer from Deep Dive True Crime. They are like one of the first channels, along with STS and stuff, that like really followed this case, because he's there in Florida, I believe. He's like pretty local, but basically he's like the one who's been obtaining, and the only one who's been obtaining a lot of the, like all this footage, basically, of all the proffers, like the body cam and the proffers and all this stuff. It's the only channel that has it. I don't know what the deal is, but this is the only place that it is on YouTube. So I don't know why his face is popping on, but yeah.
To go up for
That's why I am making sure I'm crediting his channel for providing it. I did email him and reach out initially, like when we watched Wendy's interrogation, right? That's his footage. I did reach out and ask like, hey, like, you know, blah, blah, but I didn't respond. But again, I'm just knowing that I was going to be needing to be using his footage because it's the only channel that has it. I'm just making sure to credit him and you know, all that. So
Didn't happen. So
Yeah.
then he's
Right.
like, what's going to happen? Something's going to happen. Like, this needs to happen now.
they've got
Kind
all
of
the
thing.
stuff.
That's when you, at some point, when he's going through that, that's when
They've
you
got all the
realize
stuff.
that
That's what I feel like he blurted something
he blurted
out.
something.
Yeah.
But that is around the time frame, the moment that you realize that it's going to be a murder. It's not going to be.
Yeah, that he was going to be hurt a lot more than just getting beat up.
Okay.
I mean, like that's why I was talking to like about it, because
It's
it's
not
like,
hurt a lot more.
attorney.
He was going to be murdered. You knew he was going to be killed.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
that, but it's like that's like now that we broke it down, it's like that's more of like the time frame where I would feel like that's the, you know, like where that situation was out. But besides that point, it's like I never really, like I said, I wasn't gonna, I didn't think about it, and that's on me. Like I
Yeah.
wasn't
You didn't think past the
invested
moment. Yeah.
on it, like on the situation like that, like this is really gonna happen. Like this is what it was supposed to be.
Right. Well, and it's always easier in hindsight. You can always look back. Well, I should have picked up on that. Oh, I should have done this. We're not trying to go back and Monday morning quarterback all your decisions. The decision was made. We are where we are today.
Yes.
You know, this happened. You know, this murder happened. It is what it is. We're not trying to go back and say you should have looked into this or should have looked into that. In this standpoint of where we're at now, I know there was a lot of that in trial. Well, how did you not know?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not.
And that's the frustrating part about it, because that's why whenever I try to express it, it's like I told her, I don't want to waste y'all's time.
Right.
I don't want to keep coming, you know, like
Right.
being transported over here. And I've suppressed, like I told you before, so much of this. Like this is not something easy. Like I'm involved in this situation, but I do see it, and I take account of it. I know now the severity of what I've done.
Right.
But at the same time, it's
Glenn. So Glenn, as in Wendy, right? They wanted to kill him because Wendy, you know, the you know, this lady. Hold on. So Wendy, up here on the top left, Wendy this was her ex-husband, right? And again, he was a law professor at Florida State University, really beloved and very intelligent. And they'd been divorced, you know, or they were having custody issues and fighting over the kids. And really, Wendy wanted to move away from Tallahassee and move to Miami. That was really a big factor. In fact, she wrote a book about it. So that was that much of a deal. And because of the shared custody, she was kind of stuck in Tallahassee, so that they could continue with their custody arrangement. In fact, her family actually offered to bribe Dan Markel and pay to be like, hey, can we bribe you so that we can let Wendy move to Miami? Now that's, again, where all the family is. Donna, namely, right? Donna, like she's like she's like the boss. She's like the head of the mafia, the Don, as it were, the Donna, right? And so, but Wendy really wants to get out of Tallahassee. And you get Jeff Lacase's like interview sheds a lot of light too on like Wendy's psychology and her state of mind. I mean, her interrogation also sheds a lot of light, but in a very different way. If you want to know the truth about Wendy, you watch Jeff's. But so yeah, and then she shows up at the crime scene, right? Yeah, and then less than 22 minutes into her interrogation, she immediately throws her brother under the bus. Anyway, but she's going to be the last one of the group to be arrested or charged and everything. And so we're expecting it to come right after Donna's conviction, which will be in June, more than likely. But basically, just the thing is this: these guys did it because they were getting paid. She solicited them because essentially Charlie was manipulating her, right? Charlie did it. Charlie did that because of Donna, and Donna did that because of Wendy. That's the long and short of it, guys. Hopefully that makes sense. So you see why that's why all of it leads back to Wendy, because they had that's the only reason anybody did anything, because Wendy was complaining to Donna, and then Donna enlisted Charlie, and Charlie enlisted Catherine, and Catherine enlisted these dudes. That's the summary. That's the Cliff Notes version. So hopefully that helps.
Like, I wasn't asking, and that's on me.
You didn't go.
I wasn't
you didn't
asking
ask the
these
question.
questions.
I know that, right? She's not arrested yet. This is why Wendy's such a big deal. This is why we always joke about it on this channel, because she's not arrested. Exactly. This is why I have been talking about this, because I have been waiting for not just me. I mean, the murder was in 2014, right? She's living right now in Austin, Texas, living her life. And she's been free. And meanwhile, Charlie has life without parole, right? And you really hear how Donna manipulates the fuck out of him too. Like, the jail phone calls are really enlightening. And I went through I covered those, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago or something. Donna's emails shed a lot of light on this whole thing. It's going to be one of the happiest days when they finally come for Wendy, because this is just really needs to happen, right? It needs to happen. And she's, been living her life again over 10 years, and her brother's incarcerated. And that's why I always keep saying, they're coming for you, Wendy, or the time is running out, clock is ticking. Like, when we did the Wendy interrogation, the Squangwen is holding an hourglass that's running out of time, but I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When she gets arrested, we're going to have a stream, and it's going to be a celebration of Dan's life, the victim, right? But it's also going to be celebrating justice, that Wendy is finally getting what has long been overdue. So
Neither would Sigfredo ever really tell me the truth about it.
Right.
I don't think I would have ever gotten it from him. And obviously, Charlie was going to have me, that he wanted to be so far removed.
Harvey is still, as far as everybody knows, Harvey's still fucking living at the house in or whatever, penthouse in Miami. Y'all are really funny. So, yeah. But Wendy is, remember, and the key thing too is this, right? Right after Charlie was convicted, Donna and Harvey were trying to abscond to Vietnam because there's no extradition. So the plan was thwarted because because of the hot mic on the jail call. But think about this. The plan that they had once Charlie was convicted was for Donna and Harvey to abscond to Vietnam, Wendy to go and live her life however she wanted to and be free, and Charlie, in terms of the family members, to be the only one to pay the price for this entire thing and to rot in prison. That was their plan. And the best part, or worst part, but in terms of the insanity, was that Donna, the whole time on those jail phone calls, is lying to Charlie and saying, and Charlie's like, when are you going to come visit me? That way I'll have something to live for, like in-person visits. And the in-person visits were going to be months out because, they make you do the mandatory thing when you're convicted and all that. And so he didn't have visitation. So she's telling him, yeah, we'll come visit you, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they're plotting and planning and getting their plane tickets so that they can leave the country to never return. And Charlie wouldn't even know it, that he's never seeing them again. How fucked is that?
From it too, that he's not really asking me the questions, but having me basically investigate for him. Because then now he didn't know what was, what's going on.
Right.
Like who is he getting blackmailed for it? Is he, but it just it didn't make sense. That's why we're all the confusion with the going back and forth. And everybody's, like I said, everybody was lying to everybody, to each other, because nobody really said specific
and that's
names.
why it's especially funny that there's the case in Utah we were referencing earlier, that the dude that was researched this case and wanted to copy it, which is just fucking hilarious, right? This was the goal. This was the aspiration. This is the role model for trying to accomplish a similar crime.
But almost kind of like everybody knew at the same time,
Right.
who we're talking about.
Exactly. Okay. Is there anything that you've remembered or when you were talking with your attorneys, that they encourage anything that I haven't specifically asked you as far as like those conversations or the things that I did ask and you weren't, that you couldn't remember, couldn't think of it. Maybe it's, they refreshed your memory, because I think you've probably walked through all of this with them as well at some point. Anything that is that you have not given to us yet that you've thought of or been reminded of?
No, you guys actually know way more than
Weird and
What-
compound question.
I've ever discussed with my attorneys.
Right. Is there anything left out there
good.
that is fact that we don't know?
Not that I can think of right now. I just,
You don't have anything that's attaching that anything other than what
see, like,
you've already said about about his mom or any of them.
well, that's why it keeps coming around. Like now, like it keeps coming around with me about that, and like I questioned it so much. I mean, I don't know if I've expressed it like that to my attorneys about their involvement, but it just listening to the phone calls, how they were reacting, how his mom was reacting to the whole situation. It's like
You're talking about
she had knowledge
the recording of us that we made. The recordings, the T3.
Oh, the way she just interrupted her. She was saying she had knowledge. Interruption. Fucking hell.
Yeah, his conversation with his mother.
Okay, that's what I was.
You know, and how
Yeah.
how that was occurring, and then like every single time he'd speak to his mom, he'd ask me questions. You see, like how like the flow always came about, and then he'd ask me questions about it, but I'm here trying to investigate and trying to ask Fredo, who's not telling me anything.
Right.
So I was always like at a dead end.
Right.
But it's, how could his mom have not known with the way that she's, you know, like acted? And I do remember one time that, and you guys have this phone call where he's like, he's wanting to meet me up or whatever. And then I went all the way to South Beach, and I was upset because I had to go drive all the way down to South Beach about it. But I had a paper that he had to sign too for DCF, like for my employment.
Right.
And so like I came down and he signed it. But at that moment he's like, oh, I'm finishing up talking to
Mom.
his parents.
And this is after the bump.
I believe so.
It is after the bump.
Yeah.
So what did he say to you about all that?
Like he's always discussing something with his parents, and then he'd come to me and
then what did he
ask
tell you
me-
about?
Interesting.
He didn't tell me what he discussed with his parents. I just remember seeing, like I was parking, and then I was trying to look for him, and then I saw like his parents like leaving.
Both his parents, mom and dad?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. They're leaving, and then he walks up to you.
Yeah, and then he meets up with me. And
What
then
did he meet up with you to say? He had you come all the way down there. He had to talk to you in person. So
after the bump, yeah, that like I think his parents were still getting harassed about. I think at this point he had gotten that's when the undercover was like, I think, calling their office. And
okay, so he's talking to you about his parents getting phone calls at their office. What else is he saying? Because he had you come all the way down there to talk to you in person.
yeah,
So what is that conversation about?
he's telling me to find out who's doing this, because I think in his assumption that he
So they're
thinks
being black. So who's doing it is undercover FBI agents. That's the bump. The bump is the undercover operation. It's amazing.
that somebody's trying to like blackmail
Blackmail
him
him.
with yeah. And to my knowledge, so what I'm thinking is that this whole thing with Tato, but Sigfredo's never telling me anything about, you know, he's not telling me, he's trying to figure out. And I'm like, why is his name coming up now? Like, but he's not telling me anything because obviously he's keeps me out of the loop.
Right. So he didn't tell you anything about his conversation with his parents, why he was talking to his parents about all this?
Oh, he just told me that his parents, he's like, this is not going away. Like somebody keeps trying to, you know, now this is like, if this is the FBI or whatever, like this, they're trying to talk to my parents, or they're trying to figure something out. So that's, I mean, the gist of probably.
There's no discussion about a strategy or what you should do. Or anything
No, he
like
just
that?
kept telling me to figure it out, meaning related
Find out who's
to,
doing this.
yeah, related to Sigfredo.
Okay.
But then Sigfredo's not really finding out anything, and he's, I think, getting a little bit like feeling like now Tato's like doing, you know, like that he's behind it.
Right. Okay. What about he tells you to figure it out, all that kind of stuff, and then at some point you get a call on the wire and he tells you to get off the phone to go get a burner phone. Y'all start talking WhatsApp.
It's so funny because Joel, you know, STS Surviving Server, has been saying that like they've already have it lined up to with oh my God, why am I blanking on his last name? The FBI guy, Pat, what's his last name? I'm sure Top Cat remembers. But that it was the whole thing was like after Donna's trial, like he's gonna come on the show. Cause like then it was like, okay, he'll be able to talk about things and whatnot, and he'll be a guest on the show. And it's just so funny because I was just thinking about how not so fast, because then there's gonna be a whole things that when the last time that I heard Joel say that, like it was before two things happened. One, all the shenanigans with the attorneys with Charlie. But having said that, I don't know if that would affect him being able to talk. But the other thing is the Wendy thing, because the Wendy thing came from like inside information, right? Because a lot of people thought she would never be charged and that they would never be able to do it. And then there's one person on the planet, Glenn, who thinks Wendy is completely innocent. But there's people who think she's involved, but they would never be able to prove it or even bring charges. And so that's why it was huge news right before Christmas when we, you know, insider scoop, right, locally was that they're coming for her. And it's the time is going to be after. And so that's why that's what prompted me to start covering all this stuff, because this is like all for me. It's like that day, the day that she gets arrested. But anyway, it's just so funny because now, you know, Donna's trial is going to conclude, and then in all likelihood, they're going to arrest Wendy. And so it's like, okay, we're going to have to wait another number of years for that FBI agent. Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? Anyway, for him to come and be a guest on the show. But yeah.
Like, what kind of communications were those? Like, why?
He never told me to get,
He told
who with Charlie?
Charlie didn't want to talk to you on the phone after a certain point in the bump. And then you and Sigfredo went and got burner phones.
I think Charlie still kept talking to me on the phone. Like it was
Through
Sigfredo.
WhatsApp.
Well, he's always like texted me through WhatsApp too.
Okay.
Yeah, but nothing like there's nothing that sticks out that like
there was a point to where he stopped talking on his cell phone, and you guys, Sigfredo went and got you and him burner phones.
Yeah, that's when after because then remember they went and they knocked at my door.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
Agent Sanford, Pat Sanford. That's who I'm thinking of. That's who will be coming on the show to talk about this case. But he has to wait until all the arrests are made, right? So that's why I was referencing. If there's going to be another one, then we have to wait longer. So.
That's why I was telling Sergeant Sanford that nobody even they didn't say who they were. They were just like
knew
banging.
Who they were though.
At that point, no, I really did not know who it was. Like I was just like somebody's knocking at the door, and that's when I was trying to blow up Sigfredo's work number.
Good question. So this is actually kind of pretty common charging scheme whenever you've got solicitation and conspiracy, right? But especially solicitation, because typically the first person they're gonna, charge or be able to connect with, because the whole point, right, is that whoever actually wants it done is the goal anyway, for them to be completely far removed so you can't connect them, right? That's the whole point of having you ask it's like the game of telephone. That's what happened here, right? It's like the game of telephone. Wendy and then Donna and then Charlie and then to Katie and then to Sigfredo and Louis. So it's like, to keep Wendy as far away as possible from the murder. That was the goal, right? And so, so what you do, right, is like you start with, being able to figure out like who committed the crime, who actually did the murder, and then you work your way up. And the other reason is because you're also hoping usually two things. One, that somebody's going to rat on the other person, right? I'm sure you guys are familiar with that. Very common, right? You rat on just to try to get yourself a better deal, right? So there's that. But also, every single time that they have another one of these trials, of which there's just so many, then it's like, it almost puts each subsequent trial like almost like on lockdown for a conviction, right? Because with each trial, now there's more evidence. Now you've got more statements. Now you've got all this. And so that's the other thing too, is by the time they get to Wendy, they will have already done, hold on, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, hold on, 5 trials, 4 trials? No. first trial and that, and then Charlie. They'll have done at least 4 trials, depending on if Charlie gets his new trial before they come to Wendy, but at least 4 trials, right? And the case will have been ongoing for already over 10 years. So like, but yeah, because again, that's the whole thing. The point is that Wendy would be the hardest to prove because the point was to keep her so far removed that there's not a way to connect her. So you build that connection by starting at the bottom and then kind of working your way up.
And then that's when his friend did a surveillance around the
drove around and saw
yeah,
them.
and he's like, well, the FBI is talking to him.
And then at that
And
point,
then
you still didn't open the door.
No, I did not open the door.
Yeah.
I did not want to open that door.
Was
at
that
all.
just out of fear, knowing your involvement and worried about what
I
was
mean,
gonna
it
be
was just
happening?
kind of scary that I was like the only one there, and then somebody's banging on. I mean, somebody's talking to him. The FBI is talking to him. So then now I'm like, I'm not gonna open the door.
Right.
I just.
So yeah, just to reiterate. So 5 for the number of trials, there's actually more convictions, right? Because the first conviction was from a plea deal. So you had Lewis with the plea deal. So the number of convictions is actually greater than the number of trials. By the time they get to Wendy, it would be 1, 2, 3. It'll be 5 convictions before they arrest her.
Okay. So nothing else about those conversations other than Charlie telling you to take care of this, get this, figure out, get some information.
Yeah.
I just find it hard to believe that when you're meeting in person and he's adamant and demanding you meet him in person, refusing to talk to you on the phone about it.
He's saying the same exact stuff that he's probably already said on the phone. There was nothing different, because if there was something different and he's specifically saying something, this is the time that I would tell you guys, there's no point of me holding back.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to
There's
get
no
out.
point.
I don't want us to have to come and sit in here again. I don't want you to have to keep being in limbo back and forth. This is the time to tell everything.
And that's why, if anything, Ms. Bennett, like if there's anything that he had said anything differently, I would have told you guys already, because there's no point. Like at this point, it's like I'm telling you guys this because I can't live knowing that I was involved in this and not even having the proper people, like the people that should be
set all this
arrested.
up.
Yes.
There.
You know what it looks like? It's like the ones who, yes, you're the middle person. You got Sigfredo and Luis. Y'all are carrying it out. Y'all are like, you got these wealthy people, and then you guys are the ones that
Believe
they knew
me,
they could take.
yeah.
How do you think?
It's upsetting, and it's like it's not closure to the family. This is why another reason why I was I wanted to speak to Sigfredo, because right now, who knows? Like he might never speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was like an opportunity for at least please, like even before my trial was like please, like just something is like why do I even have to go through this? Like if there's these questions that he can answer,
right,
and he can serve closure to the family.
You think he was worried about you implicating you? Because he's always seemed to be, even no matter what, protective over not wanting you to go down for this.
Yeah, but look at it.
Exactly. Obviously,
there's all
it's
this
gone now, right?
But it's not even that. It's like I would think that if he was protecting me in that way, which yes, of course he was protecting me in a certain way. Like, why haven't you come forth with anything else?
Right.
Like before,
he can't do anything to associate Charlie. You were the only person that had that contact with Charlie.
And that's another thing that I was upset about too. That it's like in the media or like even out, they always thought that I'm protecting Charlie. I have no ties to protect Charlie. There's no pot of gold that I'm like suffering, and my family's in debt, going through 2 trials, and what I've done and like smeared my last name for forever, because anybody that ever Googles my name, it's like that's it, and that's
not a common name either.
It's not a common name, and this is embarrassing and been so detrimental to my family. Like I was not everything that's happened and whatever. It was like not even to protect Charlie or whatever. I didn't want to hinder anything of appeals or anything for Sigfredo. And I know I shouldn't have thought of it in that way, but I mean,
so that's why you didn't come forward with any of this at that moment, because his appeals. His
appeals were still going. I didn't want to go. I was praying to God that I didn't have to go to that trial again. Something was going to happen. I thought he'd just come forth, clear it all out,
Right.
I'd be able to tell you guys what I knew, and then that was it.
And go from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just, I mean, it just weighs heavy on me that this family's out. I'm sorry. It just does.
Yeah.
Especially with it's like having to go through all of this, hearing the recordings now, and it's like, how are they free?
There it is. How are they free? I'm with you on that one, Katie, right? Yep.
Okay. Let me go talk to them.
Okay.
And I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
They're in there.
Yes.
I didn't even hear anything. I didn't hear anything that they were asking.
They were just asking, was anybody in the conference room? So I was just trying to let them know that we are.
But also, wiretaps and the bump. The bump was huge.
Okay. So
The bump was the undercover FBI operation that they did after doing the wiretaps. That was really huge.
and then they'll work on getting you back and whatnot. And I think your attorneys will probably go talk to them, I'm sure. Okay.
And so that's pretty much it.
I don't know anything about transport stuff. I don't deal with any of that. I work for the police department, not with the jail or anything. State attorney's office, but they'll discuss all that with you and how that works. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
And given that this was 2014, of course, cell phones, but I would say, in my opinion, the usage and all that with cell phones is a lot different now than it was then, in terms of like people on their phones. Like, I don't know, would you guys agree that it's like way more so now, with just like the reliance on it, on smartphones? I mean, in 2014, I still had a dumb phone, actually. I still had a dumb phone though until 2017. So.
You're welcome.
So that's it. So let me pull up So there they are. There they are. So yeah, so the bump was like so that's when the FBI agents, right? So they sent a letter, right? It was like to blackmail. So like they sent a letter, like, because the whole thing is like, saying like they needed more money, right, to be paid off for doing the murder. So it's like they sent a note, and it was like, hey, like, they need more money, they need blah blah, right? And then they already had the wiretap going. So then the idea was to then like monitor their calls after that, and then also set up and then see what they would do. And it was like making arrangements to meet, right? And so they were supposed to meet to like give more money, and then like, but instead it was like an undercover FBI agent. And sure enough, Donna goes, but like doesn't. what exactly happened there, Top Cat? Donna, like, Donna goes to like the meeting place, right? And goes right to where she's supposed to, and then like keeps walking weirdly, right? Like she, yeah, that you're right. That's what I'll do. I mean, that's what I'm going to do. You're right. So that's what, thank you for reminding me. So, we're going to go through the PCA, and that's going to do a number of things. One, it's going to refresh everyone's memory, or for those who are new to the case, lay the whole thing out for you. But also, it's also going to be like comparison to like, here's what an actual PCA looks like, right? How does this differ? And it was really funny because when I glanced at it, they had the chapter there, or the title for the chapter, and it was like, you know, the suspect vehicle. And it's like, just so funny, right? Because compare it to Idaho. And it's like really substantial, and it lays the whole thing out. So we will go through that. We'll do that. Heather's right. Pretty sure Top Cat knows this case the way that we know it. Yeah, right. Yes. Top Cat knows this case. This is Top Cat's number one case, as she has said. This is Top Cat's number one case. So, so she knows all the deets. And yeah, so we will do that. We'll do the PCA, and we're also going to watch, like I said, we're going to watch the other proffers and stuff too. But that'll be fun to go through the PCA. I love going through the documents. So that'll be the next thing. I just refreshed the Idaho docket, nothing new. So, you know, there you go. But I expect to see some of those new documents post today in lieu of, before the hearing tomorrow. And I'm excited. So she was handed, right. Okay. She was handed. Okay. I couldn't remember if she actually did intercept the note. She was handed the blackmail note and immediately calls Charlie. Right. That's it. Thank you, Top Cat. Right. For some reason, I remember thinking that like they were expecting her to do something else as well, and she didn't. Right. Like, were they expecting her to like return with money or something? Anyway, we'll see. It'll be in the PCA. But like, in other words, it's like she definitely incriminated herself. But like, I remember thinking that like they felt like she didn't do. They wanted her more from her. So. Yeah, I knew she meant Top Cat because, you know, typo. So yeah, but that's it for this one, guys. But y'all, it's been awesome as always to have you guys here, and love that there's people that don't know this case that are learning about it, because this is a really interesting case. And also has the funny parts, like with, you know, just how terribly they are at being criminals, right? And then the added part of like that there's another person that thought they should try to emulate them. But also it's, you know, again, it's in this day and age, it's not, I feel like it's pretty unusual to have a case that has been active for so long. You know what I mean? Usually when you're dealing with this many years and it's still ongoing, it's like a cold case, right? So the fact that it's like over 10 years, but they've been working it and, you know, making arrests and like trials like that, like that's really crazy, right? But so there's a lot of things that are really interesting with it. And the family dynamics are a whole other thing, and the psychology of Wendy right there. Look at her. That's a whole thing. And then the relationship and the psychology of Donna, and then the relationship dynamics, you know, as Jeff, Wendy's ex-boyfriend, put it, like toxic as fuck, basically toxic as fuck family dynamic going on. So yeah. Top Cat says, once you get into this case, you can't get out. So many twists and turns. I would agree. But yeah, so y'all, thanks as always for being here and for being awesome squirrels. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that, but there's the 250 page, hold on, the 250 page, ATF report for, Shannon Gardner. So, and yeah, and we're going to cover also, wait, do I already have that stream set up? We're also going to watch June Mchinda's testimony as well from Charlie's trial. And I have a couple other things lined up as well, but I think I'll probably do the PCA next before we watch any more trial testimony, because that would be smart to do that first. And if we can, maybe we'll do it on the same stream. I just need to make sure I update it if I already made a thumbnail. Anyway, note to self, update thumbnail. Anywho. So, okay. But other than that, that's it for this one, guys. But I'll be back with Idaho. I've got some other stuff scheduled, but as always, it's sort of all subject to change depending on what documents come out in Idaho, since that's happening. But yeah, love y'all. Thanks for being here, and see you guys next time.